A beautiful day begins with a beautiful mindset. The moment you start acting like it is a blessing, it will be start to feel like it is the one. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed chief guest, welcoming you all for the 10th edition of International Conference on Mathematical and Computing, Icmc 2024, in association with Ramanuja Mathematical Society, Society for Electronic Transactions and Security, Cryptology Research Society, India. Prayer is not asking for what you think you lack, but acknowledgement of what you already have. I request Pradeepa and Meena from the English department for the prayer song, and I request everybody to rise for that.
Check. रक्ष रक्ष जगन्माता सर्वशक्ति जय दुर्गा रक्ष रक्ष जगन्माता सर्वशक्ति जय दुर्गा सर्वशक्ति जय दुर्गा மங்களவாரம் சொல்லிட வேண்டும் மங்கள கண்டிகை ஸ்லோகம் இதை 9 வாரம் சொல்லுவதாலே உமையவள் திருவருள் சேரும் இதை 9 வாரம் சொல்லுவதாலே உமையவள் திருவருள் சேரும் உமையவள் திருவருள் சேரும் ரக்ஷ ரக்ஷ ஜெகன்மாதா सर्वशक्ति जय दुर्गा रक्ष रक्ष जगन्माता सर्वशक्ति जय दुर्गा படைப்பவளவளே காப்பவளவளே அளிப்பவளவளே சக்தி அபயம் என்று அவள் சரண் புகுந்தாலே அடைக்கலம் அவளே சக்தி ஜெய ஜெய சங்கரி கௌரி மனோகரி அபயம் அளிப்பவள் அம்பிகை பைரவி ஜெய ஜெய சங்கரி கௌரி மனோகரி அபயம் அளிப்பவள் அம்பிகை பைரவி சிவ சிவ சங்கரி சக்தி மகேஸ்வரி திருவருள் தருவாள் தேவி திருவருள் தருவாள் தேவி रक्ष रक्ष जगन्माता सर्वशक्ति जय दुर्गा रक्ष रक्ष जगन्माता सर्वशक्ति जय दुर्गा सर्वशक्ति जय दुर्गा
The lamp of knowledge dispels the darkness of ignorance. I repeat, the lamp of knowledge dispels the darkness of ignorance. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries and honored guests, we are about to embark on the symbolic journey of enlightenment and unity as we prepare to illuminate the ceremonial lamp. This ritual holds deep significance, symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance. I extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. S. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Vasudevan, Registrar, Dr. V. Ravindran, Director, the Institute of Mathematical Sciences in Chennai, Dr. P. Deepalakshmi, Dean School of Computing, and Dr. V. Narayanan, Sir, Organizing Chair for the lamp lighting ceremony. Welcome is the word we say with open hearts to each and every individual who graces our gathering. It is not just a greeting, but an embrace of shared experience and collective aspirations. I invite Dr. V. Narayanan, Organizing Chair, ICMC 2024, for the welcome address.
Very good morning to one and all present here. It is really a privilege for me. I am just very much thrilled to stand before you on this August gathering for the International Conference inaugural function on Mathematics and Computing 2024. I wholeheartedly welcome the chief guest of today's function, Professor V. Ravindran, Director, Institute of National Importance in India, and we are very much fortunate and very lucky to have the director of one of these three pearl of institutions for research, dedicated to research in India. We welcome you, sir. Next, I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Narayanan. Welcome you, sir. I welcome our Registrar, Dr. V. Vasudevan. Welcome you, sir. This conference is because of two key persons who acted as general chairs, not only for this 10th edition of a popular and reputed series of conferences also called Icmc. It actually started in 2013, and from 2013 onwards, under the guidance and blessings of two big stalwarts, scientists, true mathematicians, they have come here and they are serving as the general chairs from 2013 onwards, and we are very much fortunate that they are able to spare their valuable time to come here and to bless us. So, on behalf of you all, I extend my warm welcome to Professor P.K. Saxena. He is a scientific advisor to our Honorable Prime Minister of India, and he is a cyber security specialist. Next, the General Chair, Professor P.D. Srivatsava, a reputed professor from Department of Mathematics, IIT Raipur. Welcome you both, sir, General Chairs. Then the man behind the success of this inaugural function or the whole entire series of conference is Professor S. Ponnuswamy, who is a co-founder for this series of conferences. I warmly welcome you, sir. It is really a little disappointment for me that our founder of this international series of conferences, ICMC, Professor Dabazis Giri, his flight got delayed and he will be reaching us and joining us by afternoon. So, in his absence, I welcome him wholeheartedly because he is the founder who gave this opportunity to me for organizing this conference in our campus. I welcome Vishnu Pendyala, St. Joe's University, USA, who has accepted our invitation to deliver an invited talk. So following this inaugural function, he is going to deliver his talk. I welcome my partner who supported me all through the last 1 year in the preparation, Professor Dr. Deepa Lakshmi, Dean, School of Computing. Her support to me is beyond words. I cannot explain here. So an occasion will come. Now, last but not least, I welcome in absentia our honorable top management team consisting of Dr. Yelaya Vallal, Kalvi Vallal, Dr. Sridharan, K. Sridharan, Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor Madam, and our beloved Vice President, Dr. S. Sashi Anand. For some unavoidable reasons, they are not able to be with us, but their blessings are there with us. So with their blessings, let me go into the details of my welcome address, a few words. Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education is organizing the 10th edition of International Conference on Mathematics and Computing as its notable contribution to the noble vision of Atmanirbhar of our Honorable Prime Minister, computing such as artificial intelligence, robotics, cybersecurity, quantum computing, etc. We have already generated several interesting results and innovations that are going to be presented here by eminent keynote speakers and delegates drawn from all over the globe. Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education is not just for promoting women via science, but promoting science by the contributions from women. It is a good sign that in this series of conferences, more than 50% of the research articles were authored by women mathematicians and women scientists. Further, more than 50% of the keynote speakers, there are around 18 invited keynote speakers are there. More than 50% of the keynote speakers are women. Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education is very much committed and has realized the need for bridging the human emotions and intuitions via the raw power of artificial intelligence to solve the issues related to solve economic and social challenges around us, and this conference is just a beginning in our service and in the pursuit of excellence. Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education always wants to be one of the top hub for artificial intelligence, and this is one step towards that goal. Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education has fully understood the impact of natural language processing and already introduced several e-courses in its undergraduate and postgraduate curricula. We are striving hard to translate these courses into regional languages as per the vision mentioned in the new national education policy. In order to keep the humans always ahead of artificial intelligence, the ideas of abstract mathematics are very much essential and highly beneficial. And keeping this in mind, this ICMC 2024 has the main goal of it is to provide an ideal platform for promoting such interactions. So in this International Conference on Mathematics and Computing, we have assembled here to present, to interact, to brainstorm, and to find solutions to various questions related to several aspects of computing and the role of mathematics in it. Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education has risen, along with the nation, has risen its stature in the global stage, and the whole world is witnessing this conference as a new hope. And I am very confident that we will be very successful in realizing the vision of building strong, self-reliant New India. With these few words, I take leave from you, and I once again welcome all the dignitaries on and off the dais of this international conference, and with a request to utilize the opportunity to reap the benefits. Jai Hind.
In recognizing and celebrating accomplishment, we not only honor the achievements, but also the unwavering spirit and dedication that illuminate the path to success. I invite Dr. S. Narayanan to honor Dr. V. Ravindran, Director, Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai. With this happy note, I request Dr. V. Ravindran to publish the souvenir Book of Abstract, and I request Dr. S. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor of Kare, to receive the first copy of the book. I also request Dr. S. Narayanan sir to honor Dr. P. K. Saxena, Scientific Consultant, Cyber Security, Government of India. I invite Dr. V. Vasudevan to honor Dr. S. Ponnusamy, IIT of Madras, India. Dr. P. D. Srivatsava, IIT, Bhilai, Raipur, India. I call upon Dr. V. Egnanarayanan, Organizing Chair, ICMC 2024, to honor Dr. S. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor of Kare. I invite Dr. P. Deepalakshmi to honor Dr. V. Vasudevan. I request Dr. P. Deepalakshmi ma'am to honor Dr. V. Egnanarayanan, Organizing Chair. Embrace the journey of knowledge for I invite Dr. Kameshwari to honor Dr. Deepalakshmi. Thank you so much for all the chief guests. We are happy and grateful to have you. Embrace the journey of knowledge, for in its pursuit, we find the keys to unlock the doors of endless pursuits. And now it is an absolute honor to welcome the esteemed Vice Chancellor of CARE, Dr. S. Narayanan, for the special address.
Respected Chief Guest Dr. Ravindran, Director, Institute of Mathematical Sciences, and other esteemed guests on the dais, off the dais, beloved Registrar, Dr. Yagnanarayanan, Organizing Chair, Dr. Deepalakshmi, dear Deans, Directors, and other learned colleagues, my dear participants, and my dear student friends. Very good morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to participate in this wonderful program, the inauguration of this international conference, ICMC 2024. I am delighted to note that the 10th edition of this prestigious conference, ICMC 2024, is conducted at our institute, Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education. I am also happy to note that the previous 9 editions were conducted in premier institutes like IIT, Banaras Hindu University, and so on. At the outset, on behalf of all of us from CARE, I would like to thank our chief guests, all our guests, especially the general chairs, program chairs, organizing chairs, and all the invited speakers and all the participants who have joined us in spite of their busy schedule to share their valuable expertise and experience with all of us. I would like to thank all of them on behalf of the administration, faculty, staff, and students of Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education. I would also like to thank Ramanujam Mathematical Society, Cryptological Society, and also SETS for supporting us in conducting this conference. We are also grateful to our sponsors, Department of Higher Mathematics and Atomic Energy Department and DRDO and so on, for the support they have provided us in conducting this conference. I would also like to appreciate Professor Yagnanarayanan, the organizing chair, Professor Deepalakshmi, and the entire organizing team for the wonderful effort they have put in making this conference as a grand success. Please give them a very big round of applause. In fact, Professor Yagnanarayanan has done a wonderful job. He has proved that he is a dedicated mathematics teacher. In fact, in the pre-conference workshop itself, I was telling the mathematics teachers are always dedicated, and we have got very good mathematics department in CARE. Even the computer science also, we have got very good teachers. And once again, Professor Yagna has proved that he can organize a very big event like this. Please give him a very big round of applause to Professor Yagna. He has done a wonderful job. I am also happy to note that the invited speakers are from around the globe. From India, we have speakers from reputed institutes like IITs, DRDO, and so on. And speakers are from various countries, USA, Australia, Turkey, and so on. Not only the speakers, and also the participants. Participants are also from various countries. So this is a great conference. In addition to that, as it was pointed out by Professor Yagna, they are going to discuss a lot of areas, especially the areas of mathematics and computing science. And there is going to be a panel discussion also. The eminent panelists, they are going to discuss about how mathematics and computing can be used for the development of a nation. That is also going to be great. So because of all these things, this conference has become very vital. It has become a very important conference. I request all of you, the participants, especially my colleagues and research scholars, to attend all the sessions very sincerely and try to interact, try to learn from the experts, and try to use all the concepts and techniques which you are learning in this, in your classes and in your teaching, in your research also. This will be very, very useful. So again, I request seriously and try to learn from the experts. That is very, very important. As it was pointed out by Professor Egna again, they are going to discuss about how this mathematics and computing can play a vital role in the development of a nation. At the end of the day, at the end of this conference, probably I request Professor Egna to come out with a policy statement which we can submit it to our Honorable Prime Minister so that the proceedings of this conference can be consolidated. We can give it in the form of a statement and we can submit it to the Honorable Prime Minister. Probably Prime Minister would have visited us. In fact, we were trying that he would have visited, but somehow because of his administrative reasons, he could not visit us. Probably he would have given some lectures also or some sessions also. That also not happened because of his busy schedule. So, we will submit a white paper or a policy statement with how this computing and mathematics can be helpful for the development of our nation to the Honorable Prime Minister. I request my colleague Dr. Yagna to take it up seriously and prepare a statement, and we will submit on behalf of our institute. And as it was pointed out, this mathematics and computing are two important pillars that will be very helpful for the development of any organization and also for that matter for any nation. And mathematics is a simple tool which will be useful for identifying even the complex systems of computer science. And mathematical concepts can be used for developing efficient software which can address any problem which will be essential for the development. So, these two areas, mathematics and computing, are playing a vital role in the development of an organization or for that matter, for the development of a nation itself. As we all know, optimization is the key. Optimization is closely related with these two areas, mathematics and computer science. Either we have to maximize the profit, maximize the output, or we have to maximize the productivity, or we have to minimize the resources, we have to minimize the cost, or we have to minimize the loss. Then only the development will be there. That is the key for these two things, mathematics and computing science. I sincerely hope that the next 4 days, there will be a lot of discussions and deliberations in all these areas. So once again, I request you to attend this seriously and try to learn. Before I conclude, I thought I can give a very brief overview about our institute, Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education, especially to our guests. In fact, before this meeting, our registrar, Dr. Vasudevan, was giving a brief note about our institute. I would like to highlight on all those aspects only. This institute was started as a small engineering college in the year 1984 by our founder chairman, Kalvi Vallal, Sri Kalasalingam. It was started as a small college with a noble vision of providing higher education to the downtrodden of the rural areas. I am very proud to tell you that at least one from each family of this backward district, which is called as Virudhunagar district, would have been educated from this great institution. That was his noble vision, and that is happening now. Now, we have got students from all over the country, not only from our country, but also from abroad also. We became a deemed university in the year 2006. From then on, we are growing. Now we are offering more than 80 programs, undergraduate, postgraduate, PhD programs in engineering, science, management, humanities, architecture, agriculture, law, and applied and allied health sciences, and so on. We are also planning to offer medical programs very soon. We have built a hospital on campus, 350-bedded hospital is already there. So we are planning to offer medical programs very soon. I am very proud to tell you that we are offering a unique program for the speech and hearing impaired people, BTech Computer Science program from 2007 onwards. This program was inaugurated by our then President, great Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And out of this program, many graduates are going out and they are occupying esteemed positions in the computer industry, in the software industry, in the multinational companies. Like that, the last few years, we are offering a BCom program also for the speech and hearing impaired people. And if you look at our faculty strength is 550 plus. Most of our faculty members are PhD holders. Many of them, they are PhD holders from reputed institutes like IITs, IISc, and so on. Many of them, they are even trained abroad. Our faculty are very active in research. They are coming out with more research output in terms of research publications and research projects and so on. Because of our thrust for the research, our Scopus index publication is 7,000 plus. Our H index is 99. We are still growing. We have to go a long way. Our faculty, they have got funding from research agencies, government agencies, to a tune of 12 crores in the last 5 years. From the private organization to the tune of around 10 crores. And our institute is magnanimous enough to give seed fund. The last 5 years, the seed fund itself is 12 crores. And we are concentrating on research. And we have got students around 12,000 plus. The students are from all over the country, not only from our country. Some of them, they are even trained abroad. We are getting the best of the best students. Since it is an autonomous institute, deemed university, students from all over the country, best students are joining here. And they are getting very good placements also. We have got a very good placement record. Placement record is more than 95 every year. This year, I am very proud to tell you that the highest package is 50 lakhs per annum. 3 of our computer science students, the girl students, Professor Yagna was pointing out, we are giving a lot of importance for girls and women. 3 girl students, they have got 50 lakhs on campus before they got graduation. And recently, one other student, computer science student, he has got 28 lakhs. Like that, we are growing. And we have got a very good academic system, which is available only in few of our institutes in our country. We are following the Western system. We are following project-based learning. We have got a unique feature called Excel. We are giving a lot of importance for experiential learning and service learning. Our students can do a community projects and that will be given credits. They can participate in the competitions and hackathons at the national level, at the international level. They will be given credits. Not only that, we are inviting industry experts to teach our students on campus. Industry experts from Siemens, they are teaching our mechanical engineering students. Industry experts from IBM, they are teaching our computer science students on campus. That is part of the program, part of their course. And the nanochip solution experts from that industry is teaching our ECE students. Like that, we have very good industry integration. And we have got a very good incubation facility also on campus. More than 150 startups have come up. And we have got 28 utility patents granted and 250 design patents granted. And in that also we are growing. Not only that, in international relations also we are growing. Our students are going to foreign universities and they are not only doing their projects, they are doing their courses also. Those courses are given credits in our curriculum. And in addition to that, we are doing fairly well in the national and international accreditation and ranking also. Our registrar, Professor Vasudevan, was pointing out about our NIRF ranking, National Institutional Ranking Framework. In this year, our rank under the university category is 29. Probably you might be aware, you are all academicians, you might be aware, there are more than 1,000 universities in our country. Our rank is 29. In the engineering institution category, our rank is 36. And the overall category, our rank is 48. Not only that, we are doing well in NAC accreditation and NBA also. 11 of our programs, engineering programs, are accredited by NBA. Not only that, the international accreditation, we have got the prestigious ABET accreditation for 11 of our BTech programs. And in the international ranking also, world ranking also, we are doing fairly well. THE ranking, Times Higher Education ranking, we are in the range of 801 to 900. Our vision is to become one of the top 500 universities in the world, one of the top 20 in the NIRF ranking. We are working towards that. With this, I would like to conclude by wishing the deliberations of this international conference a grand success. Thank you for your kind attention.
As a part of gratefulness, we would like to honor each and every chief guest who came here today. I would like to invite Dr. M. Pallikonda Rajashekharan sir to honor Professor Vishnu Pandale, San Jose State University, California, USA. A conference is not just a gathering. It is a convergence of minds, a nexus of innovation. I invite Dr. V. Ravindran, Director, Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai, for the chief guest address.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you can hear me. It's indeed a great honor, also, pleasure to be here as a guest of you for this wonderful program, ICMC 2024. So thank you, Dr. S. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Vasudevan, Registrar, Dr. Yagna Narayanan, Professor of Mathematics, and all the dignitaries like Dr. Srivastava, Dr. Saxena, Dr. Pondusamy, for having me here as one of you actually in this meeting. I come from an institute where we have research in mathematics, theoretical computer science, theoretical physics, and computational biology are, done in a big way. So this institute actually mainly concentrates on basic research. And I'm happy that today I'm in an organization where importance is given to research and education, which is one of the mandate of our institute. So we have many things which are common with this university. So I'm really happy to be part of this program as one of you. Of course, I'm really sort of thrilled to, know about this meeting that's going to discuss about, the mathematics and the role of mathematics in, computing, particularly in technology developments and things like that, which is actually the key thing that is happening in India as well as internationally. It's also quite exciting because this is the era that I hear from my neighboring universities and also engineering colleges, where the departments like physics, mathematics, this basic science departments are being closed down because there are no people to take this as a profession actually. Okay, it's really irony when India of relativity, he did not think that it is going to be useful for companies like Ola or Uber, okay, to find out a location of a place or an institute or a building. Okay, he developed to understand how gravity works. Okay, he used mathematics like differential geometry and so on and so forth. So this very deep mathematics and science played an important role actually for the development. So this meeting, which is about mathematics and computing, is one of the wonderful things that can happen in present day scenario where many universities are closing down physics and mathematics departments or biological departments. Okay, I'm really happy that this organization is actually having a nice meeting where trust is given to this, the mathematics, importance of mathematics in, computing. Computing means actually it involves everything actually. Without computing, you cannot do anything actually. Okay, even physicists like me, okay, computation is part of the business, because we cannot do any computation, any predictions, any results. We cannot get any results without mathematics. So mathematics is actually, we think it's a tool. It's not just simply tool. It is a basics for everything that actually we, live with. Okay, if you take out mathematics, there is nothing actually. So I'm really happy that this meeting is on mathematics and computing. And I'm sure all of you will contribute and have wonderful, wonderful programs. I can see a lot of eminent mathematicians who are going to actually talk about mathematics and also the impact of mathematics in present day technology, like cyber security and so on and so forth. Okay, so our institute is also part of such endeavor, and I'm really happy that I could actually manage to come. And I'm very thankful to Dr. Narayanan for inviting me to this meeting, and I'll be around for 2 days to enjoy the meeting actually. Thanks again for this opportunity. Enjoy your wonderful meeting. All the best. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. As we explore new horizons of knowledge, remember that every question asked is a step towards enlightenment. I extend my invitation to Dr. P.K. Saxena, Scientific Consultant, Cybersecurity, Government of India, to introduce himself.
Chief guest for today's function, Professor Ravindran, and all the dignitaries who are on the dais, other faculty and other invited guests of the dais, students. It gives me immense pleasure to be here among this august gathering for this conference, Icmc 2024. In fact, as Professor Egnana has already told, that the concept of this conference was initialized in the year 2013 when Professor Giri, Professor P.D. Srivastav and myself, we met together and we thought that let's start some activity totally dedicated to mathematics. And that time, in fact, we thought C for cryptography, not for computing. And we thought that we should have something where mathematics can be shown to be fruitful, applicable to some area which at that time cryptography was an emerging field. Of course, this Cryptology Research Society of India also, I took Professor ISI Kolkata, Professor Bimal Roy, and myself, we took initiative and we registered society and we started activity on cryptography in the form of Cryptology Research Society of India. You might have heard IndoCrypt. Every year we conduct 2 workshops on cryptography. But then we thought that cryptography becomes a specialized application of mathematics, and this ICMSC should be a broadened platform, not only restricted to cryptography itself. So at later point of time, we thought that we should have that mathematics and computing as the objective of this forum. And that's how it is started, and today we are organizing the same. Now, this computing, as I told, that this can include anything apart from core mathematical concepts which are application oriented, or theorems which we just read as theorem. Okay. But then when we come to practical, then how that theorem actually converts to practical form, and how that practical form can be coded in terms of a computer program, and then how do we get actual the results. So this complete chain from theorems to applications, or this is actually a journey. When you start your studies, you start from concepts, theorems, theory, and then you move to practical, and then actual application, and develop products. So when it comes to products, then you have to worry about many aspects, not only the what is input and what is output. You have to worry about the efficiency or of the code which you write, whether this is efficient enough. Time is a constant when the problem size is very large, like if you are solving matrix of the size of 10 million equations and 10 million unknowns, if you are solving, then this matters, the efficient coding matters, and then the conditions under which you can solve those things matters, and the time, how much time it will take, that matters. So all these aspects are actually come to your mind when you actually realize, try to realize the mathematical concepts into a product. And that's what we have the aspirations, and we try to focus in this conference. So I am grateful to Professor Agnara and Vice Chancellor that they gave me this opportunity, and this is my first time visit to this place. I hope this is not last, and I will get further interactions and opportunities to come here and interact with you. So with these few words, I just conclude and thank the organizers once again for organizing this event. The general co-chair are there for overall visualizing, planning, and putting up this plan, but actual work is done by the organizing committee, because they realize those concepts and those plans into reality, and that reality is visible in the form of the gathering which is present here. So I once again I compliment the organizing committee headed by Professor Agnara that they have organized this event very well, and I hope that the coming talks and the presentations would be very useful and fruitful, and they will give opportunity to our students and faculty to take up new problems, new challenges, which should be actually oriented towards more towards applications, because ultimately these applications and products, they come for social applications and societal uplift. So thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. In the tapestry of knowledge, every thread woven today shapes the fabric of our future. I call upon Dr. P.D. Srivitsava, IIT Billai, Raipur, India, for the felicitation address.
I think better, is it not? Hello. So good morning to all of you. The chief guest of this function, dignitaries on and off the dais, faculty members of this university, participants and students. It is my great pleasure to be here to observe the 10th International Conference in Math and Computing, 2024. If I recall my memories, 20 years before, when I was a professor at IIT Kharagpur, and Dr. Giri had just completed his PhD under my supervision and Dr. Abhijit Das, and joined the HIT Haldia. The HIT Haldia asked him to arrange some conference. So he came to me and wanted to have some conference, either borrowed from others which are already established, or maybe started with a new one. I thought better you initiate a new one So let us pick up the Dr. Saxena also, because he was my close friend since during the PhD times. So we all decided and discussed, okay, this is conference should provide a platform to both mathematician and the computer scientist, but those who are working in the soft computing. Because there are the conferences separately on mathematics as well as separately on computer science. But as such, there are few platforms where both mathematician and soft computing people can join and share their views. So with this motive and understanding, we have initiated this conference in 2013. It got a good response, but next year again we have to arrange the same conference at HIT Haldia. So Dr. Giri told that, sir, it will be difficult for us to arrange every year. Why don't we extend it? I thought it's a good idea. Either you should have a yearly or maybe float the idea with the other. But after the second conference, we got a good response from the other institute. And the main reason for success of that conference was that we have never compromised with the academic research papers and work. It was a thorough reviewed by the two persons, and even after review for presentation, we have again decided to have only the few selected papers for which we can publish the proceeding. And Springer have already agreed for it, and continuously they are publishing the conference proceeding for the last 9 years. And I hope this time also they will definitely come and agree for it. So that was the overall response, and because of that, we have included the others also. Because earlier we have only concentrated over the mathematician and soft computing and little bit of some areas, but now I am seeing that people from the various branches of engineering, they are also taking interest, coming over and joining the conference, presenting their work and sharing their views. I think it is a great achievement for us and great satisfaction for us that the conference has got such a good response from mathematician community as well as the engineering community. This time, we are thankful to Dr. Yagnesh Nanda, who have agreed to arrange this conference at this institute, and we are really happy to see the arrangement which he has made, the papers which he have received, everything are so well arranged that we never thought that in such a remote area we can get so much facility. So thanks to Dr. Yagnesh for this, and I further ask my participants that please join all the sessions, interact with the other people, know what they are doing, what the new things are coming. That will be more beneficial to you people, and definitely this conference after 4 days will be great benefit, will give the great benefit to all of you. I wish a great success to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, we also gather here today to honor the outstanding scientist of Kare, a beacon of excellence in research and motivation. As we acknowledge their remarkable achievement, it's noteworthy that these faculties have earned recognition on the global stage, securing position in the prestigious Stanford University USA World Ranking. Let us take a moment to celebrate their dedication, brilliance, and a profound impact they have made in advancing the knowledge and pushing the boundaries of discovery. Join us in applauding the exceptional scientist of Kare for the outstanding contribution to the world of academia and beyond. It is now my distinct honor to call upon the exceptional researcher from Kare who have earned the well-deserved place in esteemed Stanford University USA World Ranking for the year 2021 to 2022. I kindly request the rank holders to join us on stage. I request Dr. S. Narayanan to honor Dr. D. Shivakumar from AI and Image Processing. Dr. M. Pallikonda Rajashekharan from AI and Image Processing. I request Dr. V. Ravindran to honor Dr. K. Selvaraj from Biotech. Dr. V. Arumuga Prabhu from Materials. Dr. M. Uday Kumar from Materials. Dr. N. Rajani from Materials. Faculty members recognized in the Stanford University USA World Ranking for the year 2020 to 2023. Dr. Uday Kumar from Materials. Dr. N. Rajani from Materials. Dr. V. Arumuga Prabhu from Materials. Dr. A. Hariharasudan from English. Dr. V. Munishwaran from ECE. Hearty congratulations to each faculty member who has gained a top position in the Stanford University ranking. Your outstanding achievements not only bring pride to our institutions and also serves as a powerful inspiration to all of us. A big round of applause for everyone. I extend an invitation to Dr. P. Deepalakshmi, Dean, School of Computing, to express our gratitude on behalf of all. Her eloquence and appreciation will serve as a fitting final to our gathering.
Good morning to one and all present here. Thanks for the opportunity given to me to propose the vote of thanks as part of this ICMC inaugural function. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty, the wonderful God who has permitted the Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education to conduct this 10th edition of International Conference on Mathematics and then Computing. We would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our management team, Dr. K. Sridharan, Chancellor Kare, Dr. S. Arivalahi, Pro-Chancellor Kare, and our beloved Vice Presidents, Dr. Shashi Anand and then Mr. Arjun Kalasalingam, who have permitted us to conduct this ICMC 10th edition at Kare campus. We would also like to express our sincere thanks to our co-patrons, Dr. Narayanan Sir, Vice Chancellor of Kare, and Dr. Vasudevan Sir, Registrar of Kare, who have helped us in all the aspects while we are organizing this conference. They have guided us and they have provided all our requirements for conducting this conference. The conference founders, as Yagna Sir was telling, Dr. Debasis Giri from West Bengal, India, and then Dr. Ponusami Sir from IIT Madras. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity in organizing this conference. The General Chairs, Dr. P.K. Saxena Sir from Cyber Security Team, Government of India, and Dr. P.D. Srivastava, IIT Bhilai, Raipur, India, who have accepted as the General Chairs for the 10th edition of this ICMC conference. We have other members who are supposed to come in the online. We have Dr. Jaideep Vaidya from USA, and then we have Dr. Lee from USA again, and Dr. Karuna Pandey Joshi again from USA. They are supposed to join from online session. They will be joining with us very quickly. We extend our sincere thanks to them also as the program chair for this conference. We have the authors from various parts of this globe, international authors as well as national authors who have come here to deliver, to present their research work. We extend our sincere thanks to them also. We have the reviewer team who have worked almost for more than 3 months in scrutinizing the papers and bringing the best papers out of the 300 papers submitted to the conference. We extend our sincere thanks to them also. And the organizing committee, as one of our guests was pointing out, the role of organizing committee that always stays behind the stage, but they are the primary reason for making this function a grand success. So each and every member of the organizing committee, we are thankful to you. And we have the press as well as the media people here who help us in publicizing our conference as well as this inaugural function. We extend our sincere thanks to you also, sir. The participants who are here for this inaugural function, thank you all. Thank you all for being with us and gracing our occasion. Thank you one and all present here.
Thank you all, and I request everybody to rise for the national anthem.
गणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल
Hello,
Participants, kindly be seated.
random values. This is important so that attackers cannot predict the number in the sequence. They must have a certain length, typically at least a 6-digit. So when somebody tries to do a login using this one-time password, usually there must be a limit on the number of validation attempts per login. Each OTP value must be used only once. Expired OTP value should be rejected. And typically, an OTP value should be valid at most 30 seconds. And again, based on those guidelines, which are used to design a good one-time password mechanism, we analyzed more than 3,000 applications. And we found that many of them violated those rules. For example, some of them accepted those one-time password even after 24 hours, which again is really a very long time. And based on this work, we also looked a little bit about the use of the one-time password used transmitted via SMS in Android applications. And again, the generation of this one-time password should follow some very well-known rules. Typically, the goal of those rules is to prevent, again, an attacker can learn the next value in a certain sequence based on the previous values that the attacker may have observed. And we found that many of them violated those rules. And one interesting case that we found was the one violating rule 2.3 that you see here. In this case, we observed that an application would receive a certain OTP value. And if you were to observe the next number in the sequence, the two numbers, when you were looked at them as a decimal representation, looked very different from each other. But looking at the binary representation of those values, one could see that the next number was obtained from the previous one by just a shift of 1 bit. So which means that the binary representations were really predictable. And this is due in many cases to the fact that many of those applications do not properly use correct functions for generating pseudo-random numbers. So we did analysis to see the libraries provided by different programming languages. And as you can see from my slide, Basically, for example, Java has three different functions, but to generate a pseudo-random number, but only one is secure, which is the secure random. The C language has two different functions, but one of them is unsecure. This is the rand function because it uses a linear congruent, a linear generator based on congruence, which is unsecure. And finally, Python uses the Mersenne twister to generate those pseudo-random number. And therefore, those numbers are not cryptographically secure. Now, those examples about those libraries shows that programming this type of code it requires some knowledge, for example, about which library to use. So it is easy to see that programmers, if they don't have a certain knowledge, may implement those functions which rely on the generation of pseudo-random number using not the appropriate libraries. So at that time, when we looked at those results, we thought that, okay, one reason why those applications are not have those vulnerabilities is due to the fact that often there is a pressure to deploy, put those applications on the market very quickly, and therefore not much attention is paid to security. But most likely, a lot of mobile applications have many other security vulnerabilities. So this is only some studies that we did, but there is much more work that has been done. Now, but we will see that the problems of unsecure software is not limited to mobile applications, but unfortunately, it's a kind of very common problem. But I would like to mention that the current scenario about this software and security is complicated by new emerging scenario, a new emerging application. So a very interesting domain is the domain of cyber physical systems, because in general, different domains may have their own vulnerabilities, which are specific to the code for that application domain. So this is a very interesting case. And some work done by some colleagues of mine at Purdue already in 2019 analyzed the vulnerability of a control program running on drones. Those are autonomous robotic vehicle. And basically, as you can see in this diagram, on board of the drone, there is a controller which receives input commands to the ground station, but it also receives input from various sensors which are aboard of the drones, like the GPS, which of course detect the position, the gyroscope, the accelerometer, which sees the speed. And those sensors are very critical to take into account the physical environment. So the goal of the controller is basically, once the controller receives the commands from the ground station and based on the sensor to generate the proper commands for the motor that will then move the drone in the proper way in order to continue with the flight. And because basically the goal is on one side to execute this command received from the ground station. On the other side is to stabilize the physical operation, basically to prevent the drone from becoming unstable, because unstable states may lead to the drone crashing on the ground, for example. Now, those colleagues of mine, basically they analyzed this program running in the drone which executed this control logic. Now, it's very important to mention that when dealing with this type of control system, there are quite a large number of control parameters. For example, in the Arduino pilot software, which is one of the most commonly used software for controlling the drone, there are 247 control parameters. And in general, this software running on the drone, when receiving a command from the ground station to adjust one of those parameters, the code is supposed to control whether the value for the parameter or for all the parameters which are modified by the command, whether they are valid, which means whether their value is within a certain range. And those safe range are very important because basically if the value is outside this range, then the drone may go to an unsafe state. So as an unsafe state is a state in which the drone may not be able to go back to the correct trajectory and may crash on the ground. So what my colleague found using a fuzzing technique was that this code had a lot of mistakes. So in many cases, the code was not checking the value of certain parameters. So it was not checking whether the value received was within the validity range, or even the value would be checked, but based on an erroneous, a wrong value range. And this lack would lead to the drone being unstable. And they found that there were two types of input validation bugs. The first was the mistakes in the validation in the code, again, not checking the value for certain parameters, but also the validity range specified for the drone by the company, by the manufacturer, were wrong. So usually manufacturer, when provide the validity range for those parameters. So some of those values provided by the manufacturer were wrong. And they found that this code, in the case of this are two different control programs, Arduino Pilot and PX4, which are the most well-known control program, had a total of 89 input validation bugs, with 87 of them being zero-day bugs, which means that had not been discovered before. And actually, we also followed up on this work, and we found something very interesting. That is, not only, of course, there were those bugs, but in some cases, even if all parameters were given values within the validity ranges, certain combination of parameters would still lead to instabilities. In doing this work, what we found that a very interesting problem, actually. So when you do this type of analysis using fuzzing is a technique by which you give a lot of different values for the input and see whether the code has crashes. Because if the code crashes, this means that there is some bug in the code very often. But the problem with doing this experiment with drones is that, of course, you cannot, especially if you have to run a lot of different configurations, because keep in mind you have a large number of parameters, so try to check all possible combination is quite, requires a lot of work, a lot of combinations. Of course, you cannot just fly the drone and see whether the drone crashes or has a problem. So the question is, when you test a configuration, how do you test that this configuration is wrong, is incorrect? So for doing this, you have basically either you do simulation, which is very expensive, or again, you run the drone, but this is even more expensive. So for this, we used a machine learning approach in which we created a predictor and trained a predictor that, given a combination of value for control parameters, would predict the trajectory of the drone. So this would allow us, therefore, to quickly test a very large number of parameter combinations and detect these various additional bugs in this code. So this is interesting. This is a specific domain which has its own type of vulnerabilities, which is typical of control system. Again, they are characterized by large number of parameters, and especially when they are in the physical world, these wrong values may lead to unsafe situation. So this was a bit worrying because you say mobile applications have a lot of problems. Now you have new domains which have specific vulnerabilities that perhaps nobody paid a lot of attention in the past. So what about open source software? So there is this idea that open source software is very secure because a lot of people look into it. A lot of people use open source software. Also companies actually use a lot of open source software. So people have this idea that this would be more secure. But I must say, and many people actually know, that this is not true. Open source software has a lot of vulnerabilities. So here I just report some study that we did in 2022. Again, myself and several of my colleagues in China and in the US, and we basically looked at memory bugs in this case, and in particular, we looked at in the memory management function, mainly memory allocation and memory deallocation using customized memory management functions. And so we did an analysis of very large open source software, for example, Linux, FreeBSD, OpenSSL, to see whether they had the vulnerabilities. And as you can see, we found quite a large number of bugs. Now, keep in mind that this software has been around for many years. So Linux, it has been used by everyone, has been around forever, it still has vulnerabilities. Now, this also is a very interesting project because the problem with analyzing very large code is that using static program analysis wouldn't scale. So we did many experiments, tried to statically analyze this large code base using conventional techniques. And those tools would not be able to handle this large code. For example, in many cases, if they would crash. Okay. So in order to manage this problem, we came up with an interesting idea using a combination of machine learning techniques and static code analysis. Basically, we trained a machine learning model able to, for each function in the code, determine whether the function was related to memory allocation or deallocation, or was not related to memory management. For this, we used a Siamese network to do this task. So in this way, our approach was that using this machine learning model, we could identify the functions related to memory management, and then discard, not to consider functions not related to memory allocation or deallocation, and then do a static analysis only on the function related to memory management. So this allowed us to scan and analyze this code very quickly in a way. And we found, again, a lot of bugs, typically memory being used after being allocated, or memory which were deallocated twice. So this was a double free bug, use after a free bug. So this, again, this is very important because we must be very careful when using open source software. And indeed, a couple of years ago, there were attacks based on some vulnerability in a logging system, which is open source, used by a lot of companies, and nobody realized that this tool had a bug, and many attacks exploited this bug. So now, again, after seeing that even open source software, myself, this was 3 years ago, I was thinking, but should I still teach? So there are very old bugs, or let's say very old, well-known software vulnerabilities. For example, a very important category is SQL injection. So SQL injections are very well-known vulnerabilities. They have been known more than 20 years. Okay. And I thought that this would be a solved issue, that today we wouldn't have still all this SQL injection. And I even was wondering whether I should teach my students about this SQL injection. So with some students, we looked a little bit at the, whether this vulnerability is very common, whether a lot of report SQL injection were reported. And so to our surprise, we saw that actually the number of CV, common vulnerability enumeration database, which records those vulnerabilities reported by company and stored in some publicly available databases, we saw that those vulnerabilities had even increased. Now, this can be a good sign because it means that on one side, companies and organizations reporting those bugs, which are then recorded in those databases, are more aware of this problem, and therefore they report those. And probably a lot of those bugs are in legacy software, which means a software which has been around for a long time. And probably this software was produced when there was not much awareness about the software security problem. But still, it's very worrying that those applications have not been patched or fixed. So the bugs are still there. And what is very interesting, so this is really, and what is even interesting to see is that this SQL injection is still one of the most dangerous software weaknesses. So what you see in this slide is a report which is prepared each year by MITRE Corporation. MITRE Corporation is an organization in the US which collects a lot of data about bugs and vulnerabilities by company, and they generate each year an interesting report, reporting which are the most dangerous software weaknesses. And as you can see, if we look at this report, this is the one of 2022, the last one. Next year, you will see the one for 2023. So as you can see, SQL injection is still among the top 3. And as you can see, many of those type of vulnerabilities, like out-of-bound write, which is typical, like a buffer overflow is an example of this vulnerability, are very much still around. So here you can see the list of the most common vulnerabilities that we still have in software. And those are considered the most dangerous, the most severe. Now, as you can see, this report includes a score. And so it's very interesting to look at the methodology according to which MITRE computed this score. But in general, one factor in computing this score is related to whether the vulnerability can be easily exploited by an attacker. For example, a vulnerability that require the attacker to be in closer proximity to the victim or being inside of the system of the victim may not be very dangerous because the attacker will need to do a lot of steps to exploit the vulnerability. And vulnerability that can be exploited from internet. So I can be logged in my machine and exploit a vulnerability on the victim is very severe. I don't need to do a lot of steps. I can directly exploit the vulnerability. So they have a methodology to compute this score. But so as you can see, those are the most common. And so this was quite surprising because again, I thought SQL injection had been solved, software would be patched, but instead this does not seem the case. Now, I want to show you something interesting. So let's basically look at what is an SQL injection attack. This is an attack which occurs when an application program dynamically generated a statement, for example, a query to be sent to a database. So here you see a very simple example in which the SQL statement is generated by the code, by the program, by concatenating strings. For example, here the string to be concatenated is select start from user where name equal, is concatenated with the value contained in a program variable. This allows the applications to fill in, to generate a different statement depending on the input received by the program. Of course, if the malicious user enter into this program variable certain strings, it has the ability to modify the statement which is generated. For example, if this variable username is given as value the string a or t equal t, the following statement is generated. Notice that this statement has a qualification aware clause where we have an OR of two predicates. And notice that one predicate compares two constant values which are equal. It is a predicate t equal t. This predicate is always true, which means that this query, instead of returning a single tuple based on the name of some user, we return all the tuples because this is a predicate which is always true. Now, if this code were to be used in an authentication procedure, basically this could force the selection of a valid username because basically the predicate is always true. And the reason why this problem happens is that there is no control made on the input string. So basically the value assigned to this string is not checked. And this is what an SQL injection is, okay? Basically, there is a not check. And of course, notice that the problem is complicated because application program can get input not only from input directly given by the user through a user interface, but also they can get value given at runtime, this value will replace the question mark, but the query will not be parsed again. So this is a bit technical, so don't worry if that's not so clear. But let me say that this is what is recommended to use to avoid this problem. There are other defenses. You have questions? Okay, there are other defenses that we can skip. And there is a lot of work actually that the community has come up. There are tools to detect automatically SQL code, which has SQL injection vulnerabilities. Some tools are even able to patch automatically the code, but still those tools are not used. And so we still have this problem of vulnerability. Now, today, we live in a very interesting time, though, because we have AI and machine learning. And actually, there is a lot of work ongoing in using AI to generate a code. So the idea that in the future, code will not be generated by humans, but will be generated by some machine learning models. So typically, if you ask now ChatGPT can generate a code, okay? And to really kind of push this idea of automatically generating code using machine learning tools, there are several projects. Now, a very interesting, okay, we can skip this. So, a very interesting project is the Copilot. Okay, Copilot is a project which goal is to automatically generate code. And this Copilot is a model which has been trained on using a lot of code that found in GitHub repositories. Because when you have to train a machine learning model, you have to train on code. So basically, they got all the code available from GitHub repositories all over the world. And last year, there was a very interesting paper presented at the IEEE Security and Privacy Conference, one of the top security conference, where the authors analyzed whether this code generated by Copilot has vulnerabilities. And actually, what they checked whether the code generated by Copilot had the bugs, the vulnerabilities listed in the MITRE report, the one I shown you before. So they say, let's look at these 25 most severe vulnerabilities and see whether those vulnerabilities are present in the code generated from Copilot. And actually, they found that Copilot generates a lot of code which has a lot of bugs. For example, in the case of SQL injection, in their paper, there are examples where you can see that this Copilot generates code with SQL injection vulnerability. So here is exactly a piece of code that you find in the paper. And it's very similar to the code I showed you before. Basically, as you can see, we create a query statement using concatenating constant strings with strings contained in program variable, exactly the type of approach which will be prone to SQL injection. So they found that this tool generated code with bugs. Of course, they find many other bugs. But this is a very interesting problem, which means that because there is a lot of interest in coming up with tools to automatically generate code, and most likely already, people are coming up with solutions to make sure that the code does not have a vulnerability. As a matter of fact, if you I try to pass this code generated from Copilot to ChatGPT, asking ChatGPT whether this code was correct. And ChatGPT replied that the code had SQL injection vulnerabilities and recommended how to fix this code. However, what I want to mention that these AI solutions, again, they are very promising, and we can hope that they will be able to generate a correct code. But still may not be so simple. For example, there is some very interesting work done by Daphne Yao and their colleagues on the completion of cryptographic API. Those API, cryptographic API, are very difficult to code. So the idea was to use a machine learning model where the tool could automatically complete the API invocation, let me say. And but those are very complicated. So if you look at their paper, you will see that in order to come up with a tool, they had to design a specialized tool which uses some sophisticated combination of machine learning techniques to achieve high accuracy and outperform similar tools. So to summarize, what I want to say, based on what we have seen so far, is that software has a lot of bugs. You have mobile applications which have a lot of problem. You have a new application domains, like again, for example, the drones, which I've shown you before. We have a lot of legacy code, which has a lot of bugs, and for them, manually patching or manually fixing the code is not feasible. We have AI tools which can help with generating code, even though at least some initial projects like Copilot are still generate a code which has bugs. I am aware of several companies which use a Copilot. So I was talking to one of them and mentioned at them that there were, these bugs that have been found in the code generated by Copilot. They said that they do a lot of testing of this code after, just to make sure the code does not have bugs. But still, it's better to make sure that we can come up with tools which are able to really avoid vulnerabilities. But again, depending on the application, generating code without vulnerabilities may not be trivial, may be quite complicated. So the paper by Daphne shows this very clearly. But now what can we do? So why is software still insecure? So when seeing all this, I still was wondering, why do we have all this unsecure software? There are a lot of reasons. So people say it's because a lack of education of programmers, of software engineers. Sometimes software security is not considered from the beginning. There are a lot of reasons why this is the case. So people said nothing catastrophic has ever happened because of software vulnerabilities, which is not completely true. But from the researcher point of view, what I have seen based on what I've been my research and the research of many other people is that so far we lack comprehensive and systematic framework detecting software vulnerabilities. The problem is that there are tools. I have shown you examples, including our work in which we automatically analyze a large number of mobile applications. For those analyses, we couldn't come up, we didn't do the analysis manually. We had to come up with a tool which automatically could scan the code, because you cannot analyzing more than 13,000 applications manually. So there are tools that one can use, but basically my impression is that you need different tools, different approaches for different type of category of vulnerabilities. For example, for low-level vulnerabilities, like memory bugs, fuzzing and static analysis may work well. For misuse of crypto API, you need a different type of techniques. SQL injection, again, requires different approaches because you need to look at the patterns, and the patterns are different. Then you have a logical vulnerabilities. And talking about the use also of AI, is very important to mention that not only we need to do the analysis on the implementation, that is the code, but you also need to analyze the specifications. This is even a more complicated problem. We found we've been working for more than 5 years, I would say 6 years, on the security of cellular network protocols like 4G LTE, 5G, looking at the specification issued by the standardization body, which is the 3GPP. And those specifications are written in natural language, are very huge, and they have a lot of errors. Okay, and if the specifications have errors, then the implementation will reflect those errors and will add even more. So this is a problem. So we need basically to have a very systematic framework, understand the type of vulnerabilities that you have in each application domain, because the vulnerabilities in SQL applications are very different from the one you have in drones, in code running on drones. So each one has its own specific problem. You need to be very comprehensive, understand that you may have, for example, problems of having credentialing clear. Again, you have a memory bugs, you have a lot of them. So each one will require a different approach to detect them. But we have even another problem today. Actually, it's not a problem of today. It's the problem of unsecure software supply chain. This is a problem which became very known when following different ways in which we will get this software. And each, let's say, way, each source of software has its own, may have its own vulnerabilities and can be compromised by attacker. Now, what I wanted to mention, though, that looking at the specification, we could use AI to analyze the specification, but this is also very complicated. So in this is some work that we did very recently, in which we looked at this specification from the 3GPP to find in this natural language specification inconsistencies. Because one problem that we found with looking at those specifications is often, if you look at one part of the specification, there are certain description of what the phone should do when in a certain state. And in others, there are different design or different actions which are indicated. So initially we thought, okay, we can use this large language model to find these inconsistencies in those specifications. But turned out that trying to use a large language model was quite complicated. We had to come up with a very sophisticated pipelines with combining a lot of different techniques. But the result was that using this kind of sophisticated approach, which required fine-tuning 3 large language models on different corpuses of training data, we were able to find 217 inconsistencies in those specifications. And we tested them. Some of them led in mistakes in the actual implementation, okay? So basically, this is interesting to show that therefore today AI is used to generate a code mainly, but can be used also for other steps in the software process. At least we use it to analyze the natural language specification of the code. Okay. Again, then we also have the unsecure software supply chain. This is the SolarWind attack, which if you read is very sophisticated. This vendor was compromised and coming up with defenses against this very sophisticated attack is not trivial. But let me say that if you look at the detailed analysis of those attacks, of this attack, you will see that the attacker were able to get inside of the vendor network because of lack of good security practices. It seems that there was some code which was released and put in some open source repository. And this software had a password hard-coded in the software. So the attacker were able to get the password, log in into the company, specifically into the server in charge of generating the patches. And then they were in and they did a number of steps in order to insert a malicious code inside of the patch that the company was giving to all their customers. A huge number of customers were affected. Okay, so basically, this is to come back that also here we need to have a kind of layered defenses against this problem. So to conclude, in my view, I hope I give you some perspective and some of my point of view, what I have observed. It's very important to have a good software security life cycle. You must make sure to try to make sure the code is correct, does not have a vulnerability, prepare and prevent attacks by removing vulnerabilities. It's always very important, however, to monitor your software, your systems, to see if there are anomalies which may be indicative of attacks. Then if you find anomalies, you need to do a quick understanding of the anomaly, see whether this anomaly indicates an attack. If so, you need to block, for example, the software, do some reaction in order to stop the attacker. Also, it's very interesting to look from the attacker point of view. MITRE has this very interesting knowledge base where is based on kill chain and a record for each step that attackers can do, different attack vector. And this can be very interesting to be used as a approach for systematic defenses. So with this, I would like to end my talk. Let me stop sharing my screen. Okay, thanks for your time. Let me know if you have questions.
Hello, Professor. There is a question here from our delegate.
Okay, so if you don't have questions, I can leave the meeting. So in case you can contact me via email.
Yeah, please.
Hello?
Yeah, thank you very much for very nice, elaborate talk and explaining vulnerabilities in apps.
Hello?
Am I audible?
Yeah, so I have done with my talk. Is there any question? Can I just log off, log out?
Yeah, I just want one thing to know. In the beginning, you talked about this Java random numbers where you told that SHA-1 is being used in secure random for Java. So, but SHA-1 has now been outdated and this has been replaced. So why that SHA-1 is still continuing there?
Yeah, it could be that has been replaced. I'll have to check because we did this analysis 2 years ago, okay? So I'll double check, yeah. It could be that has been replaced, which is good. Then finally they fixed the problem, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, it could very well be SHA-256 or because other versions of SHA, SHA-1 has been now out for cryptographic applications. So please cross-check that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that, thanks, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
But my point was mainly to say that because of this, it seems trivial, but programmers need to know what to use. If they don't have a little bit more detailed knowledge, they may easily do mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful lecture.
Okay.
Yeah, we will keep in touch with you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Bye then.
Yeah, bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I now invite the next speaker, Vishnu Pendiala, San Jose University, USA, to come forward for his next invited talk. Professor, just a minute. Yeah, you keep it there. அம்மா இது எடுத்துன்னு வாங்க அவங்க 2 பேரும் ஹானர் பண்ணிடுவோம் அந்த இதை கொடுக்காம விட்டோம் அதேதாம்மா இதுதான் ரவீந்திரன் சாரோட எடுங்க அதை அதை விட்டுருங்க அதை கீழே வச்சுருங்க அதை போட்டாச்சு ஆல்ரெடி இதை கொடுத்துருவோம்
Hello, what is your name?
Sir, you take the collar mic. Professor, just give the shield to our. I request our invited speaker Vishnu Pendiala to honor our chief guest with a memento. Dr. V. Ravindran sir with a memento. Sir, please. I request Vishnu Pendiala sir to honor, sir, our PK Saxena sir with a memento. Please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am. Next I request our Professor Clara Cruz from Chennai Mathematical Institute to honor our chief guest, P.D. Srivatsava with a memento.
No. Board is there?
Here.
I can write on.
Now I hand over the session to our Professor Vishnu Pendiala for his next invited talk. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. Is everyone able to hear me right at the back? Back, you're able to hear me at the back? Okay, good. Okay, so I'll be talking about a very important topic. These days, no conference, no talk is complete without.
I request Dr. Pundasamy sir to come forward. I request Professor Vishnu Pendiala sir to honor our Dr. Pundasamy sir with a memento.
Thank you, sir. So we are set?
Yeah, please.
So as you saw, the last talk was on application vulnerabilities, mobile application vulnerabilities, and even that talk had some amount of artificial intelligence in the talk, right? So these days, artificial intelligence is everyone's business, and particularly we want to make artificial intelligence to be responsible as well. We want it to behave responsibly. Artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly powerful. You all know about self-driving cars, right? So 50 miles away from where I live in San Francisco, I live in San Jose. I teach also in San Jose. 50 miles from there, San Francisco, you call for a cab does arrive, but the cab does not have any drivers. It's self-driven, right? So self-driving car is a great application of artificial intelligence. But more surprising, I mean, you all know about ChatGPT and all those great applications, but more interesting applications are happening in the medical domain, right? So if you, even the medical professionals, like doctors, are surprised by what AI is able to do for them. So you all know ECG, right? Electrocardiogram. So electrocardiogram, using machine learning, you are able to detect the age, gender, whether the person has diabetes, whether the person has hypothyroidism, and so many other things, race, gender, from electrocardiogram. The doctors are surprised because doctors can only make out what the human eye can capture from the ECG. But machine learning programs, computer vision is able to capture many more details from the ECG. Similarly, lung X-ray is typically used to detect pneumonia and things like that. But doctors are surprised that it is able to detect, again, age, race, and whether the person has diabetes and some other kind of problems from the lung X-ray. So there's a lot of potential for artificial intelligence, and obviously with great power comes great responsibility. If you have watched that movie Batman, that's what he says. With great power comes great responsibility. So we want to make AI responsible. Uh, so, so why does it really matter? Right? Let us look at, let us know why it matters from really great personalities.
इक्कीसवीं सदी को तबाह करने में भी सबसे बड़ी भूमिका निभा भी सकता है। डीप फेक का चैलेंज आज पूरी दुनिया के सामने है। आतंकियों के हाथ में एआई टूल्स के आने का भी
So you can watch the video later, but the message is that Prime Minister Modi is kind of warning us that if AI falls in the hands of terrorists, it could be a big disaster, right? So, and another great prophecy from who is called as the godfather of artificial intelligence, Geoffrey Hinton. So you would have read in the newspapers that Geoffrey Hinton resigned from Google so that he can make free statements. And he is warning that AI might escape control by rewriting its own code to modify itself. So something like a Terminator, right? I don't think we are there yet, but he is a very well noted personality, so we need to heed to his advice as well. And of course, quite a few months back, Elon Musk said, mark my words, artificial intelligence is far more dangerous than nukes, nuclear bombs, right? So, and more recently, on the 15th of December, I think, the Pope in the Vatican City, he was once a victim of artificial intelligence generated imagery, and he calls for a treaty to regulate artificial intelligence. So, what does that tell you? Artificial intelligence, I mean, a person, religious leader is talking about regulating artificial intelligence. So, artificial intelligence is everybody's business. It is your business, it is my business, it is everybody's business, right? So, but we will leave those, I don't know if doomsday is anywhere near, but we'll leave that problem to the big people to worry. Prime Minister Modi and the Pope likes will probably worry about doomsday, but for us, how does it matter, right? For you and me particularly, how does it matter? How does artificial intelligence matter? So it's a very broad topic. I will obviously not be able to cover the entire spectrum of the topic, but I will give you some insights into a few topics and then present the issues AI poses and some solutions and my recent pitch towards using AI for something better. So there's a cartoon on the slide. So in this slide, you all know autocomplete, right? When you type something into your messaging app, it automatically tries to complete. So this guy is trying out, is typing something, and when he typed, he or she typed, "Long live the revolution, our next meeting will be at." And then immediately the system prompted, "The dogs at midnight on June 28th. So it has actually disclosed the location of a very confidential secret meeting. So maybe you just keep trying various phrases, and then probably you'll be surprised by what the auto prompt generates for you, right? So in this case, it has actually disclosed the location of a very secretive meeting that's happening. Probably these the folks who were trying to organize a secretive meeting were using the same kind of app on which it is trained, the model is trained. And then because of the problems with the artificial intelligence model, it actually memorized the entire address and then prompted the same address to this person, right? So when you train predictive models on input from your users, it can leak information in unexpected ways, right? So this is just a cartoon, so you might be thinking, why does it, I mean, it's just an exaggeration, why would it matter to us? But researchers have actually found out that, so this, a team of researchers led by Carlini Nicholas, in their paper extracting training data from large language models, used GPT-2. You all know ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT-2, the ChatGPT, the free version is 3.5 GPT, GPT 3.5. These guys used GPT-2, which is a precursor to GPT 3.5, and they found out that GPT-2 also memorized some text. So in fact, they point out that given query access to a neural network language model, we extract an individual person's name, email address, phone number, fax number, and physical address. So obviously the private information has been blacked out to protect the privacy in the research paper. This is a direct extract from the research paper. So as you can see, the large language model has memorized the data. So why does memorizing happen in AI models? Does anyone know?
Actually, the latest version of ChatGPT will check for your last call, whatever prompt you have written in the last.
Right.
So that the next prompt it can.
That's right.
On the list of the previous.
That's right, but the answer is the answer. That is not the answer to my question. So why does it memorize? Why doesn't any artificial intelligence model memorize?
So it can give the answer on the list of.
No, it is because of something called as overfitting, right? So you know there's a concept called overfitting in any machine learning model, right? Not just ChatGPT or GPT, but any machine learning model can overfit to the data, right? So even people can overfit to their circumstances, right? See, why are so many marriages breaking these days? Because people are getting overfitted to their environments, their parents, the way they are brought up, the way their relatives behave. So they are so overfitted to the background that they are not able to adjust to a new background, right? So that is the same concept which is carried forward to the machine learning as well, machine learning models as well. So some of the machine learning models can actually memorize the data because of overfitting. And particularly deep learning is prone to overfitting because it's a complex model. As the complexity grows, overfitting also increases, right? So that is the problem we are seeing here. So GPT-2 actually has memorized some confidential information which was available to it from various sources, right? So, so that is one problem. So it's a reality. It's not just a cartoon, but it's actually a reality that machine learning models memorize data and then they can produce the same data when asked for it. So yeah, there are a few more topics like this which I discussed in this video.
And co-hosting with me is
so
Praise.
Anyway, I'll leave it to you to watch later. I don't want to take the time of this occasion. But this video is available on YouTube. This is a lecture that I gave for University of Bolton. It is available on their YouTube channel. It has more such instances, examples of overfitting and how it can cause harm to people, right? So, but this must have made you very curious. Will the large language models tell something about your private lives also, right? I mean, everyone has a little bit of private life. They are not completely public figures, right? Even public figures have some private life, right? So it might have made you curious if you were also included in the training of the large language models. For instance, when a lot of my data was available online, my age, my home address, my relatives, uh, all sorts of information was available. I don't know how they collected it. I actually contacted some to get that data out of the internet, but they refused to do it. They said this was available to us from various public records, and we have the ability to disclose it. So fortunately, GDPR got passed in Europe, right? You all know GDPR, the privacy law. And soon after that, California also passed a similar kind of law called CCPA. So I used CCPA and contacted nearly 100 websites to take my data out. And they complied. Some of them took some time, but they complied finally. So it's a serious problem. See, for instance, this conference website had my name listed as a keynote speaker. And then somebody sent me a mail saying that we are contacting on behalf of KLU, the organizers of this conference. We want to provide you accommodation and all that stuff. And so can you tell me the dates of your arrival and departure and all that stuff? I believed that mail and I replied to them. There was no response from them. Then I contacted Professor Yagnarayana. I asked him, I got this mail, is it from your conference? He said no, he is no way connected. See, a simple public information about a keynote speaker was misused. I don't know what their intention was, but it got misused. So we have to be very, very privy about our information, particularly available on the internet. So that is the reason why there's a website called haveibeentrained.com, right? So you go to this website and type your name or whatever information that you're very secretive about, and it will tell you whether the large language models have been trained on that data. So just to test it out, I tried typing my own book, Veracity of Big Data, to see if large language models have been trained on that. And very interestingly, I found out that there are 500 illegal copies of my book online, according to this website. So much for copyright. And the other, so obviously large language models have been trained on this book. A lot of information in this book is available through large language models as well. So that's also a copyright issue. But what is more interesting to us and more important to us is that we can tell through this website, we can tell large language models not to train on our data, whatever data we want. So I can click on do not train, and then the system will automatically send messages to large language models to unlearn the information. So that is one area which calls for responsible use of artificial intelligence. So the other area is diversity. I teach in a university which is very diverse. A lot of students, I teach postgraduate students, I mean, there it's called graduate students, but so a lot of them are from various countries, 25 countries actually. Our program has attracted students from 25 countries. But still, in the survey, in the feedback that the students give, some of the students say that they did not benefit from enough diversity because their group was limited to students from one ethnicity or one city or whatever it is. So students want to learn from diversity, right? So diversity is a very important issue. But artificial intelligence has lots and lots of problems in this area, right? So there's a tool again called Hugging Face. These days, Hugging Face is like the GitHub for models, right? Pretty much all sorts of models are available on Hugging Face. So Hugging Face has this diffusion bias explorer where you can choose a diffusion computer vision model like DALI 2. By the way, most of the images that I use for these slides are generated using DALI 2. They are generated using artificial intelligence. The cover image, the first slide, second slide, those images were all generated by DALI 2. So, I chose DALI 2 and I asked for images to be generated of honest lawyers. I just wanted DALI 2 to generate a few images of honest lawyers and look at what it generated. So all the men are white. Some of them, first thing is all of them are men. All of them are white. And quite a few of them have spectacles. So that is what DALI 2 thinks when we talk about honest lawyers, as if there is no woman honest lawyer, there's no honest lawyer of other ethnicity than white person, right? Excuse me. So Asian lawyers could also be honest. Women lawyers could also be honest. But the DALI 2 model does not think so. So that's a serious problem. It is an even more serious problem when it comes to hiring. So today morning in the inaugural, Professor Yagnarayana was talking about how this conference, there's a huge participation from the women, which is a good thing. In fact, I'll be presenting a paper tomorrow, I believe, tomorrow or day after. Authored, both the co-authors of that paper are girls. They're high school students. One is in ninth grade and the other is in 11th grade. Diversity is important in every respect, particularly in these advanced areas like artificial intelligence. But a hiring model that was used by Amazon, I don't know if you have been following this news, but Amazon used a machine learning model for helping with hiring people, employees, prospective employees. And they had to abandon it. Does anyone know why? Or can anyone guess why? It was because the model was biased against women applicants. So if somebody, if a woman applied for a job to Amazon, it wouldn't pick that application. That's a serious problem, right? So why is this happening? So that is the reason why they had to abandon it, because it was not diverse enough. So why are these problems happening? Any guesses? Because first thing is, some of the world is biased. So I'll give you another example. In California, where I live, you know bail applications, right? Bail petitions. So a criminal who is accused, I mean not criminal, but somebody who is accused of a crime is not a criminal until it is proven, right? So an accused who is brought to the court typically applies for a bail. And the decision of the bail, of course, lies with the judge, but the judge has to heavily rely on an artificial model to know the risk involved in granting a bail to this accused. So artificial intelligence is playing a very crucial role there as well, right? It is trying to tell the judge who should be given bail and who should not be. And then it was proven that by researchers again. In fact, a lot of application owners, companies which have these applications are scared of professors. You know why? Because these professors try to break their systems. They try to find out problems, right? So similarly for this program, which was artificial intelligence model, which was telling whether an accused should be granted bail or not, researchers found out that it is highly biased against certain races, like blacks, Mexicans, and so on. So it would grant a bail it would suggest to grant a bail to probably a white person, but not a black person or a Mexican person. who is accused of similar kind of crimes and has similar backgrounds. So just based on race. So why is that a problem? I mean, it is a problem, but why did this problem happen? It is because the training data is biased, right? Probably the data on which the model was trained had a lot of factors against particular race, right? Like blacks would have broken the bail and Hispanics would have broken the bail in the past. And it was biased because of that. That's one reason. The other reason is so the very idea of bias is coming from imbalanced data set, right? So for instance, this Amazon example of hiring. The problem was because probably the number of women candidates who were actually selected for the jobs were limited in the past. The real world is biased, unfortunately or fortunately, I mean, mostly unfortunately. So the model was trained on such a data, and it just simulated the bias which already exists in the real world, right? So that's a serious problem. So so this is one tool, and there are many such examples. Again, there is another video on YouTube where I talked about this application.
Good.
Anyway, I'll not
Okay.
play this video. So there's another video also. There are a couple of videos on these topics.
Today we are taking.
So we also just 1 year back. So what is the way to correct this problem? The way to correct this problem is something called as oversampling or undersampling for that matter, but typically oversampling. So what we do is we generate a lot of synthetic samples of the less represented data instances, right? So for instance, in the Amazon example, the number of women candidates was limited in the data set. So we would generate a lot of synthetic data about women candidates, right? To make the data set balanced, to avoid these problems. So me and my student, we worked on evaluating various methods of oversampling, and we found out that some of these oversampling techniques actually degrade the models, both in terms of performance and fairness. So they are not really to the mark. So there's a lot of scope for research here. So one other important thing about this talk is that most of the areas that I'm covering will have a lot of jobs, lot of money. I'll also tell you why. So these are all growing research areas, and there's a lot of scope for research in these fields. So that's what we found from this paper. And by the way, this paper got a best paper award just 1 year, almost exactly 1 year back. And like I mentioned, this is still a very hot research area. So this paper is a very recent paper. It is not even published. It is still a preprint. It is still being considered for some journal or whatever. They didn't mention where they submitted, but so it's called fair diffusion. So if you typically ask DAL-E2, the AI model, to generate images of firefighters, in all likeliness, it would generate images of men, right? Because most of the firefighter images on the internet, whatever data it got trained on, would have only men as the firefighters. So if you ask DALL-E to generate images of firefighters, it would generate only men. But that is not what we want, right? We want enough diversity. So, so how do you make these models diverse? So the technique that these researchers proposed is called fair diffusion, and what they proposed is, so how does DALL-E 2 work? Did anyone use DALL-E 2 to generate images from a prompt? No one? I think you should all try that. It's really fantastic. So for instance, for New Year, I generated a New Year greeting and posted it on WhatsApp to all my friends. That's a
person's image will be somebody picked up from somewhere. Is it like that, or the image will be totally generated, and such person, such face will not be existing at all?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the question is, so are these images completely generated new, or are they faces of existing people on which different artifacts have been implanted? So that is the question. So what do you think? Okay. Any other answers? Partially. So a lot of partially answers. But the answer is every pixel is generated new. Every pixel in the photo is new. So that person does not exist. In fact, so there is a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com. You just go there. Each time you visit that website, it will generate a face of a fictitious person who does not even exist. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Some matching because of coincidence may be happening with some existing body, but otherwise they will be totally generated.
Yeah, every pixel is generated new. So it's a large area of research, but the idea is basically from random noise. Actually, there's a video that I have on YouTube. You can watch it, where I described this process in a very simple terms. So, so yeah, you type the prompt a photo of a firefighter, and normally it would convert the prompt into embeddings, and those embeddings would be used to generate the image of firefighters, right? And most of the images would be that of men. But these researchers came up with this idea of having a lookup table, something like a lookup table, which has instructions to make the output more fair, more unbiased, right? And they are also like similar to the prompt, they are natural language sentences. So those also will be converted into embeddings, and they will be combined with the embeddings from the prompt to generate fair images, fair image generation. So this is still not published. It's an active area of research. Now the next area I wanted to talk about is environment, right? So these days ESG investment is really picking up. ESG stands for environment, social, and governance. So investors are interested in companies which want to do work in these areas: environment, social, and governance. Right? These are critical areas today. So environment is also a very big thing. I mean, it makes very good sense that, in fact, it is really a good thing that investors are looking for these kind of companies, because environment is a very big thing. See, we are all going through global warming, and nasty things are happening all over the world, right? There is flooding, there's flooding and also drought in the same year, which is really very strange. We are polluting the air, right? See, in Sanskrit, air and water, what is the word for air in Sanskrit? Is pavana, right? Pavana is purity, purifier. So air and water are supposed considered purifiers, and people are making the purifiers impure. The air is getting impure, the water is getting impure, and the nature is naturally retaliating, right? Through various means. So climate is a very big thing, environment is a very big thing. We should all be very conscious of what we consume on a daily basis. We should be really conscious. We have been too greedy in the use of resources all these years. At least now some people are realizing, right? So environment is the next big thing that I wanted to talk about. And the reason I want to talk about environment is because artificial intelligence models are heavily using the resources. So here's an example of if you type a query in ChatGPT or Bard, how much carbon footprint does it generate versus if you send a mail, how much carbon footprint is used. So as you can see, one query, inference is basically what happens when you type a prompt into the ChatGPT or Bard. Bard is the equivalent of ChatGPT provided by Google, right? So as you can see, one query, one prompt in ChatGPT with the carbon footprint generated by one query on ChatGPT, how many videos can you watch from this? Can you do some math? So watching a a YouTube video will will generate 0.1 to 0.5 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent. And ChatGPT would require 2.5 to 12. So it is, if you do the math, it will roughly turn out to be 5 to 120 videos. Just typing one prompt into ChatGPT will cost you the same amount of carbon footprint it would have costed you if you watched 5 to 120 videos on YouTube, right? So it's a huge amount of resource that we are expending through these ChatGPT queries. When you type a query, you probably would not even think, right? But we should be thinking about all these things. It is too late. In fact, it is high time that we start thinking about these things, right? So yeah. For what? Yeah, I'll come to that. So this is again a new product, new library called, so if you go to codecarbon.io, there's a package, Python package that you can do an install, pip install, the Python package, and call those methods in your Python program, and it will tell you the amount of carbon dioxide equivalent that your program will use. So trying to make the developers conscious about the use of carbon footprint. Right, today if you try to book a flight on using Google Flights, it will tell you the carbon footprint also, right? So we have to be conscious. It is really high time. We are destroying ourselves, basically, our future generations, right? So anything that gets measured will improve. So if you measure the usage of carbon footprint, you're likely to be very conscious in your usage. So this is a very good package, Python package. So now, to answer your questions, yeah, what are the governments doing? Governments are obviously alerted for various reasons, not just, see, like Prime Minister Modi cautioned about terrorists gaining access, and he also talked about deepfakes. Deepfakes is the equivalent of what we saw for firefighter images, right? Every pixel is generated, and you could make it generate all sorts of deepfakes. So Prime Minister Modi is also worried about that. So there are various reasons why people are worried. So like the Pope is worried because he was a victim of these deepfakes, probably, right? So we will not go into the reasons why governments are worried, but they are worried. Because I don't want to get into trouble until I land in US, at least. So governments are seriously worried about this, and they are coming up with various laws. And as always, Europe went ahead and is making rapid progress in legislation. I'm really impressed by the Europe governance model, right? So they are very actively pursuing governance of technology, like GDPR was a very good example, right? So even in the artificial intelligence space, they started the work before any other country. I know Singapore and some other countries also are working on the laws, even India for that matter, but Europe is kind of ahead in really thinking about these problems. So they have categorized AI models into various categories. So first is prohibited AI. They don't want anyone to use artificial intelligence in the first category. So for instance, artificial intelligence to exploit vulnerabilities like age, disability, things like that, right? So they don't want AI to be used for those things. Behavioral manipulation. So behavioral manipulation is a very big thing today, right? In fact, it was proven, a few years back, it was proven that the presidential elections in Latin American countries, that is South American countries, were influenced by a person called Andres Sepulveda. His work actually changed the course of the election. That means if X was to become the president, Y became the president. It was proven. So he was finally put in jail and all that, but it's a serious problem. When the presidential elections are influenced, it can cause a lot of problems. So behavioral manipulation is a serious threat that AI can pose. So, because Andre Sepulveda did not use AI that much. Of course, he used bots, but not to a level of expertise that is available today. And then untargeted scraping of facial images for facial recognition. So, general face recognition. Face recognition is banned by many cities, I think you know, right? Because it can cause a lot of problems. In fact, in one of the videos that I showed just a few slides back, I talked about how China is using facial recognition to undermine the fundamental rights, some of the fundamental rights of its citizens, right? So Europe is fortunate to have governments which think about these things, and they prohibit use of facial recognition for untargeted application goals. And law enforcement use of real-time biometric identification in public. So this also, like police cannot use biometric identification and things like that. Then the second important category of AI models is high-risk models, high-risk AI. So medical devices, say for instance, artificial pacemakers and things like that. If they are driven by AI, and if somebody hacks that pacemaker, then the person could lose a life, right? So that's the reason why they are high risk. Similarly, self-driving cars. So self-driving cars are becoming increasingly popular, right? Today, only one city or just a few handful cities, if at all, are allowing self-driving cars, but pretty soon many cities are going to allow it. So how safe are they? For instance, I'll give you a simple example, right? There are cats and dogs. How much money or time do you think these self-driving car companies are going to invest in trying to make the cars recognize cats and dogs to avoid them in their path? Probably not a lot of money, right? Why would they spend money to make the cars recognize cats and dogs? They don't care that much, right? So that's an unethical aspect of self-driving cars, because training self-driving cars to make them production ready needs lots and lots and lots of data, and lots and lots and lots of carbon footprint. See, if you notice the carbon footprint for training, we did not talk about it because of time, but if you look at the training, the carbon footprint of training, 171,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent for just one training, and this happens every 6 months, right? ChatGPT, it's even worse, double that, 340,000 kilograms of, so that's a lot of, carbon footprint and obviously money to train self-driving cars to recognize cats and dogs. So probably they'll skip that. And what is the result? The cars are likely to cause accidents, killing dogs and cats, right? Which is really very unethical. So that is the reason why, I mean, that is just an example, but reasons like that made Europe to consider driving as a high-risk AI. So they listed a whole lot of applications which are high-risk, and so for these high-risk AI models, the plan is, of course, this is not yet a law. They've reached an agreement, but I don't think it is passed in the parliament. So for these high-risk AI models, the law requires, if it is implemented, it will require an assessment of the impact on the fundamental rights. So every country's constitution guarantees its citizens some fundamental rights. Like Indian constitution has, I think, 8 or 10 fundamental rights, right? Similarly, United States Constitution, it is not part of the Constitution, but it's an amendment called Bill of Rights, right? So, so Europe wants every high-risk AI model to be evaluated against these fundamental rights violations or impact, basically. So, so that's a requirement. And then registering all these high-risk AI models in the EU database. I don't know if I'm running out of time. So having a database, so once it is registered, it will be tracked. So that is the idea. The government is going to keep a close tab on these systems. And then they require mitigation of biases, like we saw, the bias against women in hiring, the bias against various, like certain races in granting bail, right? And they want transparency in the models, providing instructions and making the users understand the implications. And then they require human oversight. So they require the models to be explainable. That means you cannot say, the model simply cannot say, reject the bail petition of this, this accused. Right? It should also explain why it should be denied, why the bail petition should be denied. That is what is called as explainability. So, and then human oversight, human in the loop. And then monitoring, continuous monitoring of this high-risk AI models, right, to make sure that they are complying with the law. But US beat Europe to it in making a law for the probably, it's a race, right? Every government is in a race to use AI and to also regulate AI. So US bypassed the parliament. Parliamentary process is a very long drawn process. We all know that. So US simply, the president signed an executive order bypassing the parliament, and now it is a law. So, so the bill, the presidential order, it's very easy to understand and read. You can actually search and then probably read it as well. So it requires safety test results to be made available for all these AI models. And it wants the NIST. You all heard about NIST, I'm pretty sure, right? It comes up with all standards. So it wants NIST to come up with standards for safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. And then the most important thing is, see, like Prime Minister Modi said, deep fakes, right? To avoid the problem of deep fakes, United States wants NIST to come up with standards and best practices for detecting AI-generated content and authenticating official content. So they want kind of watermarking AI-generated images and AI-generated deepfakes. And of course, we want to make software and networks more secure. So most of the departments of the United States government will be involved in these activities. And obviously, What does it tell for the students? I see quite a few students in this room. So what does it tell to you? What does it convey to you? So it conveys that there's a lot, government is pumping a lot of money in these areas. That means there will be a lot of jobs in these areas. So that's the good news. So they want privacy preserving techniques to be developed. They want to promote research. And then evaluate how agencies collect and use commercially available information. See, recently I had a medical issue. It was not too serious, but I had a medical issue. But I didn't want to tell people. I did not even tell my mom about it. Because I don't want my mother to be worried about it and all that. But Facebook found out about it. And it started showing advertisements related to that problem. So I started digging up how did Facebook do all this. And it was a very interesting journey. Facebook is one of the most intrusive in terms of privacy invasion. So that's the reason why governments don't want, they want to regulate the privacy problems. And then we talked about algorithmic discrimination. So we need, the law requires to ensure fairness. We also talked about the bail petitions. So they want to ensure fairness throughout the criminal system. And they want AI to help in the schools as well. But I will strongly caution not to entirely depend on governments to do everything for us, right? So don't blame Modi for everything. We have to be proactive as well. So government is no panacea, right? So the reason I am saying is this, social media is causing a lot of suicides. I don't know how many of you are reading news about it, but social media like Facebook and other social media sites, they're causing mental health issues. They're causing suicides. Why? For various reasons. So for doing a simple experiment, for instance, I used augmented reality for teaching my machine learning course. And I did a survey of the students to see how effective it was. And it had like 5 or 6 questions. So it's a very simple survey. And I wanted to publish a paper using that. Just to be on safe side, I contacted what is called as IRB, Institutional Review Board, asking them if I can use those results from the survey to publish a paper. They refused permission. They said that you should have approached us before. See, for such a simple experiment, the government requires IRB permissions and all sorts of things. Social media is such a huge experiment on the world, right? Particularly on the kids, 16 years and all the teenagers, they are running into mental health issues today. So it's a huge social experiment. And where was the government when this huge experiment was rolled out, right? It is causing deaths now, right? For a simple experiment on my students who were willingly participating in the survey, I had to take permissions from IRB. So that is the reason why I said do not entirely depend on government. Responsible AI is everyone's responsibility. In fact, these days I am trying to push the other way around. I am saying that there is a strong case for responsible AI running the government, not governments controlling the AI, but AI controlling the government. So that is my push. So this is an op-ed that was published recently in Apple News. I think it was in Newsweek, where I argued that the democracies should start getting driven by data. So I asked Bard. See, I still don't use ChatGPT because ChatGPT is a lot of hallucination happens. But Bard, in that respect, seems to be a little better because it supports its statements with citations of web URLs. So I asked Bard to generate the summary of the article, and it generated this. Of course, there was some not so relevant part, but it did a fairly good job. So what I argued is that there are patterns and trends that is difficult for humans to see, but AI models can see them better, data-driven models. And using AI will reduce costs and also bias if used properly, that is. And then there are some risks. I also highlighted the risks and said that those risks should be properly handled. But still, the benefits will outweigh the risks eventually. But in a more recent op-ed, I suggested that the United States Constitution should be amended. So the United States Constitution, the very first article, first section states that all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of Senate and House of Representatives. Just like, okay, I think I'm running out of time. So I have like 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, I'll quickly wind up. So just like the Indian Constitution provides for Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, United States has Senate and the House, right? So what I'm saying is it should be supplemented by a third wing, which comprises not of people, no people in that, but only big data tools and technologies, data science tools and technologies to support the decision-making process of the government. So obviously, Americans don't like that idea of changing the constitution, right? In the entire history of United States, 350 years of constitution, history of constitution, there were only very few amendments, maybe 27 or something like that. So amendment is a very big thing for amending the constitution, a big thing. So they did not publish it as it is, but some of the ideas were published at least. They changed the title and they published it. So basically, they got the gist of what I expressed. So artificial intelligence can take the politics out of policy making. So this is again a summary generated by Bard. But the idea is basically to support the government using data-driven methods. So everyone has a role in making AI responsible. It's not just the government. So developers should ensure fairness, privacy. Like I mentioned, for environment, you can install that package for environment. Similarly, you have to be conscious about other things. And users should be aware of potential risks, report biases, and all that stuff. Right? Like, for instance, I don't use ChatGPT that much. Why? Because it hallucinates. Hallucination is a feature of ChatGPT which produces fake information. So your usage should try to be ethical as well. Educational institutions incorporate ethical AI into curriculum, and educators encourage. See, for instance, for my machine learning course, I encourage students to do projects in sustainability, right? Why? Because the students should be contributing to the sustainability of the planet, because the future is the students, right? They should contribute to it. So common man should proactively take interest. So the summary is that everyone has a role to play in making artificial intelligence responsible. So that's it. That's all I had for this talk, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I'm open to any. This is my information. I'm on social media, and I have a YouTube channel where you can watch more such videos, more such information, and so feel free to stay in touch with me, and I'm open to any questions. Maybe 1 or 2 questions? Okay. Any questions? So that's also a good question. The question is whether LLMs, large language models, can be used for natural language only, or can they be used for formal languages like programming languages, right? So increasingly, LLMs are being used for code, for programming languages. The original idea was natural language processing, but they are being increasingly used for code.
Translation from one language to another language. We are also talking about the large language models.
Yes.
Using for deep learning. So this can be used for both.
Yes.
Basically, model is the model can be used for both.
Yeah. In fact, Meta, parent company of Facebook, has a code llama. Llama is their natural language ChatGPT, large language model, and code llama is for code. So it is an increasingly becoming prevalent.
The other thing is that you were talking about this oversampling may deteriorate results. So by oversampling, you mean that collection of samples more or creating some samples. I will give you an example. Say in case of a speech, okay. So when we take sample the speech, we sample suppose for 8,000 bits per second. Okay, but then we sample, do resampling. There we don't actually take the sample values, but interpolate. Like in between two, we take 3, 4 more, so that now my sample becomes out of 8,000, it becomes 24,000, and then my processing, and then that becomes better. So here this oversampling means certain samples created out of existing samples, or samples afresh. I mean, all the samples are.
Yeah, I think, like you said, interpolation is a good example. So they are all generated using interpolation. For instance, I'll give you the same example. This room has, unfortunately, more men than women, right? So we want to make this balance. So what we do is, we are all, I mean, in machine learning, data about us, if you train an AI model on the data about us, in the people in the room, each one of us becomes a point in the space, vector in the space, right? So the way oversampling works is, the woman data points, vectors, are considered, a neighborhood of the woman data points are considered, and between two woman points, another point is drawn, basically like interpolation. So that becomes a new data point, synthetic data point, with the existing data points. So that is the basic idea of oversampling.
Here I think the length of the text and the quantum of the text will matter, because input, if it is less, then you will get something, but you will add little more to that input. For example, the example which you gave, that firefighter and all that. If we add there firefighter from Nigeria, then maybe that complexion, maybe black complexion may be generated. So I guess that the length of input will reflect or will change. If I add little more, then the things may entirely change.
Yes, that is right. The length of prompt, the question is whether the length of prompt, I mean, it's more like a supporting statement. You are saying that the length of prompt is likely to matter more to generating the images, which is very true. More than ChatGPT natural language prompts, for image generation, the prompts need to be as detailed as possible, running into a few lines. So if I give a simple prompt, in fact, DALL-E does not even agree to generate images. It will say, can you give a more descriptive prompt? So like you said, it's more reasonable. It's reasonable to expect that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
So there's a question there.
I think although AI makes life easier, like you can ask anything and AI could do it for you. But I think it will poses threat to workforces. Like for example, designers and writers. How can we moderate AI to prevent this to happen? Like AI replacing humans?
So yeah, that's invariably that's a question asked in most of my presentations. So how can we make sure that AI does not replace jobs? I mean, does not replace people in the jobs. So the answer is there were so many innovations that the humanity has gone through. For instance, calculators. Did the calculators replace math teachers in kindergarten, in first grade, in second grade? So these are basically tools. Similarly, the teller machine, ATM, did it replace the clerks in a bank? Probably no, right? So these are all tools. We should, in fact, those op-eds that I mentioned go into these details. So these are all tools and they should be used as tools, right? Eventual control will continue to be with human beings, right? But of course, in fact, there's another op-ed that I published recently called AI will make four-day work week possible. Something like that. I don't remember the title now. But so my argument there was that these tools should be used to lessen the burden on the people, not to exactly replace the people. See this bail petition adjudication. AI is being used in California for bail petition adjudication. Did it replace judges? No, right? The control is still with the judges, but it is just a supporting tool. So that's how it should be used, and it should be used to reduce the load on the people. Now today people are working for at least 5 days a week, most of the people in the world. So it should reduce the workload to make a 4-day week possible. That should be the advancement. But you're right, if the corporates are too greedy and they want to use up that 1 day extra off to further their profits, then it's not a good use of the tool. So yeah, there's a need to strike a balance, but hopefully things will, it should actually, if things go on smoothly as expected, then it should actually lessen the burden on the people. Any other questions?
If there are no more questions, then let us do that. Applause for.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and the members of the University Kalai Saligam for all the effort they put in to organize this big workshop come conference. I know it's a lot of work and a lot of people have worked behind the stage, so I would like to thank everyone. So don't worry about the words if you don't understand. Okay, maybe some of you were there yesterday. Yes or no? Who was there yesterday? Only 2 people, 3 people. Okay. Yeah. So that's why I thought I will just start with some basic things. So what we'll do is we'll work with polynomial rings over, if you are comfortable, the real numbers or complex numbers, or these days many people work with finite fields. So these are the rings which we will have in mind. So don't worry even if you don't understand. and we look at the set of all polynomials over this ring. So our basic field will be, so the coefficients will be from one of these, either real numbers, complex numbers, or mod ZP. Okay, Z mod P Z is just the set of all remainders in the set of integers modulo P. Okay, so that has a nice property that every non-zero element is invertible. If you take the set of remainders, every non-zero remainder is invertible. So that is a nice property we have, and those will be the coefficients. And hello, hello. It's not working. No, it's, yeah, now it's okay. So we'll call this the ring of polynomials, and in the ring of polynomials, what we have is what is called ideals. So an ideal is nothing but a set which has some properties. So the zero element will be in the ideal. If two elements are there, we want the sum of those two elements to be in the ideal. And if I take an element f in the ideal and an element in G, want f times G to be in the ideal. So we'll call this an ideal in R, and we'll see soon why ideals are very important objects. Okay, so Hilbert proved a very important result that in polynomial rings, ideals are finitely generated. So even though the set is an infinite set or a very big set, but ideals are finitely generated, and so it is just enough to look at the set of generators of the ideal many a times when you want to work with. And some very simple examples, if you go back to your Euclidean algorithm, in the set of integers, every ideal I is generated by n, where n is an integer. So you just have to use division algorithm and do that. And then the similar thing, when you look at polynomial rings in one variable, they behave very much like integers. And so you take any polynomial f and it generates an ideal. And then in fact in the polynomial ring, every ideal is of that form. Okay, I think now it is better. Hello. Because sometimes it's catching and, okay, maybe I should only stand here. Okay, because I think when I move far away it doesn't. Okay. Okay. Now among ideals are what you call prime ideals. Now in the set of integers, prime ideals are very easy to understand. They are generated by prime elements. And then if you look at polynomial ring in one variable, prime elements are nothing but the similar analog is irreducible elements. So irreducible polynomials is what we understand very well, that you cannot factor it. Okay, so those are irreducible polynomials, and the ideals generated by them are called prime ideals. Okay, so the general definition of prime ideal is on the first line. An ideal P is a prime ideal if you take A times B is in P, either A is in P or B is in P, which means if A is not in P, B has to be in P. So this is similar to what you have the idea of division, right? If P is a prime and divides two numbers m times n, it has to divide n or it has to divide m. So it's a similar idea that is borrowed for a prime ideal. However, when you go to more than one variables, prime ideals can be little tricky. Okay, so if you take this ideal generated by x times y, it is not a prime ideal because x does not belong to the ideal, but y also doesn't belong to the ideal, but x times y is in the ideal. Okay, and you see the ideal generated by x and y, that is a prime ideal. However, prime ideals, if you go in more than one variable, can be more complicated. Okay, but now one would like to look at the geometry. So if I take the ideal to be generated by two elements, f and g. So what is the ideal generated by both f and g? It is the intersection of these two objects. So you see that you have a cone and you have a sphere, and the intersection of these two is actually the ideal generated by f and g. Okay, so so this looking at ideals in a polynomial ring also has a geometric significance. You can look at the zero set of ideal of the set, and that defines the object. For example, you have seen circle, right? Circle is nothing but the zero set of x squared plus y squared minus some radius, right? So radius square. So the analog of ideals is nothing but geometric objects. Okay. Now, one can verify that this is not a prime ideal. This is very easy to evaluate. You have a circle and a line, and you just substitute the equation of the line in the circle, and you see that the first polynomial can be factored. Look at the last line here, 5y minus 1 minus 3 to y minus 1 by 3. Okay? And so you can write this ideal as the intersection of two ideals. So it is very clear that moment you can write an ideal as intersection of some ideals, it is not a prime ideal. It is very similar to the analog what you have for composite numbers, right? If you can factor a number, it is not a prime number, right? Use a similar idea here that if you can write an ideal I as an intersection of ideals, then it is not a prime ideal. But however, each of the ideals in the last line are prime ideals. So the question is, can you write every ideal as an intersection of prime ideals? Yeah, so this is the picture. So what is geometrically, it means that what is the intersection of those two ideals that is. Each ideal, you see the circle and the line intersect at 2 points. So each of those ideal represents these 2 points. So one ideal represents the point on top where the line meets the circle, and the other ideal represents the point below where the ideal meets the circle. Okay. So when you say intersection of ideals, it means, sorry, it's the union. The intersection of ideals is the union of these 2 points. So since it's the union of these 2 points, each point is irreducible, right? So prime ideals correspond to irreducible elements. Now since this is the union of 2 irreducible points, the ideal cannot be prime ideal. Because if it was a prime ideal, you don't have 2 irreducible points, you would have only 1 point. Okay? So prime ideals correspond to irreducible objects. So moment you have union of irreducible objects and you have an ideal representing the union of irreducible objects, then if it is more than one irreducible object, it cannot be a prime ideal. Okay? So it's a similar concept of what you have for prime elements in integers, right? If you have two prime elements p times q, p and q, p times, okay, because they are two different prime, product of two different prime integers. Okay. So the thing is, one needs to go to primary ideals, because not every ideal can be written as an intersection of prime ideals. And so one needs to go to a little more general concept which you call a primary ideal. So it is slightly you twiddle around, so because see, if you take power of a prime number, it is no longer prime. Like if you take 2 is a prime, but 2 squared is not a prime. But we will also want to, but I can't write 2 squared as product of anything other than 2, right? So you want to accommodate these elements also. So you say that primary ideal, if A times B is in Q, not in Q, some power of B has to be in Q. Okay? And one interesting thing is, if I take radical of Q, that has to be a prime ideal. So radical of Q contains powers of element. An element is, and if some power of the element is in Q, then you say it is in radical of Q. Okay, so primary ideals are good because when I take the radical, it is prime. So if I take the radical of the ideal generated by 2 squared, it is 2. Okay, if I take the radical of the ideal generated by 3 squared, it is 3. Okay, so radical of primary ideals are prime ideals. So they are nice in that sense. Okay. So these are some very simple examples. If p is a prime number and I take p raised to n, then it is primary. Okay, if n is 1, it is prime ideal. If n is bigger than 2, it is primary ideal. Now if I take product of primes, it is not prime, but it is not primary also. Okay. Similarly, the similar concept you adopt to polynomial rings is one variable. So instead of primes, you have irreducible elements there. Okay. So if I take power of an irreducible element, it generates a primary ideal and not a prime ideal. Similarly, if I take two irreducible elements, F1 and F2, and if I look at the ideal generated by it, it is not a prime ideal, but it is also not primary. Okay. So simple example in polynomial ring in two variables. If I take the ideal generated by x and y, we saw it was a prime ideal. If I take the square of it, it is primary but not prime. Okay. But why would one like to understand primary ideals? And this is a very interesting result that was proved, that if you take a, forget Noetherian, suppose you take a polynomial ring in n variables, and you take an ideal in it, okay, then every ideal I we know is finitely generated, okay, and moreover you can write it as a finite intersection of primary ideals. So if you take a polynomial ring, every ideal I can be written as a finite intersection of primary ideals. If you want to look geometrically, what does it correspond to? We said if you take an ideal in a polynomial ring, you can look at the zero set and you get some geometric figure in it, right? So every ideal can be written as intersection of primary ideals. Now each of these primary ideals will correspond to an irreducible object, okay? So if you want to understand irreducible objects in union of irreducible objects in a space, one has to look at intersection of primary ideals, okay. And so it not only tells you about the irreducible objects, you also may want to know, see, you may have a surface and you may have a line embedded in it, or you may have points on the surface, right? Points on the surface are what you say are embedded in the surface, okay. So if you take a sphere, okay, and you take a point on the sphere, that point is embedded in the sphere, but I may also want to keep track of that point. Now all these things are taken care if you write your ideal as intersection of primary ideals. So primary ideals not only keeps track of the irreducible components, it also keeps track of all those objects which are embedded in it, okay, and therefore they are of importance, okay. Now another thing why polynomial ring is also important is, you know, these days there are a lot of softwares that are available, and so when you are in a polynomial ring, you can always write an algorithm and run that algorithm. For example, you have the Euclidean algorithm, okay. Now the Euclidean algorithm is not just, it's actually an algorithm, okay. So you can put it in a software package, say, you know, Python or whatever, and you can ask it to generate the GCD or the remainder, okay. If you want a remainder, you just run it once, right. If you want the GCD, what you do? You do it more than once, right? If R is not 1, then again you run your remainder, you run your program again. So actually the Euclidean algorithm is actually an algorithm which you can run on the computer. Now, okay, that is for integers, you have the Euclidean algorithm. What happens if you have polynomial ring in more than one variable? There is a generalization of the Euclidean algorithm which is called the Buchberger algorithm. Now the Buchberger algorithm, like the Euclidean algorithm, takes care of the quotient, right? What is the division algorithm? It takes care of the quotient, it determines the quotient and then the remainder. So this Buchberger algorithm is something, when you have more than one variable, you cannot directly implement your Euclidean algorithm. So you have to make a slight variation in it, and the technique is called the Grosvenor basis technique. So if you run that, now there are a lot of softwares which are based on what is called this Grosvenor basis technique. Okay, so Grosvenor gave this problem to a student called Buchberger and asked him how to add, divide polynomials in a polynomial ring. And as part of his thesis, he came up with an algorithm which is today called the Buchberger algorithm. And the basis elements that you come up with, the final answer is called the Grosvenor basis. So this is a technique which you can implement using software today. And so many of the results which I will be presenting right now, somewhere behind the background actually has used some computer techniques. Okay, so today even mathematics very much uses computer techniques and computer algorithms. We have Singular, we have Sage, we have Macaulay 2, we have GAP. So all these softwares are very much used behind the scene to get the results. We may put it in a, so what I will be presenting actually has used very much software techniques, but we will just put it in a more fancy way. Okay. Equal, so it's just a typo. It is I is equal to F1, F2. Okay. So if I take, so here if I take two irreducible components, if I take the ideal generated by F1, F2, I can write it as the intersection of prime ideals, one generated by F1 and one generated by F2. So that's the primary decomposition. In the set of integers, if I take the ideal generated by P1, P2, I can write it as ideal generated by P1 intersection P2. So it is the intersection of prime ideals. Okay, so these are the simplest examples. you can take general also, but if you want to run computer software, it's generally over rationals. Rationals or finite field, yeah, rationals or finite field. Okay, but in general, it works for any field. You don't need really real numbers, complex numbers. You can do it for more general things. Yeah, so the previous result. This Hilbert-Basis theorem, for example, any ring that is Noetherian, you can replace K by any ring that is Noetherian. It holds true. Yeah, I just kept it simple. I said over polynomial rings mainly because just so that it is easy to understand. Okay. So the next thing is one would like to understand what is called symbolic power. Okay. So one of the things that plays a very important role in ideals is called the symbolic power. Okay. So symbolic power, though it looks very mysterious, actually the basic definition looks mysterious. So what you do is you take the n power of the ideal, okay, look at the minimal prime there, okay, and then you invert things that are not in the prime ideal, and then you contrast it back to the ring R. Okay. Basically what it says is you are just trying to describe the irreducible component. Okay. When I say I symbolic n, I am just trying to describe the, suppose I take a ideal, look at its geometric object. Okay. I want to know the irreducible components. I am not interested in the, it may have embedded components, but I am interested only in the irreducible component. So how do I describe those irreducible components? That is I symbolic n. That's all. That's what it says. That when I look at an ideal, I may have irreducible components and embedded components. I don't want the embedded components. I just look at the irreducible components. But now I have to write these things in terms in a nice way. How do I say that I ignore the irreducible components? So I ignore the embedded components and I'm interested only in the irreducible components. So the way to look at it is I look at it locally. Okay. So I look at each component locally. And so what is outside that irreducible component, I invert that. Okay. I go to a bigger space when I invert it. And then I may get, and then I contract it back. So then I get the irreducible component. Okay. Now Zariski and Nagata, Zariski in say 1949 and Nagata in 1962 found a nice way to describe the symbolic powers. Okay. This symbolic powers are describing an irreducible component. So I take a prime ideal, I take powers of that prime ideal, and then I want to know the irreducible component there. So he says that to understand that irreducible component, I look at powers of the maximal ideal. Now, maximal ideal correspond to points. Okay, if you are over complex numbers, there is one-to-one correspondence between maximal ideals and points. Okay, so points on that space. So what I am doing is I am taking an irreducible space. I am looking at all the points that are on it. Those points correspond to the maximal ideals. Okay, the theoretic description is maximal ideal. The geometric description is a point. So basically, I am looking at all those points, and I am looking at the maximal ideal corresponding. I am taking the nth power. Okay, and I am looking at the intersection. So that describes my irreducible component. That's what it says. So Zariski and Nagata gave a more geometric description of the nth of the irreducible component, but of the power n. So you can think of it as a irreducible component which is thickened. Okay. But of course, what you see is that the proof of Zariski and Nagata depended on the fact that you have complex numbers. So their proof, if you replace complex numbers by real numbers or rational numbers, it doesn't work. Okay. So after many years, okay. So you see that one problem with Zariski and Nagata's proof was that it depended on the fact that the ring was complex numbers. So if you want to give a more general description or a more better way of looking at it, you want to replace complex numbers by real numbers, rational numbers, or some other ring. Okay. So later on, uh, Halangdeo, Alexandro, Stefani, Grifo, Uniki, and Bittencourt. So these people came up with a more general proof which doesn't depend on the fact that your ring is polynomial ring is over complex numbers. Okay, and they gave a better description. It says that you look at all polynomials, okay, which vanish up to order n on the variety. That means I take a polynomial in my ring, I look at its partial derivative up to order n, okay, and if it is in the ideal, then that element is in the n symbolic power. So this gave a more general description of the n symbolic power, that you have to look at all polynomials which vanish up to order n on your object. So suppose you have a geometrical object, I look at all polynomials which when I evaluate at a point on my object becomes 0, okay, up to order n. So that is I symbolic n. Okay, that should be strictly less than, not less than 2. So basically this gave a better way of understanding symbolic powers. Okay, but however, if you see that it is not easy to describe these symbolic powers, and that gave rise to more interesting questions, that how do you really describe these symbolic powers? How do I compare it with powers of the ideal? So suppose I take I raised to n that is contained in I symbolic n, but the thing is how big is it? So how big is the symbolic power as compared to powers of the ideal? So this was a question because also from geometric point of view, this had some interesting results and consequences. Okay, so yes, these are some simple examples. If I take an ideal I can easily write it as intersection of prime ideals. But you see that when I take I squared, I get one extra component, the last one, that is x squared, y squared, z squared. So the first component xy describes the z-axis. So xy square you can think of z-axis. The second one I can think of a thick y-axis and a thick x-axis and a thick y-axis. And the point x squared, y squared, z squared, if I evaluate it to 0, gives me the origin, the 0, 0, 0. So this is that extra point that I get. So you see, when you take powers of the ideal, you get something extra. And when you remove that extra thing, is what remains is the symbolic power. So I squared I can write it as I symbolic to intersection x squared, y squared, z squared. However, though it looks very nice to describe, it is not so easy to tell the generators of the symbolic power. In general, the generator of the symbolic power can be quite complicated. Okay, so this is geometric description. My ideal I is the intersection of 3 planes, right? So you can see all those 3 planes here. Okay, but now when I look at I squared, okay, what happens is, see, black dot which was not there. When I take I squared, what happens is I get this extra black dot which was not there in my earlier slide. So when I take powers of the ideal, I get something extra, something embedded. So this point is embedded in these 3 planes. Okay. Okay. One of the, okay, it's not come out well. Okay, one of the interesting case where we would like to understand is a monomial curve. So if I want a monomial curve, say in R3, which is parameter, so I take a parameter T, okay, and I look at T3, T4, T5 in R cube. Okay, so that defines a curve because there's one parameter. I vary T and I look at T cube, T4, T5. That describes a curve. If I want to look at it, in terms of polynomial rings, I map a polynomial ring Cxyz to Ct, where I take x to T cube, y to T4, and z to T5. So there's a little bit of problem there. So z is mapped to T5. Okay, and then I look at the kernel of this map. Now the kernel of this map is generated by y squared minus xz, x squared y minus y squared minus xz, x squared y minus z squared, and x cube minus yz. Now if I look at the 0 set of these 3 polynomials, I actually get my curve generated by T cube, T4, T5. So this prime ideal P is a defining ideal of that curve parameterized by T3, T4, T5. And there's nothing so sacred about 3, 4, 5. I can vary, I can replace 3, 4, 5 by A, B, C, or I can, there's nothing so sacred about X, Y, Z. I can take n variables and I can do the same thing. And so we'll get a curve which is embedded in a bigger space. Okay, so this is a whole lot of examples to study. If you want to study anything, these are one nice monomial curve is one nice set of objects to start with, and there itself things look very mysterious. So we see that when we take the second power of the prime ideal, I already have an embedded component. So that ideal, so p squared is p symbolic to intersection q. So q is the embedded component. Okay, so p symbolic to is the irreducible component, describes the irreducible component, and q describes my embedded component. Okay, so here itself things looks mysterious. Okay, so now what one want to do is one would like to take the direct sum of these ideas p symbolic n and or I symbolic n. Okay, if you have only one component, you look at p symbolic n. If you have more than one component, you look at I symbolic n. And the thing is, one would like to know whether it is finitely generated or not. So the thing is, if it is finitely generated, it has good behavior. If it is not finitely generated, it doesn't have good behavior. And people expected that at least for nice rings, at least for monomial curves, that would be finitely generated. But the answer was no. So it is not finitely generated. And for long time, people did not know the answer. So the question is, why would one look at the symbolic Ries algebra? So in some sense, Ries was the first one to construct the symbolic Ries algebra, and he was more interested in Hilbert's 14th problem. So Hilbert gave a series of problems, right, in the previous century, and one of them was the Hilbert's 14th problem. Okay, it's a little technical to describe, but he wanted to give, and he wanted to know whether some rings are finitely generated. So in order to give an answer to Hilbert's 14th problem, Ries generated what we call the symbolic Ries algebra, and he showed that this is not finitely generated. But this did not directly, the example he constructed did not completely answer Hilbert's question, but Zariski gave a generalization to Ries' question, and it actually answered Zariski's question. So this was in some sense the first example where the symbolic Ries algebra was not finitely generated. It also gave an example of a ring which was not finitely generated. And later Nagata came up with an example, he improved on this example, and actually that answered Hilbert's 14th problem. So in some sense, not all rings are finitely generated, that is what it showed. And Nagata's example is very complicated, it uses 16 variables actually. And then later on Paul Roberts came up with another counter example, and later on what happened, people came up with more simple examples. Okay, so one of the reasons why the symbolic Ries algebra is of interest, we'll see it, was because it was connected with the question of set theoretic complete intersection. What is the question of set theoretic complete intersection is? Okay, to describe my variety, now we know that Hilbert showed that every ideal in a polynomial ring is finitely generated. But how many generators that do I need? Can I reduce the number of generators? Suppose I give you 100 generators, can I reduce it to 50? How many generators I need to describe my variety? Okay, and that is why the word radical is there, but don't worry about that. How many generators I need to describe my geometrical object? That was the question. And so Kronecker was the first one who said that if I am in a ring with n variables, suppose I am in a polynomial ring with n variables, I need n plus 1 equation. That is what Kronecker had said. That if I am in a polynomial ring, that means if I am in a space say R3, R cross R cross R, R3, I need to describe any geometrical object there, I need 4 generators. That is what Kronecker said. And the question was, can we reduce from 4 to 3? And so Eisenberg and Evans, after almost 100 years, showed that yes, you can reduce from 4 to 3. So it says how hard the problem is. It's not very easy. Okay? And the question is from now 4 we reduce to 3, can we reduce it to 2? Okay? So the question is, it's not always true. Okay, so the thing is, Kaushik proved a very interesting result, and he said that if the symbolic Ries algebra is Noetherian, then P is a set theoretic complete intersection. That means I can describe it by fewer number of variables. That's what it said. Okay? So if I have a curve in so if I have a curve in R3, okay, it says that if my symbolic Ries algebra is Noetherian, then I can then I can describe this curve with just two equations. That's what it says. That's what this whole thing says. That if P is a curve in an affine space and RSP is Noetherian, then P is a septotic complete intersection. Okay? So in simple words, if I have a curve in a R3, I can describe it just by giving two equations. That's a simple form of it. However, we know that the symbolic Riesz algebra need not be Noetherian. And secondly, the converse of this theorem is not true. That means if P is a set-theoretic complete intersection, doesn't imply that the symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian. Okay, for a long time people wondered, but now a lot of counter examples are known. Okay, so you see that, so the symbolic Riesz algebra became an object of study. But however, both the problems are difficult. The problem of set-theoretic complete intersection as well as the problem of Noetherianness of the symbolic Riesz algebra are both equally difficult questions. So even now there are a lot of examples where we do not know whether it is set-theoretic complete intersection. Okay, and there are a lot of examples where we do not know whether the Riesz algebra is Noetherian. So both are still open and there are still related questions. So the next thing is how to describe that the symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian. And so Unique came up with a more numerical criteria to tell whether your symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian. Okay? So what he did was he said that the symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian if and only if I have an element which is in the maximal ideal, not in P, and elements F1, F2 in some symbolic power, so that some equation holds true. So okay, let me just tell you what it is. Okay, so suppose I have an object, okay, say in R3, and I want to slice this object in a very nice way. So I give an equation to slice this object. So that is choosing this element X in M and not in P. So that's what it says, that if I can find an element X which is in my maximal ideal, not in my prime ideal, means I can choose a nice element with which I can slice my object. Now when I slice my object, what happens? The dimension drops. Okay, okay, and then I can choose these elements F1, F2, so that X, F1, F2 describes a point. Okay, so the intersection of this ideal the intersection of X and F1, F2 will define a point. And the degree of that point is called what you call multiplicity, which you denote by E. So this E, which I denote, is nothing but when I have objects intersecting, okay, if they intersect in points, how many points they intersect with. Like if I take two curves in R2, they intersect at most in n points, right? We all know that. But if you have complex numbers, the two curves will intersect exactly in n number of points. Okay, sorry, if I have a curve of degree n and a curve of degree m, and I am over complex numbers, it will intersect exactly in n times m points. Okay, so you have to count those n times m points, and that is called the degree or the multiplicity, or what we denote by E. Okay, so whatever this is, it is a nice object which as a geometric description. Now what is nice about it is, all these are numbers. Forget about what really they mean, they are all numbers. So this gives some kind of a numerical criteria to tell whether the symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian. And in those cases, if one proved that the symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian, then it was a set-theoretic complete intersection. Okay, and these were generalizations of this. Morales in 1991 gave one generalization, and Goto in 1994 gave another generalization. So Unique's example was in R3, but if you want to go to R4, Rn, and slightly more curves in slightly bigger space, these were the generalizations. Okay. But as I said, prime ideals corresponded to irreducible components. So this worked only for one irreducible component. The question is, if I have more than one irreducible, then I have to replace prime ideal by an ideal. So no such generalization was known. And recently, jointly with Professor Verma and Mosmi Mandal, we actually gave a generalization of Riesz result. So that means if you have an object with more than one irreducible component, and if you have an ideal defining it, can you say that the symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian? And so we, of course, though the previous statement looks simpler, we have to modify it a little bit, and we have come up with a generalization. We see this is the exact generalization of it, the last slide, which gives you a numerical criteria to tell whether your symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian. And this also gave us two examples of ideals which was set-theoretic complete intersection. Because the symbolic Riesz algebra is Noetherian, then we don't have just statement, but still we could get new examples of ideas which were, using this result we could get new examples of ideas which were with a symbolic Rees algebra Noetherian as well as it was a set theoretic complete intersection. Now those examples are little tedious to describe, so I will not describe those here. Yeah, it works, no? You can replace prime by primary because I is any ideal, so just, yeah, that is it, no? So let Rm be a local ring, don't worry what it is, you can take a polynomial ring and look at it locally within finite. I is an ideal of height h. So any ideal, okay, you take it, such that R mod Im is, that is a little technical term, don't worry, but it works for primary ideals, yes. Okay, primary ideas it will definitely, because that unmixedness property says that all your usable components should have same dimension. So you cannot take a curve and a surface. So if you are taking curves, you have to take union of curves, or union of surfaces, or union of three folds. Okay, so when you take union, all of them, or you take union of points, all of them should have the same dimension. That is what unmixed means. So primary comes in that category. Yeah, same dimension, yeah. Okay, so one very simple example where the answer is not known, what you call Moe curve. So Moe came up with a set of very interesting curves, where instead of just monomials in T or sum of monomials in T. And there are many such interesting called Moe curves where the answer is not known, whether the symbolic Rees algebra is Noetherian or it's a set theoretic complete intersection. The equations are quite complicated. And even using computers, it is not that easy to, because after some time it won't work because the degrees go very high. Okay, so, but however, this Moe curve, Unique in fact used his criteria to show that the symbolic Rees algebra is Noetherian, and actually this was the interest why he came up with the numerical criteria to show that the symbolic Rees algebra is Noetherian. He was more interested in the Moe curves, but he managed to get answer only for one Moe curve, and he showed that the symbolic Rees algebra is Noetherian and it's a set theoretic complete intersection. So there are other Moe curves for which still the answer is not known. Okay. Okay, so another thing is we see that characteristic is a very important thing, whether you are in over C over or over Z mod PZ, okay, over finite field or integers. So if the characteristic is positive, in this case, the symbolic Rees algebra is Noetherian, but not Cohen-Macaulay. So Cohen-Macaulay is a very special property. Okay, rings which are Cohen-Macaulay property are very nice rings. Okay, so don't worry. And if characteristic is 0, it is not Noetherian. So you see that characteristic plays a very important role. In positive characteristic, it is Noetherian, but in characteristic 0, it is not Noetherian. So characteristic plays a very important role in these examples. Okay, so now our interest was in this special case. So we try to understand the symbolic Rees algebra in this case, and we'll see in this case the symbolic Rees algebra we showed was Noetherian. Okay, and okay, so in order to measure the difference between symbolic Rees algebra and Rees algebras, in order to measure the difference between symbolic powers and powers of an ideal, Bocci and Arbon came up with a concept called the resurgence. Okay, which takes the supremum of n by r so that I symbolic n is not contained in IR. So it sort of tells you how far away the symbolic power is from the power. And you see this is actually at least 1. Okay, so if it is 1, then the symbolic power and the power are very close to each other. If the symbolic power and the power are equal for all powers, then the answer is 1. Okay, but the other way is not 2. But it says that these two are very close to each other if it is 1. And so it is at least 1, and the upper bound is actually n minus 1. So if you have a curve sitting say in a affine ends in R3, then the upper bound is 2. Okay, the upper bound for resurgence is 2 and the lower bound is 1. But however, no example is known where the upper bound is 2. Okay, the upper bound is HA is still an open question. People feel it may not be true. Okay, so this is another mysterious object, and people have studied it for points in a space We have studied it for graphs and monomial curves. So these are the three cases where they have studied, but this is a very new thing and there is still lot to be unfolded. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'll just quickly go over it. So we were able to compute the resurgence in this case, and we see that if q is equal to m equal to 1, the answer is 4/3, whereas if q and m increases, actually the number decreases. So as q and m goes to infinity, it actually goes closer to 1. But one would expect it to, one wants examples where actually it is 3, and that is very hard to find. So this is it. Now, in order to understand this resurgence, they came up with another invariant which they called the Walsh-Schmidt constant. So what happens is, when you have ideal, you have generators. So you want to look at the smallest degree of a generator. That's what you call alpha I. Then you want to look at powers. You want to look at symbolic powers and you want to look at the smallest degree of the generator. That may decrease. Okay? But nevertheless, because it has the sub-additivity property, the limit exists. And the thing is, alpha by gamma is always bigger than or equal to 1, because as you take symbolic powers, it may go small. If you see, if alpha is generated say in degree 2, then I symbolic 2 may be generated in degree less than or equal to 4. Okay? So you may, as you get more generators, this may decrease. So the alpha by gamma is at least 1. But nevertheless, in many cases, it gives you a better lower bound for the resurgence. And so people are studying these objects for graphs, points, monomial curves. But in our case, we didn't get anything better. Alpha by gamma was 1. So it didn't really improve the lower bound for the resurgence. Okay, I think I'll just skip all this. So another important invariant is the regularity. So what the regularity does is, don't worry. So you have this element G1, G2, G3, and the first matrix tells you the relations among the generators. So first you look at the relations, then you look at relations of relations, relations of relations of relations, and then you have this object called regularity, which tells you how smooth your object is. So if your object is smooth, your regularity has to be 1. If your object is not smooth, it has to be bigger than 1. So it measures how far your object is from being smooth. So this is a nice bound, and the reason is it also gives an upper bound for the resurgence, which I'll just quickly state. So, okay. So Boche and Arbon showed that suppose you have curves in an affine n space. Okay, you have curves in affine n space. Then in that case, the upper bound for regularity is given by, the upper bound for the resurgence is given by regularity by gamma. Remember, gamma is the Walsh-Schmidt constant. And the Walsh-Schmidt constant also has got some geometric significance, because it's the invariant of the Seshadri constant, and so it has also got some nice geometric applications. Okay, so if you have say curves in an affine n space, then your resurgence is bounded above by the regularity by gamma, by alpha by gamma. However, if you go from from curves to say surfaces 3-folds, then this doesn't work. So in our case, this PQM was a surface, okay, and we have seen that if Q equal to M equal to 1, then the regularity is actually bigger than the resurgence is bigger than the regularity by gamma. And if Q is bigger than 1 or M is bigger than 1, then the resurgence is strictly less than the regularity. So for Q equal to M equal to 1, that upper bound doesn't work. Okay, it is the other way. So moment you cannot dilute. So when you say I is a zero-dimensional object in a projective space, that means it is a point in a projective space, but it is a curve in an affine space. Okay, so when you look at curves in affine space, the upper bound works. But the moment when you go from curves to surface, so our objects were surfaces. This PQM was surfaces. The moment you go from curves to surface, the upper bound actually doesn't work. Okay, so all this was joint work with Professor Verma and Mosmi, and so there is a lot to be explored among these invariants, and I think I'll just stop here. One more. I think I skipped. No, it should be 2 minus 1 and 3 minus 2. It should be the other way. It should be 2 minus 1 and 3 minus 2, sorry, yeah. It should be the negative of that, yeah. While typing, I made a mistake. It should be minus of 2 minus 1 and minus of 3 minus 2, yeah. It should be, that is 1. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Clay Institute. Uh, yeah, I have to look into that. If you want directly, right now most people are interested in finite fields. So most of these results work very much for over complex numbers, fields over complex numbers, but I think in commutative algebra people are more interested in finite fields. So that is the latest thing. I don't know whether it is directly, but the problem like set theoretic complete intersection and all are still quite difficult. May not be directly connected to those problems in the claim. Yeah, that. Yeah, this resurgence is, it is definitely not much is known. Even for points in a projective space, there are very few papers written. For graphs, there are some improvements on it. And then for monomial curves, there are not many results known. So this is a new invariant in the last 10 years, but not much is known about it. So there is a lot to be explored in this. So if you take two polynomials, you look at the zero set of each of them. So the points are the intersection of them, right? Which diagram? This one. Okay. See, f equal to 0 is the red one and g equal to 0 is the green one. So their intersection is, you see, two disjoint things. It is not one irreducible, it's one on top and one below. You can't see it directly, but you can clearly see it slices it on top and slices it below. So it cannot be a prime ideal. Right. No, this is XYZ, no 3-dimension. This is 3-dimension. Right. Right. See, I did it on, I mean, this I got from Grapher. I mean, no, this is correct because one of them is x squared plus y squared plus z squared is the green one, and the other one is, the red one is a g. So the green one is describes f and g. So if I look at the intersection of two, I get two irreducible components, which means it does not generate a prime ideal. That's what it says. Yeah. I think just last question because it's, yeah. Over complex numbers. Yes. A domain is polynomial ring over complex numbers. Yeah. Any number of variables. Yeah. Okay. in CNs, C cross C cross C. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. P is prime. So this is P is prime number. Z mod P Z is a set of remainders modulo P. Yes, it can be. That's, but I mean, finite fields are more complex, right? You have to talk of, yeah. No, no, no. It is what I'm saying. I just said for this talk we'll just look at these rings, but it is true for more general rings. Yes, yes. Okay. Huh. Every ideal is generated by one element, one integer. Every prime ideal is generated by a prime element. No, no, the previous slide. The finally generated. Right. Yeah, they are the only prime ideals. In fact, they are the only prime. No, no, what's your question? It's generated by P where P is a prime or the zero ideal. Okay. No. Yeah, zero is a prime ideal. Yes. Yeah, that's, I miss, yeah, every non-zero ideal, I meant, okay, sorry. I missed out the non-zero. Zero is a prime ideal because zero is a prime ideal. Every non-zero prime. So I should just write non-zero. Right, you're right. The people are listening. Always zero belongs to, always. Zero is always in the ideal. Right, so you zero, yeah. Okay, so I think we'll stop here, I think, because. Thank you. Thank you.
And for 15 minutes calculator. Now kindly reduce it to half of it, 7 minutes. Because another online lecture after 3 breaks should start shortly at 3:25. Because it is an online lecture, our professor is waiting from US. So kindly bear with me. The research scholars are going to present the papers now. Only 3 papers are there in this session. The duration is limited from 15 minutes to 7 minutes. Mixed. Mixed. Rather session is already going on. We are made the schedule here. We are on the schedule in that one. Present test name.
PK Parida.
PK Parida.
Paper ID 47.
Next paper ID 54, Renuga Devi. Please be ready. Hello.
Respected chairpersons, dear research scholars and students, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. I am Babita Mehta, presenting paper on the topic Local Convergence Analysis of Family of Third Order Iterative Method under Measurement Condition in Riemannian Manifold. And I am a research scholar doing PhD under PK Parida from Central University of Jharkhand. These are my contents of PPT. First, let us know about the work, introduction, then definitions, then main theorem, and then a special convergence analysis under Holder condition, and then references. Let's talk about the introduction. Most of the papers popping out in Riemannian manifolds dealing about the semi-local convergence of sequences generated from the iterative methods. But can we deal with the local convergence analysis, not considering the sequences, but focusing on some scalar function which directly leads to the convergence of our sequences. So through the use of measurement function, we can directly deal with the convergence analysis of iterative methods by dealing the convergence analysis of scalar function. So let us make it more clear with an example. Suppose T naught is a real valued number and we are considering the iterative function Tn is equal to Tn plus 1 is equal to Tn minus f of Tn divided by a prime Tn minus 1. And suppose consider a sequence xn and then norm of xn minus 1 is less than equal to Tn minus 1. Then the right hand side Tn minus 1, the condition deals that if Tn is convergent, then the previous sequence xn is convergence, and here Tn is a scalar sequence. So dealing the scalar sequence is much more easier than the sequences of functions we considered. So next slide. Next slide. In the abstract, I'm not including the abstract in the paper. Abstract is already there. I can verbally tell what is the abstract of the paper. Okay, I will explain the problem. Okay. So I can tell the abstract now. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. In this paper, we have considered the iterative method xn plus 1 is equal to xn minus 1 plus lfxn divided by 2 into 1 minus theta lfxn plus c lfxn square into ufxn, where lfxn is fx f double prime x divided by f prime x square and ufx is equal to fx by f prime x. Now, my problem is to find the singularity of vector field, solving non-linear equations of the type kx is equal to 0, where k. Okay. Yes. This is the definition. Next slide. This is our main work. Through this theorem, we can show the local convergence analysis using measurement condition for the iterative method we have considered, the one which I have told now. So here M is the Riemannian manifold and we have considered open set delta, proper subset of M, and then defining a vector field K which is mapped from delta to tangent space M denoted by Tm, and L star is a point belonging to delta, and after that we have defined some scalars gamma, some scalars lambda and delta, and the main function is there. The iterative method we use is basically the Lipschitz condition is relaxed by the measurement function f, and the equation 2 is the form of measurement function, how we are utilizing the measurement function in defining the convergence analysis of our method. So this is basically the form of Lipschitz continuity. Okay. Lipschitz continuity. Equation 2 is basically the measurement function, main thing, how we use the measurement function. And next slide. These are the assumptions H1, H2 and H3, and next slide. Ln plus 1 is our main setting of the iterative method in Riemannian manifold, and Wn plus 1 is the measurement function showing our iterative method. Wn plus 1 is the measurement function and Ln plus 1 is the iterative method we have taken in Riemannian manifold. So if we show that if Wm is convergent, then automatically Ln is convergent through measurement function. local conversion. Ma'am, through the constants which we have used in the theorem, S, omega and delta. So through that constants 0 comma s, where s is defined in this theorem, so is 0 comma s is the domain where our function is where our function is defined continuously. So in this range 0 comma s is the domain where the solution is contained and we are dealing in that ball. No. Okay.
Any more results you have derived? Any more results?
Yes, using holder condition, we are dealing the same convergent analysis using measurand function, where we have considered the function value f of w is equal to L into w to the power rho plus 1 divided by rho plus 1 minus w. And
Can you give any one example of your theorem?
yes, e raised to the power minus w. Applications, I don't focus on that application normally, just for convergence, compactness, time complexity, I will reduce it through measurand function. Okay. So through the paper, I have showed the local convergence analysis of family of third derivative method using the measurand function and find the and so the Wn, the sequence, the measurand function is monotonically decreasing in the domain 0 comma s. So it is monotonically decreasing and bounded below by 0. So 0 is the unique singularity in 0 comma s, and as Wn is convergent, so the previous sequence Ln plus 1, which is our main iterative method, is also convergent due to the measurand function application. So this is it. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, then we thank you.
Thank you. Babita Mehta. Thank you.
So next person.
Good evening all. Honored present here. I am Kartiha R. I am doing PhD in Central University of Tamil Nadu under the guidance of Dr. V. Renuka Devi ma'am. I am going to present the paper. The topic is equivariant LS category and topological complexity of product of several manifold. Actually, my main aim is to give the bound for Z2 spaces. Now, my my main aim was give the bound for Z2 spaces using category and cup length. Actually, LS category and topological complexity of some homotopy invariants. LS category was introduced by Lusternik and Sreenalman. Topological complexity was introduced by Michael Ferber. These are two homotopy invariants. Actually, LS category is the smallest integer k such that V1, V2, Vk be an open subset of X such that each inclusion Vi to X is a null homotopic. Topological complexity is a topological complexity of a path connected space. X is a defined the minimal integer k such that the Cartesian product can be covered by open sets U1, U2, Uk. For any Si, we can find a continuous motion planning such that Si from Ui to Px, pi composition Si is identity over Ui, where Px, pi is a function from Px to X, Px to X cross X, the map associating any path Px, the point with initial and end points. We can estimate the bound for topological complexity using the LS category. The equivariant version of LS category introduced by Marcinkiewicz and the equivariant version of topological complexity was introduced by Mark and Column. Suppose if we have a group free group action, we can estimate equivariant topological complexity using equivariant LS category. These are all some definitions. Actually, first we fix G as a G is a Z2, and we add we have some example of Z2 spaces. Suppose we have a manifold m dimension manifold M and n dimensional manifold N. If we have an involution tau from M to M and sigma from N to N, suppose sigma has a non-empty fixed point, then we can define a function, we can define a group action M cross N to M cross N by psi of x comma y is tau x comma sigma y. We have a orbit space x of M comma N, that is equal to M cross N by x comma y is related to tau x comma sigma y. Tau x comma sigma y. Then this orbit space is a dimension M plus N. If we have tau is fixed point free involution, the involution acts M cross N is free action. This gives a free Z2 action on M cross N. Suppose if we have a product of spheres and antibodal action, this is an also example of some Z2 spaces. Now, if we have a complex plane, if we have C power M, suppose M lies between 1 to N. If we have consider all the subspace of C power N with dimension M, then this is called the Grassmannian manifold with the dimension M into N minus M. The real dimension of this manifold is 2M into N minus M. In particular, complex projective plane is also complex projective space also this type of manifolds. Suppose if we have M is manifold M and complex Grassmannian manifold, if tau is action M to M is an fixed point free involution and sigma is a complex conjugation, the corresponding orbit space, we have the corresponding orbit space and Z2 action on M cross Grassmannian is fixed point free action. This is the main theorem. Actually, category of M cross Grassmannian, the equivariant category of M cross Grassmannian manifold lies between M into N minus M plus cup length of M by tau plus 1 and M into N minus M plus category of M by tau. In particular, Grassmannian manifold is a complex projective space. We have this. Yes, sir. Similarly, we can estimate the bound for flag manifolds also. Actually, in AA driveless cars, we can use this, ma'am. And for driveless cars, we have input rights. How many inputs? Using this, we can bound, give the bound for that inputs and. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Not only that, in motion planning, robotic arms, that design, everything, it will useful, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
என்னாச்சு? எங்கே போனாங்க அவங்க? என்ன வேணும்? சீக்கிரமாக பார்ப்பா, கூப்பிடுப்பா அவங்கள. யாரும் எங்கே வெளியில் போய் நிற்கிறாங்க? பேபி ஷாலினி மேம், இந்த வீடியோவில் இருக்கிறவங்க வர சொல்லுங்கள் சீக்கிரம். யார் இங்கே? இங்கே யாருப்பா? அவர் லைனில் இருக்காருப்பா. அவர்
மம்மியில் அங்கே கேட்குறோம் அங்கே
யாருப்பா? நீங்களா? சீக்கிரம் வாப்பா. எங்கே நீங்கள் விட்டுட்டு போகிறீங்க? இங்கே ஆரம்பிச்சுல போனோம். நீங்கள்
ஆடியோ எடுத்து கனெக்ட் பண்ணுங்க.
So, can you hear me?
Hello, are you able to hear me, Mark Sapansky, sir?
I can hear you, but it's very hard to make out.
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Then I can hear you now.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Please, you can, warm welcome to you.
All right.
Warm welcome to you. Please, you can start your lecture.
All right. So, is it all right if I go ahead and share my screen to start?
Yeah, please share your screen. Please share your
All
screen.
right. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me. It's a great honor to be able to speak. And today I was going to talk about Klein cordial trees and odd cyclic cordial friendship graphs. As you see, there is a long list of authors here, which is unusual in math, but I'm some part of some organization that's been looking at examining how we do our graduate education in the United States, and we considered looking at models that are more similar to other sciences, where they have a large number of people. So I've been trying to run an experimental combinatoric seminar with our graduate students and with some other professors, in which we try to work collectively throughout the whole semester on problems and see if we can write up solutions. And so we have Will Erickson and Daniel Hurden, Jonathan Meadow, and myself, who are the professors who are participating this time. And then we had a bunch of graduate students who joined us. It was Isaac Eccles, Cordell Hammond, Jorge Mendez, Jasmine Mon, Blanca Radillo, and Indalicio Ruiz, who all contributed in the paper. And so we very much tried to work for large parts as a group, and this is one of the papers we produced. And I have to say, I really enjoyed this method of doing mathematics, working in a large group. It's been a delight and one of the more enjoyable experiences I've had in research. Anyway, so here we go. So we start with an abelian group and a graph and a labeling of the vertices. And this labeling of the vertices will induce a labeling of the edges just by taking the sum of the two vertices. So, for instance, if you have this path graph here with labels 1, 2, and 3, you get an induced labeling of the edges by summing the labels here for this edge being labeled with 3, And some of the labels here, this edge will be labeled with 6. So every vertex labeling by this scheme will give you a labeling of the edges. We'll say that the labeling of the vertices is a cordial labeling if, first of all, the label frequency of the vertices is close to constant as possible, and then the induced labeling of the edges is evenly distributed as possible. For instance, here with this cycle graph, the triangle here, it is a cordial Z mod 3 labeling, and that's you can check because if you look, 0 appears here, 1 here, and 2, so you used each of the labels as evenly as possible. And then the induced labeling on the edges is also has 0 appearing once, 1 once, and 2 appears once, so it's a cordial labeling. Evenly as possible, of course, doesn't mean evenly, as it was in the last case. So what you should really do to check if you are a cordial labeling, you should get the frequency of each of the labels, that's of the vertex labels, and the frequency of each label for the edges. And if the frequency of each of the labels differs by at most 1 for the vertices, and if the frequency for each of the labels for the edges differs by at most 1, then we call it cordial. That's what we mean by as evenly as possible. So let me give an example of that where it's as evenly as possible. So let's go back to this cycle graph, the triangle. Here, let's do a Z mod 4 labeling. So there are 4 labels. So you see the vertices, the labels 0, 1, and 2 appear with frequency 1, but the label 3 appears with frequency 0. And that's as close as you could get to even. And so that's okay. That would satisfy the cordiality requirement on the vertices. And similarly, if you look at the induced labeling on the edges, you see the labels 1, 2, and 3 appear with frequency 1, but the label 0 appears with frequency 0. But that's as close as you can get to a uniform labeling. So that would be a Z mod 4 cordial labeling. Let's look at the 4 cycle, so the square here, and let's switch now to Z mod 3 again. Here the labels on the vertices, you see 0 and 2 appear with frequency 1, but the label 1 appears with frequency 2. And that's as close as you can get to a uniform frequency, and so that satisfies the cordiality requirement. And if you look at the induced labeling on the edges, well, you see 0 and 1 both appear with frequency 1, but the label 2 appears with frequency 2, and again, they differ by at most 1, so that also satisfies the cordial requirement. So that's a Z mod 3 cordial labeling of the square there. All right, so here's some known results. First of all, determining when a graph is acordial is an NP complete problem. So this was shown by Carney and Edwards in 2000. Next, trees were studied in 87, 91, and 2017 by Kahit, Hovey, Driscoll, Kropp, and Wen. And what they showed was that all trees, admit a cordial labeling by Z mod K, at least when K is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And that was it. So they didn't know what happens beyond that. There are a lot of conjectures, and the conjectures had to do with how many powers of 2 appeared, or whether they thought it would admit a labeling that was cordial. All right. Also, paths, by Hovey was shown to be Z mod K cordial for all K. And cycles, were shown to be Z mod K cordial if and only if K was either odd or if N is not odd and a multiple of K. So a lot of information on Z mod K cordiality. And then it's easy to show that if your group is very large compared to the size of your graph, that you get cordiality for free. So the question only becomes difficult when the size of your group isn't significantly larger than the size of your graph. All right. In 2007, Riskin wanted to know about a non-cyclic group. He in particular asked about Z mod 2 cross Z mod 2, the Klein 4 group, and wanted to know when trees were Z mod 2 cross Z mod 2 cordial. It seems like a very small group and felt like a very doable problem, though Riskin said it was seemingly difficult. And so that's what we worked on. So this is one of our main two results that I'll talk about today. So the main result I'll go through with you first is that for all trees, they are Z mod 2 cross Z mod 2 cordial, except for P4 and P5. So we were actually quite surprised when this result came out. That there were only two trees that were not cordial and that you could list them very explicitly. So anyway, we were very happy that the result was so clean. All right, so I'm going to walk you through the proof of this result, just a sketch, and then we'll turn to friendship graphs. So again, we're trying to show that all trees are Klein 4 cordial, except for the 4-path and 5-path. Okay, the first reduction is this. We'll show that if you are a tree with 4K vertices and you're cordial for the Klein 4 group, then you can add up to 3 more vertices and stay cordial. Okay, so once we prove this lemma, that'll reduce the main result to looking at just trees with 4K vertices. Okay, so after we prove this, we'll only have to worry about trees with 4K vertices. But anyway, the statement is you start with 4K vertice tree and it's cordial. You can add up to 3 more vertices and stay cordial. So that's what we're trying to show here. So here's the sketch of how you do this. Since the original tree T is cordial and has 4K vertices, well, since the Klein 4 group has 4 elements and the vertices labels have to be distributed as evenly as possible, the frequency of each label on the vertices has to be K, okay, because there are 4 elements of the group. However, the edges have 4K, there are 4K minus 1 edges, so you can't have a uniform distribution. What that means is that 3 of your group elements have to appear with frequency K, and then 1 of them appears with frequency K minus 1. So it appears with one less frequent than the others. So whatever element of the Klein 4 group appears less frequency, call that A naught. So first of all, you can see that it's easy to attach a leaf to T and maintain cordiality because since the vertices are evenly distributed, whenever any vertex label you add won't mess up cordiality. And you just have to make sure that the induced edge label is this A naught. So there's a unique way to do that. You pick the vertex label that will force this A naught to be the resulting edge label. And now the edge labels are perfectly distributed, so whatever edge you add won't mess up cordiality. So you can add another leaf just by avoiding that one vertex label that you used the last time. And then you can add one more leaf, and you have to avoid two vertex labels and one edge label. But you have two choices left for your vertices. So if one of them gives the bad edge label, just use the other one. So anyway, that's the idea. It's pretty straightforward just to check that if you have cordiality with 4K vertices, you can add up to 3. This method won't work beyond adding 3 because you won't have the degrees of freedom. But that's okay. We just needed this result here. All right. So this reduces the problem to looking at vertices, trees with 4K vertices. And so here's the theorem we'll have to prove, is that a tree with 4K vertices will be Z mod 2 cordial, Z mod 2 cross Z mod 2 cordial, if and only if it's not P4. Okay? So we'll sketch this theorem for you on the next slide. But if we have this result, well, once we have this result to prove the main theorem, this will mean that we only have to look at trees that are extensions of P4, because P4 was that one tree with 4K vertices that wasn't cordial, and we'd have to know which of its extensions of up to 3 vertices are cordial. So that's what problem will be reduced to. Extensions of P4 with up to 7 vertices, which of those are cordial? That'll be after we prove this theorem. All right, so let's look at the theorem here. Suppose you have 4K vertices on your tree, and you'd like to know that it's cordial for the Klein 4 group if and only if it's not P4. All right, so again, that's the statement we're trying to show here, and here is the sketch. We're going to prove this actually by induction on K. In this case, it's going to turn out that the base cases are the hardest. So the base cases will be when K is 0, 1, or 2. Anyway, so from these base cases, we'll induct on K and show that if you have 4K vertices, then you're Klein 4 cordial as long as you're not P4. Now, so we'll assume that the base case T will be cordial and has 4K vertices, and we're going to add 4 vertices. If the extension is just a path, so there are 2 leaves, then, well, paths are actually known. I guess I didn't include that on the known results, but the paths were known, and in any case, it's very easy to get this result for paths. It's not hard at all. So what will be in the case is the extended graph, which has 4 more edges, will either have 4 more vertices, will either have 3 leaves or 4 or more leaves. So those will be the 2 cases we have to look at for the induction. When we've added either 3 leaves is one case, or at least 4 leaves. Okay, so let's look at those 2 cases. So there's a procedure we give that tells you how to extend this. So here, in the top, we're looking at the case where the extended graph has 3 more leaves. So the red dots are part of the original T, and so that's part of the original tree. Think of everything down beneath that as T. The red is where the extension connects, and as you see, I've added 3 leaves in each of these cases and 4 edges here. And whenever you have a cordial labeling of your original graph T, you can shift all the labels by any automorphism of the group and maintain cordiality, so you can relabel them. And because of that, you can check, I should add that these vertices here don't have to be distinct. Okay, it won't matter if they are the same. Anyway, Because you're only attaching in 3 places, it's very easy to check that up to automorphisms on the Klein 4 group, either the labels where you attached your extension were all the same, in which case you can reduce to them having a label 0, or there is one that's non-zero and 2 that are 0, 2 that are non-zero and 1 is 0, or the case where 1 is 0 and then there are 2 distinct labels here. Anyway, up to automorphism, there are only 4 cases to look at. And then you just write down the extension of how you can continue the cordial labeling. So let's just look at a small number of these. For instance, this case is very easy. Suppose the red in underneath is a cordial labeling of the tree, and your new tree is attached at these places here, where they all have the label 0. Then the vertices use A, B, 0, and C. And as you see, the vertex label count, I added one, and oh, apologies. Here, I'm sorry, I should have told you this earlier. Here we're labeling the Klein 4 group as 0 and then the 3 non-zero. And the sum of any 2 will be the third. So for instance, A plus B is C. That's B plus C is A. A plus A is 0. It's how the Klein 4 group works. Anyway, so the result is you see that I've increased the vertex label here, A, B, C, and a 0. I've just increased the frequency of every label by 1, so I maintain cordiality. And similarly, I increased the frequency label of the edges, A, B, and C, and 0 each appear 1, so I just increase everyone's frequency 1, so it preserves the equal distribution of labels. In other cases, it's very similar. You just write down a specific labeling to show that you can always maintain cordiality. The case up here, this extension procedure here, is the easiest because you can actually always just increase everything, all the frequencies, by 1. The cases where you have 4 edges that have been added is more complicated. And as you see, there are actually 5 cases to consider. Now, there's, of course, the simple case. If you were attaching to the red tree and adding these 4 leaves here, where all the labels were 0, then it's easy to maintain cordiality. You just use 0, A, B, and C here as the new vertex label, and that will increase the vertex label and the edge label all by 1. So that's easy. The more complicated one is like this case here. Now, as we talked about these trees that have 4K vertices, the vertex labels all have a uniform distribution, but the edge labels always have one edge that appears 1 less frequently. And we used E to denote the edge that appears with 1 less frequency than the others. And so if you have this situation where you're attaching, where you got a 0, 0, 0, and one of the elements A here, then the labels you have to use look like this: E, B plus E, C plus E, and A plus E. And you'll notice that this is just, think of this E as 0 plus E. I've just shifted all the Klein 4 elements by E. So these are all the 4 elements of the Klein 4 group. And so I have just increased the vertex frequency. Every element frequency got increased by 1. So that's no problem at all. But on the edges here, you see E had appeared with 1 less frequency, but now the induced labels, E gets 2 increases here, and the B plus E and the C plus E get a bump by 1, but the A plus E, as you see, doesn't appear, so it doesn't increase. So what this ends up doing is it brings E up to the same parity as B plus E, C plus E. They all appear the same number of times now, and then A plus E is the one that appears with 1 less frequency, but that's still cordial. Anyway, you have to go through these 5 cases, and these are all the only 5 possibilities that can happen up to automorphism. So this lets you extend things. All right. So again, now we're trying to show that when you have 4K vertices into your tree, that the only one that isn't cordial for the Klein 4 group is P4. And we're reduced to the base cases when K is 0, 1, and 2. Now, when K is 0, well, that one is vacuous, nothing to do. When K is 1, and you have, so that means 4 vertices, you can see that the only case to consider is the star, S3. So that's 4 vertices with 1 in the middle, forming a star. And that one, it's very easy to write down a Klein 4 label for. So S3 is actually the only case to consider when K is equal to 1, and it is Klein 4 cordial. The hard case is when K is 2, so trees with 8 vertices. There are 23 such trees, and you can just brute force write down all 23 and check what's going on, but it's faster to look at that list and see that 15 of those are extensions of S3 by, I'm going to scroll up here, one of these two procedures where you've added 4 vertices by one of these procedures here. And since we showed that S3 is cordial, and if you add 4 vertices according to this procedure above, it preserves cordiality, all 15 of these are going to be cordial automatically, so you don't have to worry about them. That leaves only 8 trees that you actually have to look at. So there are 8 bad trees that you have to examine and show that all of them are cordial except for P4. Okay, so here's the list of the 8 bad trees. 6, 7, 8. The 8 that are not P4. And we didn't really have any clever way to do this other than to sit down and write down a cordial labeling for each of them. I wish we had something clever to reduce it even further, but that's all we had. For these 8 bad trees that weren't extensions of S3, we showed that, except for P4, they were all cordial. And so just, you can look and check. I mean, this is just busy work. For instance, with this graph here, the vertices are labeled A, B, C, and then A, B, C, and then 0, 0. And so as you see the vertices, every label has frequency 2, so that's cordial. And then the induced edge labeling, you get C, A, B, and then you get another C, A, B, and you get a single 0. So 0 appears with 1 less frequency than everyone else, and that's still cordial. Anyway, so that takes care of that earlier theorem that was supposed to be that for trees with 4K vertices, they were all Klein cordial except for P4. And now we can do the main result. The main result was that all trees are Klein cordial except for P4 and P5. And we're reduced to the case of looking at trees that are extensions of P4 and have at most 7 vertices. Well, in this case, it turns out if you have 3 or more leaves for the extension, it's an extension of P4, it's very easy to show that it's actually an extension of S3. And because of that S3 was Klein cordial, and we had those procedures, that meant T star, the extension, had to be cordial, which finally reduced you to the case where T star is a path. And for paths, it's easy to do by hand. You can just check P4, P5, P6, and P7. But it's, of course, unsurprisingly known that of those, the only ones that aren't cordial are P4 and P5. So that finishes off the Klein part. All right, let me go on to the second main phase here. We're going to look at cordiality in the context of friendship graphs. So friendship graphs, by old result of Erdős, Renyi, and Sos, are the graphs that have the property that every two vertices have a unique neighbor in common. But that's the fancy way of saying it. The more prosaic way is simply that friendship graphs are unions of n copies of triangles joined at a central vertex. So this is the friendship graph for F3. 3 triangles joined together at a central vertex. Now, the first thing we did with the friendship graphs is to find an obstruction theorem for cordiality. We showed that when you're looking at the n friendship graph, so that means n triangles, and wanting to know when it's Z mod m cordial. And what we showed was that when m and n were even, but not very even, so they're even, but 4 doesn't divide either, and m divides 3n. Whenever this happens, the friendship graph is not cordial for Z mod m. And the argument is just a counting argument. Because of this condition, if you add up, if this were a cordial graph, this will force the edge labels to be uniform. And so you know the frequency, so you can add them up. And then this condition here will force that sum to be odd. On the other hand, if you use the fact that you have an induced labeling of edges, if you're adding up the sum of all the edges, you'll be summing up all the vertex labels an even number of times, and so the number would have to be even. And so that would be a contradiction. So anyway, this is the obstruction that you can show to cordiality for Fn and Zm cordiality. M and n even, but not 2 even, and m divides 3n. So definitely not cordial in that case. And here's our conjecture, that that's the only obstruction to Fn being Z mod m cordial. Okay, you can of course write a program and check this out to fairly large numbers, and it seems to be that the data seems to back up this conjecture. So we feel very confident about this, but we could not prove the full version of this. So we really were looking at a special case. So here's the result we can prove, that when m is odd and divisible by 3, then f sub n is cordial for all m, for all n. So m here is odd and divisible by 3. When this happens, then Fn is always cordial. So that's the result we'll prove, and I'll sketch for you here. All right. The first thing I'll say is if you have a cordial labeling of Fn, you can always shift the labels by any constant and preserve cordiality. Okay, that's just trivial to see that it just shifts the frequencies, and it's no problem. And because of that, you can always have the central vertex be labeled as 0, sort of by shifting by its label. And so whenever we have a cordial labeling of our friendship graphs, we'll always shift things so that the central vertex is labeled by 0. And since they always have a constant label, you can just glue 2 friendship graph labelings together. So we'll call that addition. Suppose you got a labeling here of a friendship graph and another labeling here of a friendship graph. So here's the central vertex there, labeled by 0. Here's the central vertex labeled by 0. You can just glue them together by identifying those 2 central elements and get a labeling of the sum of the friendship graphs. So here's F3 written as F1 plus F2. Now, in general, this does not preserve cordiality. If F1 and F2 are cordial and you glue them together like this, it doesn't preserve cordiality. And that's because the frequency counting of 0, which, you know, here were independent and had, when you glue them together, the frequency counting of the frequency counting of the central vertex is not just the sum of the frequencies that you get from the individual ones. However, it is easy to prove this lemma that if you're in a situation where one of the friendship graphs has a uniform edge frequency distribution and the frequency distribution for 0 is one more than everyone else, then when you glue them, it does preserve cordiality. And that's because when you glue them together, you lose essentially one of the frequency counts for the zeros, which forces us essentially down to as if it were a constant count on the vertices and constant on the edges, which will preserve cordiality. Okay, so that's the type of gluing we'll use. And as a result, you can get this theorem here that says the following. If M is odd, then first of all, F sub M is always ZM cordial. So here's an example for a Z3 cordial labeling of F3. And it turns out you just always label them going around the outside like this in order, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that always works. It gives you a ZM cordial labeling of FM. And it turns out it has this, scrolling back up, it has this nice distribution we had up here for it, which means you can add it to other cordial labelings. And as a result, to show that Fn is always Z mod M cordial, you only have to show that the first M of them are cordial. So Fn is Z mod M cordial for all n if and only if the very first friendship graphs are Z mod M cordial. There's a similar result when M is even, except it's harder because it's only true for 2M as being Z mod M cordial. And you have to check twice as many of them. And there are cases in here where sometimes FM is not cordial. But we're going to focus on this odd case. All right. Now, the main technical tool for working with the odd case, well, even for the even case, though we didn't really explore it much, is what we call additively disjoint pairs of an abelian group. So in an abelian group A, we say we have n pairs that they're additively disjoint if all the A's, all the B's, and all their sums are disjoint. And we'll say the abelian group is maximally additively disjoint if you have the maximum number of disjoint pairs possible, which would be the size of A over 3. Since all these are disjoint, I mean, this is the most you could possibly have. So, for instance, Z mod 24 is mad. It has 8 additively disjoint pairs, and here's a list of them. And it's not something you can just eyeball and check easily. It's really something you have to like sit down and check. Okay, well, here's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 pairs. Okay, what are all the A's? Here they are. And what are the B's? Here they are. And what are the sums? Here they are. And oh, look, they're all disjoint. So it is a additively disjoint pair. Now, this was, the next result was the key to the paper, at least initially solving the problems. And its main theorem here is that Z mod M is mad. If and only if M is not congruent to 6 mod 12. And even if M is 6 mod 12, then it's nearly mad because it has almost one less number of pairs, M over 3 minus 1 mad pairs. So it's not, I mean, that's as good as you can do. And the proof of this was eventually an algorithm. This actually was unbelievably frustrating to prove. It was, it's like pulling teeth. It was so painful, weeks of frustration. In the end, what we have is an algorithm, and it's honestly a little bit, the algorithm is easy, but it's a little messy, and to prove this theorem, you have to take this algorithm and look at 12 different cases, mod 12, to prove it. But essentially, you write down Z mod M, half of them positively, half of them negatively, and then these lines are showing you the mad pairs. So for instance, -7 and 14 are the pair, and their sum is 7. So these three that are connected by the line are one of the triples that you get from a mad pair. And you notice that all these lines don't ever intersect, which is what it means to be a disjoint pair. But roughly, you go down, you start at the midpoint here, and you start forming as many mad pairs as you can, working backwards, and then you start from the beginning, form as many as you can, working forwards, and then, up to residues mod 12, could be a couple left over, and then you have to check each case that there's a way to fill it out. But anyway, the statement of the theorem is beautiful and clean. The proof is, I don't know, I think is probably as good as you can do, but a little hideous. All right. So the reason this matters is this, remember, to show that Z mod M will be, that Fn will be Z mod M cordial, you just have to check that the first M friendship graphs are Z mod M cordial. And the point of the mad pairs is that gives you just take your mad pairs and put them on the outside, and so all the vertex labels will be distinct. And as you see here, you get the A's, the B's, and their sums as the edge labels. And so you will get a cordial labeling because they're all distinct. And since there are M over 3 of them, this gives you cordiality of the first third of the friendship graphs. All right, now with these first third, it turns out that your edge labels are all, you've kind of evenly distributed them. So you can add more edges without screwing up any of your cordiality. But you see for the vertex labels, you didn't use any of these sums. Okay, so those sums are available still to be vertex labels. And you can look at our algorithm and you look and say, oh, well, you can pair M over 6 of those sums that appeared to make more cordial labels to your friendship graph. So you can throw in that many more triangles. And that takes you up to M over 2. Okay? So now the first half of the things you have to check are done. But now that you've done this, the vertex labels are kind of equidistributed, and you can add them without any worry. It's just to fill in the extra edge labels that you needed. And it turns out the edge labels that were underused themselves were isomorphic to a copy of Z mod M over 2. And therefore, they themselves admitted a mad pairs for Z mod 2, which meant you could add another M over 6 triangles. And so now you've added more and more triangles, and you're cordial all the way out to the 2/3 mark. And at this point, we were thinking, oh yes, we're just killing this. We're 2/3 of the way there, just 1/3 of the way left to go, and we just need to add more triangles. But unfortunately, what happened is at this point, this is some weird barrier. You can't pass this barrier by taking a cordial graph for 2/3 and adding any more triangles and keeping it cordial. You just can't. You can no longer build them up, adding triangle per triangle. You have to do something completely new. So this actually we didn't realize was a problem for quite a while, that you couldn't add more triangles to go past this. You had to start fresh. And once we realized that, we found a way to start fresh. And it's a nice thing, but it's essentially what it is you can take this symbol here means take the friendship graph for the 1/3 mark, and the +1 means take the radial labels and add 1 to all of them, and the -1 takes the radial labels and add 1 to them. Neither of this are cordial anymore, but glue them together and it's still not cordial. But then there will be 2 triangles that are counted too many times, and you can just swap labels, do surgery on 2 triangles, and suddenly it becomes cordial. So there's just a new way to get cordial at the 2/3 mark. And then it turns out with this 2/3 mark here, you can add triangles one at a time to it from the triangles we used here, and it's cordial all the way. And as a result, you've got checked that the first M things were Z mod M cordial, and therefore Fn is Z mod M cordial for all n. This is the part that needed the divisibility by 3. All right, so that gave us the result. And then things that we'd like to prove that we can't, we are pretty confident that for MOD, FN is always Z mod N cordial. We did when 3 divides M, but it would be nice to do the general result. And we also, according to our obstruction conjecture, when M and N are both very even, meaning 4 divides them, then F sub N should be cordial always. So this one seems like it ought to be doable, but we haven't worked on it. The general case that's left, which seems tricky, would be to show that when M and N are even, but 4 doesn't divide either of them, then under some constraint, then you get cordial if and only if N is not of the form M times D over 3 for an odd D, and 3 dividing MD. But anyway, that one is the full-blown result, which seems tricky. So that's all I have. Thank you. All right. So any questions there, or?
Yeah. Professor Mark, I have a few questions to ask. Are you able to hear me?
Otherwise, I am very thankful that you guys invited me to speak, and it's been quite an honor. So, if people are interested in...
Yeah. Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I have a few questions to ask.
Yes.
So, the first question is, you said all trees you have concentrated on Z2 cross Z2. In the first slide, you have concentrated and proved some results on Z2 cross Z2. You go to the initial slides. What about Z2-3?
Let's see. I apologize. It's there's an echo. It's very hard to hear you. Could I hear the question one more time, please?
Yeah. See, you have spoken about these cardial labelings on Z2 cross Z2, the Cartesian product of Z2 with itself.
The Klein-4 group. So you're asking about...
What about Z2 cross Z2 cross Z2?
Oh, that's a great question. So, so let me scroll way back up here. Okay, so that is something. If you want to switch this to Z2 cross Z2 cross Z2, we don't have a conjecture there at all. But what we do know is that we feel confident that the sort of ideas that we used in this case should be sufficient to solve the problem for Z2 cross Z2 cross Z2. We ended up having to look at the trees that were let's see, trees that were extensions of P4, and they were of order 7. And there were 23 of them, and then there were only 8 that we actually had to look at in the end. So when you go to Z2 cross Z2 cross Z2, I think there were 64 cases that we would have to look at, which means it's definitely doable, and you just have to find a way to be clever to reduce the cases to something manageable. But I think that would be very interesting, and would love to see the result. And it feels very doable. So if people want to talk about it, I'd be glad to visit about it, or do it on your own. That's fine as well. But anyway, that's a project that's still out there.
Yeah. So my next question, my next question is, in slide number 30, you talk about these 4 divides M or 4 divides N. Then Fn is Zm cardial. What is the sanctity about that 4, or can we look at the powers of 2?
So I can't quite, still having a hard time hearing.
Yeah. So,
please
go to slide 30.
So is this a question still about the trees or about the friendship graphs?
Friendship graphs. The question is about the friendship graphs. You go to slide number 30, 30.
So, sorry that I'm having such a hard time hearing. Don't know what's wrong with my computer.
Hello, Professor.
Yes.
Can you kindly go to slide number 30, 30?
30 is what I heard. Tell me about 30?
Yeah, 30, slide number 30, slide number 30. You have 31 slides here, no? You go to slide number 30. Slide number...
you mean why there were the 23 trees that were...
Yeah, you go to, that F1 is, go to slide number 30.
So the 23 trees here? 30.
No, not this. Slide, you go down to the last slide. This is slide number 30.
Down here?
This one. So, you are talking about, you would like to prove when 4 divides M or 4 divides N. What is the sanctity? What is the sanctity about looking at the 4? Or shall we go for powers of 2?
Well, so for instance, this statement here, part of our conjecture is that Fn is always Zm cordial for all n when m is odd. And we did the special case when 3 divides m. And to prove this, you just have to show that F1, F2, up to Fm minus 1 are Zm cordial. So it's a finite problem. And our result actually, I think our results actually are good all the way to the 2/3 mark. So if you could figure out when 3 doesn't divide m, but m is still odd, how to do the 2/3 mark, you would be able to get this general result. So it's really just this point where you can't keep adding triangles and preserve cordiality, where you have to do something brand new and add triangles there. So this one, I think, is a very manageable problem. I think someone with a clever idea could totally do this problem here, because they only have to do the last third of the push. And you just need sort of one idea. One idea, this is the idea we had that worked when 3 divided m, but if you have a better idea than we could come up with, then you could get this whole result. Now, this result here, it's a similar result, but in this case, you have to check twice as many things. And our results only do like the first third of it. The first half of it. So you'd have to have new ideas for the other half. But we didn't really spend much time when things were very even. But I think this one, just clever ideas, someone could do this all on their own as well. And again, if you wanted to visit with me sometime, I'd be happy to look at it with you. Or if you want to do it on your own, give it to a graduate student, all that's fine. But this one, so the first one I think is extremely doable and would be fun to do. The second one I think is harder, but also I think someone with some good ideas can definitely do it. The full-blown one, that one I would love to see, but that one is really weird because they're just these sporadic places where the friendship graphs are no longer cordial. And I know they're not cordial there, but I don't have any good idea how to show the rest of them are cordial. So that one needs like entirely new machinery. But anyway, well, I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for your wonderful talk. I hope to interact with you more later when I happen to visit you shortly.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, and I hope you guys have a good evening, and it was fun visiting with you. Hopefully I'll see some of you. I'll be coming to India Monday, I guess. So anyway, have a good weekend, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye. So we give good applause to WhatsApp. Wonderful talk.
start and put over. You can start and put over. You can start.
Yeah, you will be next to
ஹலோ கார்த்திகா மேம்ங்களா? மேம் நீங்கள் எங்கே மேம் இருக்கீங்க? இப்போ கலசலிங்கம் போல தான் இருக்கீங்களா? வருவீங்களா மேம் திருப்பி? இல்லை ஒரு சைன் வாங்கணும் மேம் உங்கள்கிட்ட இப்போ பேப்பர் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் பண்ணி எல்லாத்துக்காக தான். நாளைக்கு வருவீங்களா நீங்கள்? ஷூர், ஓகே ஓகே.
I should start? What? No, no. Huh? Okay, okay.
Thank you. And I am Hidenori Ogata of the University of Electrical Communication, Japan. And today I give a talk of the title, Methods of Fundamental Solutions for Double Periodic Potential Problems. Please. Yes. The method of fundamental solution is numerical solver for potential formulas. And this method gives an approximation by a linear combination of the Coulomb potentials. This like this. This is a two-dimensional case. This is physically a simple method. Next, please. And the merits of the method is as follows. It's easy to program. Its computational cost is low, and it achieves high accuracy under some conditions. Next, please. And in this study, we consider two-dimensional potential problems as double periodicity. No. Okay. In this problem, we cannot apply the method as it is to this problem because the solution includes double periodicity. So we use the theta function to approximate the solution with double periodicity. The contents are as follows. Please. Yes. Next, please. First, we formulate our problem mathematically. The flow region D with obstacles in the double periodic array is given as follows. First, obstacles are the obstacles of the same shapes are placed double periodically with periods omega 1 and omega 2. It's double periodic. And D0 row is a simply connected set. Then the flow region D is the outside of these obstacles. And we consider potential flow in D with a given mean velocity. The potential flow is described by a complex velocity potential Fz such that it's analytic in the flow region D. And the derivative F prime gives a velocity V by this formula. And it is double periodic in our problem. And the contour lines of the imaginary part of F are streamlines. So our problem is to find an analytic function Fz in D such that the imaginary part of F is constant on the boundary. And F prime, the derivative of F is doubly periodic with periods F and omega 1 and omega 2. And we pose condition on the mean velocity like this. Next, please. Okay. The method of fundamental solution approximates a harmonic function in D, by this. Remarking that the harmonic function is a real part of a complex analytic function, it approximates a complex analytic function f in D by this formula. Here, the logarithmic potentials are replaced with a complex logarithmic function. So, the method of fundamental solution can approximate the complex analytic function, but it cannot approximate the solution of our problem with double periodicity. Next slide, please. So we use the theta function to approximate the double periodic potential. We use the theta function here. Here, zeta sub 1 to zeta sub n the points, charge points is located in obstacle D00. Q sub 0, Q sub 1 to Q sub n are real numbers. This is a charge, these are the charges. This satisfies this constraint. And V sub j is given by this. And theta sub 1 is theta function. This function makes it possible to approximate a double periodic function by the method of fundamental solutions. Next, please. The theta function, theta sub 1, it appears in the theory of elliptic functions. And it's an entire function with simple zeros as the lattice points m plus n tau. M and n are integers. And the theta function satisfies should periodicity. Like this. Almost, sorry. Next, please. This approximation is approximation by linear combination of the Coulomb potentials number 1 with the same charges as the lattice points. Lattice points. Next, please. The approximate potential F sub n satisfies the following. It's analytic in D. It satisfies the pseudo periodicity due to, like this, due to the pseudo periodicity of the theta function. So the velocity is a double periodic function. That's an elliptic function. And it satisfies the condition on the mean velocity. Regarding the boundary conditions, imaginary part of the F is constant on the boundary. We pose the collocation condition. The condition that the approximate potential satisfies the boundary condition only on a finite number of the collocation points on the boundary. We choose the charges Q sub j so that F sub n satisfies this collocation condition. Next, please. And at first sight, F sub n seems to depend on the choice of the basis of the lattice, but it shows that F sub n is essentially independent of the choice of omega 1 or omega 2. That's F sub n transforms like it. So therefore, the velocity doesn't change. And that's the transformation of the base of the lattice. Omega 1, omega 2. Next, please. Now, I give some numerical examples. First example is a flow past the periodic area of the cylinders. The charge points and the collocation points are given like this. Next, please. The charge points are located like as in this figure. The charge points are on the circle of radius QR. Okay. These figures show the streamlines of the double potential flows obtained by our method. These are double periodic. Next, please. I estimate error estimators epsilon sub n defined by this. For this figure shows the behavior of epsilon sub n as n increases. The number q is appears in the positioning of the charge points. Thus, the charges are located on the circle of the radius QR. Please. This figure shows that the error estimate epsilon sub n decay exponentially like this. It's a very fast method. Next, please. The second example is a flow-path periodic array of ellipses like this. The charge points and the collocation points are given like this. Next, please. This figure shows streamlines of the double periodic potential flow obtained by our method. These are double periodic. Next, please. Because this is the error estimate epsilon sub n defined by this. This figure shows. Please. Okay. So this figure shows that error estimate epsilon sub n decay exponentially as n increases. So our method is very fast. It achieves the exponential decay, exponential convergence. Okay. The summary, it proposes a method of fundamental solutions for double potential flow problems. To realize the double periodicity, we use the zeta function. The numerical examples show the effectiveness of a method such as exponential decay convergence. One of the problems for the future study is a selected analysis of the presented method. That's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your nice presentation. Questions from the audience? Can you suggest any real-time applications of your problem?
Sorry.
Real-time application.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, it's audible.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anisha Mitra. My warm greetings to all the delegates and participants present in ICMC 2024. I'm a research scholar from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. I'm going to present my paper titled Guarding the Bits by Defending Resource Depletion Attacks on Implantable Cardioverter Defibrillators. It is co-authored by my professor, Dr. Dipanita Roy Chaudhuri from IIT Kharagpur. Before going into brief discussion about my presentation, I'm going to cover the key points which I'm going to present here today. I'll start with some introductory talk about the research domain and the motivation behind our work in medical implant security, and focus on a specific implant and its environments and attack situations. We focus on the contribution we have made in this paper in terms of implants environment security, and we'll discuss about some future scope of the work, and we'll end with some conclusive talks. So first introduction for our paper presentation. Medical implant or implantable medical device are electronic device implanted surgically inside human body to diagnose, monitor, treat or support various medical conditions. It supports very different medical conditions like heart rhythm management, drug delivery, neurostimulation and many more. Nowadays, wireless connectivity enables remote control and remote treatment delivery from outside, and controlling the settings of the different configuration of implants from different patients' conditions by medical physicians. Now, the main reason that is why the security is very much required in implant medical device environment lies to the fact that wireless remote control, although it provides better treatments options from outside, but it makes the implant environment very much vulnerable to different cyber threats. As we can see in this figure, that generally there is a programmer device situated outside, generally in hospital environments, to control different configuration of the implants and to provide correct treatment delivery. Now, the wireless remote control enables a security breach in this implant environment, which can lead to modify legitimate IMD operations, misuse patient-specific private treatment logs, and can also lead to depletion of IMD's battery, implant's battery, to stop correct treatment delivery. So there is a genuine need to secure the implant medical device environments in order to secure patient's life. The major challenge lies in the fact that implants are situated inside human body, and replacement and power recharging is very difficult. That is why implants minimalistic design offers a resource constant environment in terms of power, computation as well as storage. So a security solution or a security measurements in these environments involving traditional cryptographic approaches or algorithms in which requires extensive computation as well as storage is not suitable. So there is a genuine need to devise some lightweight security for implant environment. So the motivation behind our work lies in the fact that many critical medical treatment directly depends on these different IMDs or medical implants. We have focused in this paper on a specific implant known as implantable cardioverter defibrillators, or in short ICD, which is an active IMD used for cardiovascular treatments. ICD security requirements lies in the wireless telemetry service provided from externally using different devices like programmer, home monitor service. And another thing is that the ICD's battery is very much vulnerable to resource depletion attacks, which is the main topic in our paper. So here comes the main IMD that we have worked upon, implantable cardioverter defibrillator, or in short ICD. ICD is a device like pacemaker which control our heart rhythm. It uses a pulse generator and electrodes to get connect to human heart and monitor heart rhythms. ICD provides many different functionalities other than general pacemaker functionalities. There are therapies like anti-tachycardia pacing, cardioversion, and defibrillation shocks, mainly depending on different heart condition. So apart from the conventional ICDs, in market nowadays, subcutaneous ICD is also available, which can be placed just under the skin in the left side of our breastbone. Apart from subcutaneous ICD version, do not serve purposes like pacemaker. It only is required for shock delivery. Now, we have identified different attack scenarios in the ICD environments. Our research findings suggest that ICD environment is vulnerable to similar kind of attacks as in case of generic IMDs, but the most significant attacks in ICD environments are data manipulation attack and resource depletion attacks. So the major attack weapon in this case is the programmer device used to connect ICD from outside world. Attackers use some malfunctioning off-the-shelf programmer to launch data manipulation attack and resource depletion attack in ICD environment. In case of data manipulation attack, adversarial modification to correct treatment configuration or even modification to patient's treatment log can happen. And in case of resource depletion attack, unnecessary battery depletion makes the device totally useless and stopped correct treatment delivery. So our focus in this paper was resource depletion attack scenarios. ICD's only single power source is the battery implanted. And generally this power source lasts for 5 to 10 years. unnecessary battery limitation can lead to reduction of battery life from very few years to very few months. So now, this kind of resource depletion scenario is very much can lead to another attack scenario known as denial of service attack, which stops reception of signal from the main ICD device to the outside world and thus can stop treatment delivery. And in general, this endangers patient life because in case resource depletion stops a total operation of the ICD, it will stop the treatment delivery, which is very much important for critical patients suffering with critical heart condition. So there is a genuine need to stop and devise methods to detect such resource depletion attacks in ICD environments. Our main contribution of the work lies in finding of these resource depletion attack scenarios. We have identified that the main primary security breach for this kind of attack in ICD's communication environment is the telemetry service. Here, ICD provides two different kind of telemetry service, generally wireless telemetry service. One is one telemetry, another one is one-less telemetry. So at first, one telemetry. Here, inductive coil telemetry is used to cover short range of communication using inductive radio frequency. And in the next one, this called RF, that is radio frequency link telemetry, where medical implant communication system is used, dedicated for all medical implants telemetry service. Major difference between these two different wireless telemetry service is the fact that first one, that is one telemetry, requires a proximity between the programmer's magnetic head and the ICD placed inside human body. And in the second case, there is no requirement of such one or proximity between the device. Now, these two, both of them, wireless telemetry as well as one telemetry service, can be exploited by the attacker to launch resource depletion attack scenarios, which I am going to discuss next and depicted in our paper. So first, our contribution lies in finding resource depletion attack models with respect to ICD environment. First one is the attacks on low power mode. So ICD's working configuration depends on different mode of operation. First of all, there are active operation modes like interrogation mode or reprogramming mode for various purposes, but there lies some power preserving mode also known as sleep mode and standby modes. Now in this attack scenario, the attacker's main target is this power conserving two modes, sleep and standby. Attackers do not want the ICD to go to this mode or standby modes. And here we have depicted that two different
Kindly pass. You can conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay. So there can be two different situations involving two different attack scenarios in ICD environments. One is barrage attack, in which attacker's main intention is to stop ICD from entering sleep mode by bombarding with genuine access request for various operations. Another one is sleep deprivation attack. In this attack, attackers do not let the ICD even leave the standby mode. So here I will depict these two attacks in details. In our paper, we have depicted an algorithmic representation of barrage attack scenario that may arise in ICD environment. So in what happens in case of barrage attack scenario? This name barrage attack is used to represent the fact that in this type of attack, the target device is barraged with seemingly legitimate access request. The purpose of this request is to waste the victim device limited power supply by causing it to stay out of its power preserving modes like sleep mode. So to access an ICD, an external programmer must perform some authentication procedure, and then only they can get access to the ICD device for telemetry service. But an adversary or attacker can use an off-the-shelf programmer, not a legitimate programmer, to send such an authentication request, which in turn requires the ICD to perform excessive computation and consume battery power. Here we have depicted in this algorithm, suppose an attacker sends an authentication request with legitimate credentials and get access after verification. Here, after getting verified and get access, it does nothing and keeps on sending access requests in a loop. In case the attacker do not possess any authorized credentials to get access, they use unauthorized credentials and access request gets rejected. The attacker then lets ICD change its state from active state to standby mode state. And here wait for 5 minutes timer to expire. Now after the 5 minutes timer expired, again the attacker sends an access request.
And you can finish.
Hello?
Time's up.
Ma'am, can
Should I continue, sir?
Ma'am, can you consolidate your findings?
Hello?
Are you able to hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, okay.
Ma'am, time is up.
Okay, sir, can I take just 2 minutes to conclude?
You take just 1 minute, you consult it, your
Okay,
results.
sir. So, in sleep deprivation attack also, the attacker's main target is to do not let the ICD enter the sleep mode. In product telemetry communication session also, attacker targets ICD short range communication to keep the ICD involved in telemetry interrogation mode so that reduce battery life. In the another one, electromagnetic interference on the wireless channel, attacker's target is to raise the ICD signal power to receive legitimate telemetry data by involving noise. In the last case, device functional parameter case, pulse amplitude and pulse use, these two parameters are targeted to make them satisfy some values which is not well for battery and can lead to battery depletion. We have proposed some countermeasure where we have used some low-cost XOR operation to stop attack on low-power modes, as well as provide some suggestion for other presented attack scenarios. So our contribution here concludes that we have presented some algorithm presentation of identified resource depletion attack as well as countermeasure, and we recognize the genuine need to stimulate this attack in currently available ICD models and necessary equipment. So this is a reference I have considered for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, next participant can join. Next participant can start.
Okay.
After that, paper ID 164, Debaranjan Paul. Available? Paper ID 164. Paper number 29. 29. Paper number 77. 85. 157. Okay, online also. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ronnie Deb, Senior Research Fellow, CSIR. I am registered at Jadavpur University, Department of Mathematics. My research interest is tensor complementarity problem under optimization theory. My supervisor is Professor Arup Kumar Das, ISI Kolkata. Next. The outline of my... kindly, there is another slide. Yes, the title of my presentation is on the solution set of semi-infinite tensor complementarity problem. My co-author is A.K. Das. The outline of my presentation is the tensor complementarity problem, structured tensor and tensors and related theory, semi-infinite tensor complementarity problem, solution aspect for SITCP involving structured tensors, conclusion and references. Now, in our discussion, what is a tensor? A tensor is an mth order n-dimensional real tensor is a multi-dimensional array of real entries. And TMN is called, TMN denote the set of real tensors of order m and dimension n. And a tensor is called symmetric tensor if the entries are invariant under any permutation of their indices. SMN denotes the collection of all symmetric tensors of order n and dimension n. Next. Application of tensor. Tensors have many applications in different branches of science and engineering, from quantum mechanics, electromagnetism to spectral hypergraph theory, diffusion tensor imaging, image authenticity verification problem to optimization theory. Next. Tensor complementarity problem is a non-linear complementarity problem with the where the involved functions are homogeneous polynomial. The homogeneous polynomials are actually formed with the help of the tensors. The linear complementarity problem is a fundamental problem that arises in optimization engineering and game theory, which is to find two vectors W and Z for a given matrix A and a given vector Q such that A equal to AZ plus Q, W greater equal to 0, Z greater equal to 0 and AZ plus Q and Z transpose W is equal to 0. Next. Yes. So, the tensor complementarity problem is defined with the help of a tensor. Given a tensor A and a vector Q, the tensor complementarity problem is to find two vector omega and z such that omega equal to ax to the power m minus 1 plus q greater equal to 0, x greater equal to 0 and omega transpose x equal to 0, where ax to the power m minus 1 is produced with the help of Shaw product, which is given here. Next. Here is an example showing how the product is occurring. Next. Application of TCP. TCP has application in many problems can be formulated as TCP. A class of multi-person non-cooperative game, hypergraph clustering problem, traffic equilibrium problem. These are the problems which can be formulated as TCP. Solution method for TCP, there are some solution method available, fixed point iteration method, potential reduction method, homotopy continuation method and some Newtonian reformulation methods are also available. Next. Here are some structured tensors which involves in tensor complementarity problem. The ith row subtensor is denoted by RIA. And it is given as RIA I2 dot IM equal to I2 dot IM, where IJ belong to N and 2 lesser equal to J lesser equal to M. A tensor is said to be S tensor if Ax to the power m minus 1 greater equal to 0 and x greater equal to 0 has a solution. A tensor is said to be P tensor if for each x belong to Rn slash 0 there exists index I such that xi not equal to 0 and xi Ax to the power m minus 1 I greater than 0. A tensor is said to be R naught tensor if TCP 0A has unique 0 solution. And here is the definition of error bound for tensor complementarity problem. For a given epsilon greater than 0, residual function and a residual function Rx is said to be epsilon error bound for TCP if there exists C greater than 0 such that distance of x comma C less than CRx plus epsilon for all x given in Rn. Now, no, not next. Not next. Yes, okay. For P tensor, we have the theorem. We have the guarantee for non-emptiness and the compactness of the solution set of TCP, and for R naught tensor also we have the boundedness for the solution set of TCP. Next, here in our paper we propose we introduce a semi-infinite tensor complementarity problem to accommodate the realistic problem, more realistic problem, where the problem is to find x greater equal to 0 such that x greater equal to 0 fx comma omega greater equal to 0 and x transpose f of x comma omega equal to 0 for all omega belong to omega, where f is constructed with the help of the tensor. F is a omega x to the power m minus 1 plus q omega, where omega is a set in Rp. The solution set is denoted as A star. Next. Now here we have the theorem, we prove this, consider SITCP Q omega A omega omega, where A omega naught is R naught tensor for some omega in omega, then S star is non-empty. If and only if the finite intersection is non-empty for finitely many omega I. If we denote in X theorem, if we denote A max and A mean, then we propose some method to find the A star with some condition actually. Consider SITCP Q omega A omega omega, where omega is compact and A omega Q omega are continuous on omega, then A star is a subset of solution Q max M max and Q min M min. But if we consider the suppose each in row subtensor Ri A omega and in each row of Q omega Qi omega, the minimum and the or maximum is attained by a common omega dash or omega bar, then we can conclude that A star is equal to solution Q max A max intersection solution Q min A min. Next. For the next result, we define semi-infinite test tensor. Tensor A omega in TMN is said to be semi-infinite test tensor with respect to the set capital omega if there exists a vector x such that A omega x to the power m minus 1 greater than 0 for all omega in omega. And after defining the semi-infinite test tensor, we have the necessary and sufficient condition for the feasibility of the SITCP. Consider SITCP Q omega A omega omega, where omega is compact for all elements of A omega are continuous on omega, then A omega is semi-infinite, then A omega is semi-infinite S tensor related to omega if and only if SITCP is feasible for all omega in C omega, where C omega denotes the all continuous map on omega. Next. Here we define semi-infinite R naught tensor. A tensor A omega is said to be semi-infinite R naught tensor relative to a set omega if the SITCP 0, A omega, omega has 0 as its unique solution. And here we have the theorem with semi-infinite tensor, semi-infinite R naught tensor. Consider SITCP Q omega A omega omega. If A omega naught is an R naught tensor for some omega naught in omega, then A omega is a semi-infinite R naught tensor relative to omega. And in the next theorem, we connect the semi-infinite R naught tensor with the error bound of the SITCP. Consider the SITCP Q omega A omega omega. Suppose omega is compact and A omega Q omega are continuous, then the residual function Rx with the mean function is level bounded if and only if the tensor A omega is semi-infinite R naught tensor relative to omega. Here are the conclusions. In this paper, we introduce semi-infinite tensor complementarity problem to accommodate more realistic situations. We show that the solution set of semi-infinite tensor complementarity problem exists with some assumptions of R naught tensor. We introduce semi-infinite S tensor and prove that under some additional assumption the SITCP has feasible solution if and only if A omega is semi-infinite tensor. We show that the error bound of the solution set is level bounded with the help of residual function. Next. Here are some references. Next. 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 Thank you.
So do you have proofs of all the theorems?
Excuse me?
Do you have proofs of all the theorems? You
Yes,
have
yes,
shown
yes, yes.
16
Yes,
theorems.
yes.
You have proof for all
Yes,
the
yes.
theorems.
I submitted the whole paper actually.
Okay. Do you have any real-time application of your problem?
Excuse me?
Do you have any real-time application?
Real-time complication? No, actually in our paper we have given an example to illustrate the how the things are happening, but real-time application of particularly this semi-infinite we have not studied yet.
So you can make an attempt, right?
But actually TCP has application in game theory and hypergraph clustering problem and traffic equilibrium problem. We have to study how we can fit the semi-infinite tensor programming problem.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Yeah, thank you for your nice presentation.
Thanks again.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you can share the screen.
Hello?
Yes, you can proceed.
Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. I am Devranjan Pal, PhD student from IIT Kharagpur. Uh, I present my paper titled Deep Learning Based Differential Classifier, Deep Learning Based Differential Distinguisher for Niche Standard Authenticated Encryption and Permutations. My co-authors are Moinak Choudhury, Professor Dipanita Roy Choudhury, and Professor Abhijit Das. So this is my outline of my talk. I will start from introduction, where I will explain the basic differential cryptanalysis and the idea behind differential distinguisher. Next, I will explain the summary of my contribution. Next, I will explain the approach of deep learning based differential classifier. Next, I will explain the implementation and results, followed by conclusion and future work. Introduction. So deep learning techniques are one of the evolving techniques that is used to solve problems from variety of domains. Deep learning based techniques actually used in cryptanalysis in last almost 15 years. In cryptanalysis, in cryptanalysis domain, differential cryptanalysis is one of the powerful technique that researchers used. And nowadays, researchers actually modeling differential cryptanalysis by using deep learning based techniques. So the concept actually first described by Laurent R. Revest, who actually introduces a relationship between the area of machine learning and cryptography in 1991 Asia Crypt. After that, deep learning based techniques only restricted for sidechain analysis. The door is finally open in 2019 when Aaron Gohar first showed uh, the differential distinguisher. It's how to model actually a differential cryptanalysis by using deep learning based techniques. He actually applied the technique for spec 32 and 64, and the article actually published to Crypto 2019. So in summary of contribution, I will we actually redefined different deep learning models like LSTM, LGBM, CNN, DenseNet, and LINET for searching differential distinguishers. And we have applied our these models for finding differential distinguisher of Spongent 160, Sparkle 256, AES, SCE 128 permutation, and TGIF TBC 128, and Limdolen 128 encryption function. Now I will explain the approach for creating deep learning based differential classifier. So before going in details, I should explain what is differential cryptanalysis. So differential cryptanalysis is a chosen plaintext attack where the attacker actually establishes a probabilistic relationship between the second last round and the ciphertext difference. Second round of the difference and ciphertext difference, and from the ciphertext difference, the attacker actually guess the key and perform on down the decryption to match the XOR difference with the second last round of XOR difference, and try to find out the probable key. So mathematically, suppose P and P dash represent the plaintext pair, and if CM and CM dash represent ciphertext pair after mth round, then the conditional probability PR of delta of CM equal to beta, provided delta of P equal to alpha, which is used to calculate the differential probability of an m round differential alpha to beta, where delta P equal to P XOR P dash and delta CM equal to CM XOR CM dash, and the keys K1 to Km are independent and uniformly random. Now I will explain our approach that is first provided by Aaron Gohar. So the approach is we have to classify for a particular cipher, we have to classify the ciphertext and a random value. So for this purpose, what we will do, we'll take a particular plaintext difference, that is delta I. Suppose we have two plaintext, a plaintext pair P1 and P2, and the corresponding ciphertext values after round number rounds, and we'll label those plaintext. We'll label those plaintext which is generating from the plaintext difference as 1, and which is generating from random plaintext difference as 0. So our purpose is to classify these two type of plaintext pairs. One is generated from real difference, that is given, and another is generated from random difference. Now, considering this approach, we will perform a dataset creation where the input is the plaintext difference, obviously round number and iterations. And after going a particular sets of iterations, uh, in the first part, we'll generate the ciphertexts by using the random difference. So in P1, we'll take the random plaintext, and P2 will take another random plaintext, and we'll do round number of encryption to generate C1 and C2, and we'll store C1 and C2 in dataset labeled by 0. And another way, we'll generate plaintext by using the plaintext difference, and we store the corresponding ciphertext in dataset by labeling 1. So this part we will call random random actually datasets, and differentiates these two by using our created models. So now we'll create different deep learning models, and the model will take the dataset here, and we'll try to find the training accuracy. If the training accuracy is greater than 50%, then we'll apply the validation dataset to the validation algorithm. Else, we can say distinguisher cannot found. Next, it is validation part. In the validation part, we'll load the pre-trained model, and we'll find the validation accuracy. If validation accuracy is greater than 50%, then we can say distinguisher found, else distinguisher cannot found. Now coming to implementation details. So for implementation, we have used Google Colab with installed GPU where and we actually created 5 deep learning models: LSTM, LGPM, CNN, DenseNet, and LeNet to generate our deep learning based distinguishers. And we create a total of 10 to the power 5 data elements, out of which 50% we have used for training and 50% for validation. Now coming to choosing plaintext difference, so we have chosen for Spongent 160 all 0 1 as plaintext difference, and Sparkle 250 for Sparkle 256 we have used all 0 1 as plaintext difference. For ACE 128 all 0 1 for TGIF TBC we have chosen 800 all 0, and for Lingnolen 128 we have chosen all 0 0004 as plaintext difference. Now coming to result, we have shown actually the models, 5 models: CNN, LGBM, LSTM, and LeNet, and round number, and training accuracy, validation accuracy, true positive rate, and true negative. For AC128, we have chosen up to we got differential distinguishers up to 4 rounds. And for Spongent 160, we got results up to 7 rounds of differential distinguisher. And here also we have used 5 different models. Next, this is the result for Sparkle 256, where we got actually distinguishers up to 3 rounds. Next, for Lindolen 128, out of 20 round, we have actually applied up to 14 round. Up to 14 round, we get the differential distinguishers. And for TGIF, TBC 128, up to 5 round, we get the differential distinguishers for different deep learning models. Next, coming to model parameters and performance for different ciphers. So here we have given comparative performance and comparative classification and performance for different ciphers along with different networks. So here we have used activation function, ReLU, sigmoid, tanh, and with respect to number of parameters, if we compare the different models, we can check for CNN we need maximum number of parameters, and next for LINET, and the time required for LGBM the time required is less, and for CNL and LGBM in most of the cases we are getting good validation accuracy, and the performance is not good for DenseNet and LSTM. So for 6 round,
your time is
yes.
up. You can continue.
Okay. So we found actually 7 rounds of distinguisher for 7 rounds of SPON-Gent 160, and for 7 rounds of Sparkle 256, and 4 rounds of AC 120 parameters, and 5 rounds of TGIF TBC, and 14 rounds of Lindolen 128. So you can check both DenseNet and CNN performs better, but for LGBM we get actually most preferable results with respect to time and with respect to accuracy. For future work, so one can apply these approaches for partial or full key recovery attacks for different block ciphers, for different iterative block ciphers, and with respect to these techniques, these models, one can apply these techniques and these models actually for finding classifiers for other block ciphers. And by changing the model parameters, one can explore in different types of research. So, thank you. So for any question, you can mail. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now Priya Sharma can start your presentation.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Can you see my screen?
What, ma'am?
Is my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, you can start. You can share your screen and you can start.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to present my paper in ICMC 2024. Myself, Priya Sharma, Research Scholar of University of Calcutta, Department of Applied Mathematics. Title of my paper is Analysis of Oblique Wave Scattering by Thick Bottom Standing Barrier placed in between a pair of thin partially immersed barriers. Introduction. Integral equation is a versatile tool for solving boundary value problem in fields such as crack mechanics, electromagnetism, water wave interaction, and more. The method of match asymptotic expansion introduced by Tuck and extended and applied by Pakham, William, and Mondol to investigate transmission through narrow gap in vertical walls. May and Black investigated wave scattering by thick
Priya Sharma.
vertical barrier. Yes, sir.
Can you share your screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I have shared my screen.
We cannot see your presentation.
Okay, sir. Let me check. Is this visible now?
Yes, thank you.
Should I start from the beginning? Okay. May and Black investigated wave cat. Okay, sir. One second. Introduction. Integral equation is a versatile tool. Yes, sir? Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Analysis of oblique wave scattering by thick bottom standing barrier placed in between a pair of thin partially immersed barriers. Introduction. Integral equation is a versatile tool for solving boundary value problem in fields such as crack mechanics, electromagnetism, water wave interaction, and more. The method of match asymptotic expansion introduced by Tuck and extended and applied by Packham, William, and Mondor to investigate transmission through narrow gap in vertical wall. May and Black investigated wave scattering by thick vertical barrier with rectangular cross section. Guinea et al. Extended this work by considering thickness effect of bottom vertical walls using conformal mapping method. Later, Kanoria et al., Mondol and Kanoria explored normal and oblique wave scattering by rectangular thick barrier. Recently, Paul and they, Shashmal and they investigated wave scattering by thick barrier by considering thin ice sheet and surface tension. Besides this, Arshel, Levin, Rodimich, and the literature cited therein have made significant contribution in investigating and explicitly solving scattering problems. Mathematical formulation. In the present study, we choose a Cartesian coordinate system where xz plane is considered as free surface, y is directed vertically downward. Here we assume a pair of partially immersed thin barrier of length L1 and L4, which is situated at C1 and C2, and a thick bottom standing barrier is at a depth L as shown in figure 1. Due to the barrier separation, water body is split into 5 subregions such as gamma 1, gamma 2, gamma 3, gamma 4 and gamma 5. And an incoming wave approaches the barrier from left side, which represented by the expression, and phi incident is represented by this expression. Here, K0 is the unique positive real root of the dispersion relation applies to the regions gamma 1, gamma 2, gamma 4 and gamma 5, and beta 0 is the wave number for the region gamma 3. Now the velocity potential, which is defined by phi j xy, satisfies the modified Helmholtz equation described in equation 1 in each subregion along with the boundary conditions such as free surface condition described in equation 2, condition along barrier equation number 3, bottom condition equation number 4, edge condition equation number 5 and infinity condition which is represented in equation number 6, where R and T are the reflection and transmission coefficient. Solution procedure. Using Havelock expansion, expression of phi j xy in each subregion is given by equation number 7. Now we introduce a horizontal component of velocity which is defined in equation 8. Here we are tackling with two types of singularity. One is half and one is one-third. For submerged edge of the thin barrier, we get half singularity, and for the submerged corners of the thick barrier, we get one-third singularity, which is expressed in these expressions. Now we choose some constant which represented in equation number 9 and introducing is step function as defined in equation 10. Next, utilizing Havelock inversion formula on GJY, we get a set of integral equation which is defined in equation 11. Here W is the kernel which is defined by equation 12. Sorry. Now to convert the integral equation 11 into matrix form, we introduce the following transformation given in equation 30. The matrix form is represented in equation 14. Again, using Havelock inversion formula, applying equation 9, 10 and 13, we get another matrix equation which is equation number 15, where the value of x, m, z are given in equation number 16. If we get x, then the elements of V1 and V2 of B are obtained by solving equation number 15. So that reflection and transmission coefficient which are related to V1 or V2 is easily determined. Multi-term Galerkin technique. To find x, evaluating z, we use n plus 1 term of Galerkin approximation of GJLU, which is represented in equation number 17, where CNJL are the CNJL are the unknown constant and chi nj are the basis function expressed by equation number 18 and equation number 19. As we said earlier, to handle the two types of singularity, one is half singularity and one is one-third singularity, we are using Chebyshev polynomial for half singularity and Gegenberg polynomial for handling one-third singularity. Now, substitute equation number 17 in equation 14, we get four integral equations, and after integrating, we get a system of equations which are represented in equation number 20. The expression of Fij and Ui are given in equation number 21. Now, after getting Fij and Ui, we can evaluate Zjl from equation number 22. Numerical results. To validate our result with the previous result, we compare our result with the result obtained by Mondol and Kanodia. It shows that in figure 2, that figure 2 highly coincide with the result obtained by Mondol and Kanodia. In figure 3, we illustrate the plot of mod R and mod T against wave number kh for different angle of incidence. It shows that both mod R and mod T become more oscillatory in nature as angle of incidence increases. Figure 4 shows the plot of mod R and mod T against kh for different width of the thick barrier. It depicted that when width increases, reflection and transmission coefficient exhibit reduced oscillation. In figure 5, we plot mod R and mod T against kh by varying the length of the thin barrier, where we can see that for kh less than 1.4 mod R increases and it again start decreasing for kh greater than 1.4. And a contrasting nature is also observed for figure 5b. In figure 6, we demonstrate mod R and mod T against kh for different submerged gap of the thick barrier. It is observed that the peak value of mod R increases with decrease in the submerged gap.
Priya Sharma, it is
In
time.
figure 7, mod R and mod T are plotted against kh for three different cases, such as length of the both thin barriers less than the submerged gap of the thick barrier.
It is time, ma'am. You can conclude.
Yes, sir.
It is time. You can conclude.
Okay. Case 2, length of the thin barrier greater than and other less than the submerged gap of the thick barrier. Case 3, length of both thin barriers are greater than the submerged gap of the thick barrier. It is observed that in 7 and 7b, mod R and mod T become more oscillatory for the case of 3 than other two cases. Conclusion. In this paper, we determine mod R and mod T for a pair of thin vertical partially immersed barriers along with a thick bottom standing barrier under the action of a oblique wave incidence. Using multi-term Galerkin approximation technique, a set of integral equations with two types of singularity, that is half singularity and one-third singularity, is solved by choosing appropriate basis function. Number 3, For several structural parameters, modern and mod T is shown graphically and numerically for this breakwater system. Next, angle of incidence, width of the thick barrier and the length of the thin barriers plays a crucial role in designing an efficient breakwater. And the size of the thick barrier significantly affects the construction. Next, peak of the mortar depends on the increase of the submerged gap of the thick barrier, and mortar and mortar behave less oscillatory nature for the case of where lengths of the thin barriers are less than the submerged gap of the thick barrier. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next presenter can present. Amudam.
Can I leave, sir?
Next presenter can present. Krishna Mugund.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So is my screen visible?
This is
Krishna Mugund.
Krishna Mugund.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can proceed.
Yeah. Good evening, one and all. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my paper in ICMA. So my research is about analysis on fertility of soil parameters using machine learning algorithms. So myself, Krishna Mugund, and Mrs. Carmel ma'am, Ganimali ma'am, and Kartika ma'am has guided me through this study. Abstract. Using machine learning and AI, accurate soil fertility predictions are now feasible, replacing time-consuming and risk traditional methods. This analysis emphasizes a comprehensive approach, considering factors like pH, temperature, moisture, NPK, and organic matter. The proposed method received around 92% accuracy with random forest, empowers farmers to optimize decision, showcasing the significant potential of AI in agriculture. Introduction. Agriculture is India's prominent economic sector, sustains over half the population, yet many farmers lack technological access. To modernize outdated practices and boost productivity, incorporating advanced technologies like IoT, ML, and IA is crucial. The study focuses on empowering AI to analyze soil fertility using diverse ML algorithms on collected datasets for training and testing. These are few related works we have focused on so that we could it would guide through our study. This is our proposed methodology. So we have used around 13 ML algorithms to calculate our soil fertility status. So I'm going to discuss around 5 algorithms which has helped us more. Random forest. Random forest is an ensemble learning method using multiple decision trees to enhance predictivity, accuracy, and control overfitting. The next one is extra trace classified. It is a variant of random forest, builds multiple decision trees with random splits, and it enhances diversity. K-means. K-means is an unsupervised clustering algorithm that partitions data into K distinct clusters based on similarity. Fuzzy clustering. Fuzzy clustering technique assigning data points to multiple clusters with varying degrees of membership. K-neighbors clusterer is a supervised learning algorithm for classification based on K nearest neighbors labels in a future space. So this is the basic block diagram we are going to see. First, we have retrieved the data from internet, and we have cleaned the data and explored the data so that there is no null values in it. Then we have prepared the data, transformed the data, and then we have developed a model using Scikit library, and then we have evaluated and validated the model. Results. In the comparison to alternative algorithms, ensemble learning models exhibit superior performance and accuracy. The potential of ensemble models is maximized through utilization of randomized search and grid search. So optimizing the ensemble model involves employing randomized search, either randomized search or grid search, which identifies optimal hyperparameters through distribution search to enhance the ensemble model's performance. Additionally, a seven-fold cross-validation is implemented to augment model accuracy. The fine-tuning process involves fitting training data into a model and extracting optimal parameters to enhance the model performance. So we have incorporated the accuracy, precision, and recall matrix across diverse models as detailed in table 3, which will be discussed later. So these are the results we have achieved through the data we have retrieved from the internet. This accuracy graph, precision graph. So from this accuracy graph, you will be able to see that random forest has gave us maximum accuracy and recall graph. And here are the confusion matrix, which helps us identify which model gives us more accuracy. Here also we can see random forest gave maximum accuracy. So this is a precision table where you will be able to find the accuracy, precision, F1 score and recall score of all the models. So various machine learning algorithms were utilized to analyze soil fertility, with only a handful demonstrating significant accuracy. Initially, linear models such as perceptron, rigid classifier, linear regression, SGD classifier, and logistic regression were employed. Despite achieving accuracies of 75%, these models are improved inadequate. The search for a superior model expanded to ensemble models like extra trees, random forest, gradient boosting, and adder boosting. Additionally, clustering methods such as k-means and KNN were experimented with yielding precision above 750%. The final analysis incorporated decision tree, Gauss-Naive based analysis, and support vector machine. In conclusion, within the scope of the study, random forest improves effective for predicting a soil fertility status. Thank you. And here is the references.
What is the percentage of accuracy you achieved using random forest?
Thank you, sir.
Krishnamon, can you hear me?
Sir, are you there?
Yes, you can leave.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Is Pani Kumar here?
Yes, sir.
You can proceed.
Sure. Good morning, good evening, everyone. I'm Fani Kumar from Intel Corporation. So our paper is about geometric algorithm for generalized inverse of rank deficient real matrices. Sir, is my voice audible? Sure. Just to introduce, so what is this generalized inverses? So generalized inverses are very different from, not very different, basically they are able to solve more complex problems compared to normal matrix inversions. Normal matrix inversions are applied to matrices which are non-singular and square. But generally in the fields of science and engineering, many times we encounter matrices which are either ill-formed, singular, and many times rectangular. So in these cases, so to find the exact solution or a least square solution, so we deploy generalized inverses. They will come in handy to us. Through them, we are able to solve linear equations and least square problems. Especially in deep learning, even it's picking a lot of momentum nowadays, where they are used for matrix factorizations and to find a low rank approximation of a high dimensional matrix.
in a sense, so it's a very interesting and very widely applicable aspect of mathematics in linear algebra and other fields of other domains. Okay, so the Moore-Penrose inverse. Moore-Penrose inverse allows for solving least square systems in such a way that the solution has a minimum norm. What is this least square solution? So we'll get into that subsequently. In the least square systems, we actually we don't compute the exact solution because the exact solution does not exist, but we try to compute the solution such that the system is very much near to the vector under consideration. So we'll come to that in a minute. And moreover, it has a second dimension, that the solution computed by the Moore-Penrose inverse will have a minimum norm. So it is more closer to the origin compared to the other solution vectors. Okay, so traditionally and basically even in MATLAB and Octave, so the Moore-Penrose inverse of A, of a matrix A, is denoted by A superscript plus. Generally is computed by the singular value decomposition method, SVD method, which is a well-known method, where we do a eigen decomposition, and the Moore-Penrose inverse or the generalized inverse is equal to V, which is an orthogonal matrix, and diagonal matrix, which contains the reciprocals of the square roots of the non-zero singular values, and U, again an orthogonal matrix. And V and these non-zero singular values and U, they are all obtained from the eigen analysis of A. That is the most sought after method, which is being used in many applications. Of course, this method is very much accurate, but sometimes it is time consuming when the matrices are large. And McDuffie was the person, was the greatest mathematician who propounded this theorem that when A is a rank R matrix in the complex space of matrices, and for this A, if a full rank factorization is possible such that A is equal to F into G, then the Moore-Penrose inverse can be given by this equation. I'm not getting into the details, so these are given in the references in the paper. So, and there are many papers which try to compute the Moore-Penrose inverses in a very fast manner. This is one example where the authors followed Cholesky decomposition and QR decompositions to obtain Moore-Penrose inverse in a faster manner. And they have also published the results, so which can be referred to in the 5th item of the bibliography in the paper. I'm not going into it. Yeah. So coming to the problem statement of our paper. So first, just to introduce, so what is the generalized inverse and why it is, what problems is it going to solve? So we start with the matrix A orig, which is called actually A original of order m cross n, m rows and n columns, and with rank R, and R is less than or equal to minimum of m comma n. So this condition actually puts a constraint that it is a rank deficient matrix. And the system of equations we are going to solve is A original multiplied by X original is equal to B original, and we want to find the X original, which is the solution. And X original is actually given by A plus into B, and A plus is actually the generalized inverse of A original. So in order to make matters simple, we just applied permutation matrices to the rows and columns such that they are chosen for a purpose such that the first R rows, R is actually rank of A, are linearly independent, and first R columns of A are also linearly independent. So this makes the analysis for subsequent discussion very a bit simpler. And finally, after we compute the solution, so we can actually factor in these P1 and P2s and finally get the pseudo inverse or generalized inverse. Generalized inverse is also called pseudo inverse, and I keep changing between these two terms. They mean the same. Okay. So key ingredients here in our algorithm. So the column space represented by our range of A, row space represented by range of A transpose, null space also called the kernel of A, left null space also called the kernel of A transpose. And on the right side, we have a well-known identities that row space is orthogonal to the null space and column space is orthogonal to the left null space. Okay, so as we just discussed a few minutes back, so sometimes when the matrix is rectangular, and even of course it's not rectangular, even if it is square also, so it's singular. So we cannot find the exact solution. That's where actually the least square solution comes into the picture. So by least square solution, actually we try to find the orthogonal projection of the right hand side of the B bar of the vector, and we project orthogonally that vector onto the column space of A, and then we try to find the solution for that projection. So that's what we mean by the least square. And by least squares, basically that is the minimum distance. That is the minimum distance that can be achieved between the B bar and the projection when we project it in an orthogonal manner. Okay, so that's why it's called least square solution. So and generalized inverses actually compute the least square solution. So to proceed, so we define a matrix C, which is a square matrix of m by m, and it is constructed from the basis vectors of the column space of A and the left null space of A, and we know that they are orthogonal. So that's why C is a full rank, and for which inverse can be computed. And we define a delta 3 matrix, which looks like more an identity matrix, but the lower part of it follows this equation, and lower part of the matrix is 0 after the L after the R columns and R rows. Okay, and we define and basically we compute orthogonal projection of B bar onto the column space of A, which is given by C multiplied by delta 3 multiplied by C inverse of B. And because the first column R columns of C are the same as are the basis of R are the basis of range of A, or the column space of A. So the previous equation can be reformulated as P of B bar is equal to A into delta 2 into C inverse of B. And delta 2 is actually different from delta 3 in the sense that it is not square. That is the only difference. And finally, the least square problem can be formulated as AX bar is equal to B bar can be equivalently defined as AX bar is equal to projection of B bar. Okay, and from the above, the projection can be replaced into A into delta 2 into C inverse B. And this is a system, of course here A is not invertible, but we know that the right hand side is lies in the column space of A, and certainly it has infinitely many solutions, and one such solution is given by X bar is equal to delta 2 into C inverse into B bar. Okay, until this part, so we found a solution vector, but we don't know whether it is the solution is a minimum norm vector or not. And by minimum norm, basically the total energy of the solution vector should be minimized. That is called the minimum norm solution vector. And generalized inverses actually aim at finding the minimum norm. So to achieve the minimum norm solution out of these infinitely many solutions, so we proceed with the other counterparts vector spaces, which are the row spaces and null spaces. And we construct a matrix B with those bases, and it is again full rank. And basically, the theorem says that every solution vector can be spanned by the basis vector by the column vectors of B. So going by that and doing some more math,
Panikumar,
so we actually find
Panikumar,
square minimum norm.
It is time. You can conclude in 2 minutes.
Sure, sir. I'm going to the results. So basically this is from A, and we can get A plus original by these equations using the P1 and P2. So the most important aspect of this paper is that the construction of all these spaces are solely dependent on the LU factorization, and no other factorization is needed. So, and the construction is also given in the paper. And finally, going to the accuracy evaluation. So we basically did a comparison of accuracy between MATLAB's P inverse method based on eigenanalysis or SVD versus our algorithm, and we achieved order of 10 to the power of -9 for matrices of 1000 by thousands with the ranks of 1000 to 3000. And we proposed many variations based on QR decomposition also, which are written in the paper. And finally, the future work. So we want to apply this algorithm to special patterns of matrices, sparse matrices, and other matrices in fields of communication and deep learning, where we want to explore the computational advantage of the proposed method. We would also like to trade off the computations versus numerical errors also as part of future. So thank you very much, sir. Can I stop sharing? Thank you, sir. Okay.
Next presenter, Amit Sardar, can present.
Sir, can I leave, sir?
Yes, you can leave.
Thank you very much.
Sir, my slide is visible? Sir, is my slide is visible?
Yes, your slide is visible. You are audible. You can present.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Amit Sardar. Today, I am going to present my paper named as Key-Dependent Dynamic S-Box for Kasumi Block Cipher. These are the outline of my presentation. First, I will talk about the S-Box and its properties, and I will also talk about the differential cryptanalysis and the role of S-Box on differential cryptanalysis. I will also talk about the Kasumi cipher architecture, and I will also show how the differential fault attack mount on the Kasumi cipher. And after that, I will demonstrate the key-dependent S-Box algorithm, which able to prevent the differential fault attack on the Kasumi. And after that, I will show the result, and I will conclude my paper. Nowadays, SBox plays the crucial role in the block cipher. It basically hides the relationship between the key and the ciphertext. We can say it is a mapping of m bit to n bit, or rather we can say m bit m boolean variable will map to a 1 bit. Like that, n function is there, which is known as component functions. For good SBox, certain properties should be there. That non-linearity value should be as high as possible, and balancedness should be there, and low differential unity should be achieved, and algebraic degree should be as high as possible for a good SBox. Now I will talk about the differential cryptanalysis. One of the most significant advance in cryptanalysis in recent year is differential cryptanalysis, and it is a chosen plain text kind of attack. And here the attacker has the input difference as well as the output difference, and based on that they able to reveal certain information about the key. And in these techniques, the attacker does not try to recover the complete key, rather than he able to reduce the search space of the key. And this one is the mathematical notation of the differential cryptanalysis. And here the alpha is the input difference, and beta is the output difference. And this is on toy example of the cipher. That for toy example of the SBox, and toy cipher is here. And this is 4-bit message M, and it is XOR with key K1 and generate intermediate value U, and U is forwarded through the SBox and generate V, and after that it will XOR with the key K2 and generate the C. So 4-bit key K1 as well as 4-bit key K2. So total search space for this is total 8 bits. So total search space is 256. And this is the inverse SBox from the earlier one. And we have two message A and B, and corresponding ciphertext 9 and 6. So the input difference here is A XOR 5 is F. It is nothing but U0 XOR U1. And now we have to guess the all possible values of K2. That is all 16 values of K2. That is T. And we will XOR T with the corresponding cipher, and it will get the V0 V1, and we will do the inverse SBox and do the difference. And obviously if it is come to F, then we have the actual probable candidate key. If we get multiple key, then we have to do the same exercise with another plaintext ciphertext pair, and then the intersection value will be taken, and that will be the our candidate key. In this way, the attack can be able to mount. And now I'll talk about the Kasumi architecture. The Kasumi is a fiestal kind of block cipher. It will take 64-bit plain text and generate the 64-bit ciphertext. And here the key is used 128-bit, and key has been segregated into 3 parts: KL, KI, and KO. KL is 32-bit, KI is 48-bit, and KO is 48-bit. And it operates in 8 round. And major component of this round function is FL and FO function. And each round, the operation sequence will be different. For even round, the operation sequence will be first FO, then FL. For odd round, it will be reverse, like FL, then FO. First, the 64-bit plaintext is segregated into 2 half, 32, 32, that left part and right part. And in first round, the left part will follow to the FL operation, then FO operation, then it will XOR the right part, and it will generate the input for the next round left part. And the left part is used as a right part in the next round. Like that, it will be continued, and at the end of 8th round, it will generate the ciphertext. And this is the FI function, and this is also main component function of the FO operation. And it will take 16-bit input, and it will segregate it to 9-bit and 7-bit, and 9-bit will follow through the 9-bit SBox, and it will XOR with the 7-bit values. And in this case, at MSB side, 20 is appended. And after that, this result will be coming to the right side, and this 7 bit followed to the 7 bit S box operation, then it is XOR with the 9 bits values. On this case, 2 MSB bit is truncated and it is XOR. After that, key will be XORed here, and then this sequence will be followed, and after that it will generate the 16 bit output for the FI function. And this is the basic model of the FL and FO function. In case of FL, the 32-bit values taken as an input, and it will do the AND operation, then circular left shift, and then XOR with the right part, and then do the OR operation, and again circular left shift, and XOR with the left part. And at the end, it will generate the 32-bit output for the FL function. And in case of FO function, it will take 32-bit input and segregate it into two halves, 16, 16. Then it will do the XOR operation with KO. KO also segregated here in 3 part, 1, 2, and 3. And KL also segregated into 3 part, 1, 2, and 3. And after that, this XOR operation, it will do the basic FI operation and again XOR with the right part. And like that, this architecture will be followed. And at the end, it will generate the 32-bit output of the FO functions. Now I will demonstrate how the fault attack will be mounted on the Kasumi cipher. Here, for this differential analysis, we need the faulty ciphertext as well as the fault-free ciphertext. And here the fault is introduced in the left part of the cipher. And this red line indicating the faulty line. And here, no fault is injected in the right part, so the delta R difference here is 0. So on this link, the complete difference is rely on the CL difference. And this is also not, so we'll automatically able to come here. And if we guess K2 and K4, then we directly come to here this part. So from this direction, we can know the delta O or O delta O difference. Now we'll come to the forward direction. In the 32 left 32 bit, we have introduced a fault. In that 32 bit, we also segregated into 16 and 16. So the left part of the left 16 part, we have introduced the fault. So here no fault is introduced. So the delta M difference here is 0. So output of FI1 here is completely dependent on delta M as well as delta N. And if we come here, the output up to the output of the FI2, because no fault introduced in the M, so this black path is no fault, so difference is automatically 0. So here delta N is XOR value of the output of FI2 as well as delta O, and delta from this direction we able to know the delta O value. So delta N here is nothing but delta O value, and here delta M is also 0. So the output difference of FI1 is nothing but delta O, which we came to know from here. And here we already guessed the K4. So K4 we already guessed. So we know the K4. So from this point, we because this is only simple S box, and that value we know. So from there directly we can able to know these values, and we know this LL value from this CR. So we know this value as well as this value. So directly do the XOR, and we able to compute the K1 value. So we know now we know K1 value, K4 value as well as K2 value. So through this link, we can able to directly come to the input of the FI3 up to this part, and from this backward direction we know up to this part. So, and this is simply S box values. So from this we can able to directly deduce the K3 value. So only guessing K2, K4, we able to know all these K1, K2, K3, K4 values. And this is the last FI3 round. And before the up to this Q value we knows, and from the backward direction before the key mixing operation we know up to these values. So simple XOR we can able to get the KI values. And this is the algorithmic form of the fault attack. We need the faulty and as well as the fault free ciphertext, that is C and C star. And after that we have to guess all possible key K4. And after that, for each key 4 we have to initialize one table that size is up to 2 to the power 16. And for all possible input, we have to find out the output difference of FI, faulty and as well as fault free, and find out the output difference, and we'll maintain the table. And then we have to guess the all possible key K2. And from the K2, we find out the del O difference, and we check whether the del O differences match any of the values of the t inside the table. If it is value matched, then that input value I is the corresponding input, and from there we are able to deduce the K1, and we know the K1 values, so we know the input of the Fi3 values and as well as the output of the Fi3 values. So from there we are able to deduce the K2. So for each K4 and K2 we have unique K1 and K3. So like that one big table will have, and after that after the complete loop we have to do the validation. That means for all we have to take the sample plain text, and we have to take one key triplet from there, from whatever we have generated. From there we have to take one complete key, and we check whether it is valid or not. And,
Amit Sardar.
This type of attack
Amit
is
Sardar,
able to
you can
mount
conclude in 2 minutes.
So this type of attack is able to mount due to the static S boxes. We can able to prevent this type of attack through the dynamic S boxes. For these dynamic S boxes, this is the algorithms, and we have taken a sample here 4-bit. So for 4-bit, we have if K3 all the bit values we have taken as a column A, B, C, D. If K3 is 0, the column shifting is in forward direction. If K3 is 1, then it is in backward direction. So like K3 is 0, so it is forward direction. If K0 is 1, that means one cell it will interchange. So A, B, C, D is there. So D will interchange with C only. So now it will be A, B, C, D. If K1 is 1, that means it's 2 forward direction. So D will interchange with B and A. So D will interchange with A. So like that it will continue for forward as well as the backward case. And all these cases, these column values are unique. So we get different S boxes. And this is one 7-bit S box for this key, and this is the S box property for all these 3 different keys, and all possible 7-bit as well as the 9-bit keys we have demonstrated in this link. And this is the avalanche effect we have applied in static S box as well as the dynamic S boxes. If we see the average avalanche effect in case of static S box cases, it is 30.5, and for dynamic S box cases, it is 32.75. And we have applied our algorithm in Felix open source tool in 3 different architecture, that is 8-bit AVR, 16-bit MSP, as well as 32-bit ARM Cortex. And all these cases, if you see that only just increase the 40-byte code size as well as 100 CPU cycle, we can able to generate more secure cipher from the Kasumi. And this is our conclusion. Through this dynamic S box, we have even to enhance the complexity again up to the 2 to the 64, and apart from that, we able to generate 68 distinct S box, 7-bit S box, as well as 366 distinct 9-bit S boxes, which exhibit the 0 fixed point, whereas the actual Kasumi 7-bit S boxes has 1 fixed point, and 9-bit S boxes has 2 fixed point. In this type of S box construction can be applied to any of the block cipher, and in future we want to implement this algorithm in the FPGA. These are my resources. Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you can leave. There are no questions, you can leave.